Oh, that's yours.
Okay, we're on the air.
That's
I'll
yours.
call the Londonderry Planning Board meeting to order for December 13th, 2023. Just want to point out for everyone who is here that this room has two exits. They're on the right-hand side of the audience. They're at the front of the room and the back of the room. We have to evacuate for any reason. We ask you to proceed through the exit closest to you, move outside, move away from the building, and don't come back into our fire officials have instructed us to do so. I'd like to ask everyone to please rise. We'll pledge allegiance to the American flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Al's not going to be here tonight, so I will appoint Roger to vote for him. I don't think you've been appointed to vote for anyone in a while, so you have the honors tonight, and we have a full board. We have 9 voting members. That's more than a quorum, and we can proceed with business. First part of our meeting is administrative board work, where we get our business done, and then we have 7 plans to consider tonight for public hearing, and also an amendment to the zoning. So I'd like to ask, how many people are here for the zoning amendment? So 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. I was going to say if it's a majority that we do that first, but we'll take everything as everything's in order on the date that by how they're submitted. So first come, first served, that's how it works. Okay, administrative board work, we have no minutes to approve tonight. And regional impact determinations, I don't think there are any. I didn't see any, so we're all set there. And discussions with town staff. Anything, John?
Nope, nothing this evening.
Everything's under control?
So far, so good.
Good to hear. Kelly, or Ben,
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
you got, okay, Kelly?
One item for you, Mr. Chair, an extension request for the Pittori site plan, map 13, lot 99. Request to extend to February 14th, 2024.
February
14th.
14th, okay. I've just barely begun looking at 24, so you have to excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue the Pittori site plan, map 13, lot 99, to February 14th, 2024.
Motion by Jake.
Can you extend,
Pardon?
grant the extension request?
What did I just say?
Continue.
Yeah, extend. Grant an extension request for map 13, lot 99.
I know what you meant, Jake,
Yeah.
so that's
We do it enough, right?
not my fault there. So Jake's made the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Roger. Any discussion or anything to add at all, Eric?
No, given the holidays and other staffing things, we'll get everything done, make sure it's completely finished up by the, they're not working out there anymore because they're closed down for the winter.
Yes,
We'll make sure we get stuff in for the February meeting.
okay. So February 14th, any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, shows affirmative, and motion carries. And Vittori Brothers has an extension request extended to February 14th, 2024.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else, Kelly?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything for the board?
That's on the agenda.
I just have one thing. Jeff has sent in a request to be considered as a alternate to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. And Jeff has had 2 terms as an alternate. I guess right now, what the planning board does is make a recommendation to the town council for appointment. That's how Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission works. It follows RSA 36, so for those who like to follow the statute, that's what governs the regional planning commissions and how they are appointed. So I just need a motion to make a recommendation to the town council for Jeff Penta for an alternate to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Jake, second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and you'll abstain.
Abstain.
Let the record show that Jeff and Ted abstains also. Ted will have to be voting on it, so. Okay,
Thank you.
yep, anything else?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you also.
I was just voted in, I can't.
Okay, we're going to get to our old business, which is, we have seven plans to go through here, so sit back and relax, folks, we'll eventually get there. So, first plan to consider is a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan to construct a 58,432 square foot warehouse and storage facility and associated site improvements, 88A Harvey Road, Plainview Drive, tax map 14, lot 17, zone industrial 2. Patriot Holdings LLC is the applicant, and VAB Properties LLC is the owner. And this has been continued from October 11th, 2023, and I believe they have made another request for a continuance, Kelly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the applicant's requested to continue to January 10th, 2024.
Okay, if the board, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to continue the Plainview site plan to January 10th, 2024.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
By Jake, second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative. And the only official notice will be right now, and that is the public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan to construct a 58,432 square foot warehouse and storage facility and associated site improvements at 88A Harvey Road, Plainview Drive, tax map 14, lot 17, zone industrial 2, Patriots Holding LLC applicant, and VAB Properties LLC, the owner, is continued to January 10th, 2024. And this is your only official public notice. Okay, moving along. Public hearing on an application for a formal review of a subdivision plan to subdivide tax map 10, lot 41, into two lots, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue. Tax map 10, lot 41, zone commercial 1 and PUD, Woodmont Commons Plan Unit Development. Pillsbury Realty Development LLC is the owner, and Nickerson Design LLC is the applicant. And this has been continued from December 6, 2023.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no
Yeah,
outstanding checklist items. Staff would recommend the application be accepted as complete.
Okay, I'll take a motion on completeness.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Jake, second by Lynn for completeness. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and the application has been accepted as complete. This starts, one, the public hearing on the plan, and also the 65-day timeframe in which this board has to render a decision. So, gentlemen, just identify yourselves, please, for our records.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Robert Duval. I'm an engineer with TF Moran, and here on behalf of Nickerson Design. And with me to my right is Chris Nickerson from Nickerson Design, both of us working on this proposed medical office building at Woodmont. I have some updated color plans I'd like to hand out.
Certainly.
Yeah, all right.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chris, as Bob had mentioned, for the record, my name is Chris Nickerson, here as the applicant for a project which is a 30,000 square foot medical office building at the intersection, we're in the Woodmont Commons development, at the intersection of Main Street and Woodmont Ave. We've been in front of the board a couple of times now here. We were in front of them for a conceptual discussion a few months ago. We've been through the design review process, been through Conservation, Heritage Commission, and I think that the plans that Bob had handed out and the work that we've done to date have fully incorporated any comments the board has had for us in the past. Specifically, without getting too mired in the details, some of the things that the board was looking for, at least aesthetics-wise, were some arch windows on the west facade of the building, another arch window on the north facade of the building, a little more detail to our cornice, and then on the site plan, through the design review process, we had eliminated some parking on the northwest corner of the building here, just aesthetics-wise to give the building a little bit more street presence. Beyond that, just to sort of walk things back, I'd been in front of this board about 2 years ago for our first building, which is at 50 Michaels Way in the Woodmont Commons development. That site for us has been an absolute just grand slam success clinically. And aesthetics-wise, look and feel of the site-wise, presentation-wise, the plan that we have tonight is very, very similar to the program that we have over at 50 Michaels Way. So at 50, we'll have different players here at the corner of Woodmont and Main Street. But just to sort of give an example or paint the picture, at 50 Michaels Way, we have primary care with walk-in services for DMC patients, full-blown imaging center with a 3 Tesla MRI that's one of only a handful in the state that exists right now, lab services, ophthalmology, orthopedics, PT, derm, OBGYN, GI, essentially any subspecialty service that folks would want. And in our market right now in southern New Hampshire, there's just a huge need for higher end and more of the medical services that we provide, and we'd like to continue to do that for the community. Yeah.
Yes.
One of the things that we've noticed and folks might be familiar with is that in about July of 2022, we had a fire at our flagship facility, which is at 6 Shanino Road in Derry, and one of the key takeaways from that was that folks really didn't fully appreciate or realize what they had in the community for medical services until it was gone. And I think what we've seen at 50 Michaels Way is that folks are just starting to appreciate how good it can be, how convenient the services can be, how high-end they can be, and really what we're taking is leading-edge care to, what sometimes could be considered a tertiary market to Boston, but it's Boston-level care in Londonderry, New Hampshire. The other thing that I would sort of offer here is that just from a site development standpoint and sort of having the vision, the Woodmont Commons development for us, be it the aesthetics, the walkability, the tenant mix, having shopping, having restaurants nearby, has just hugely, hugely been successful. So certainly kudos to the board for having the vision, 12 years ago to put this plan in place. The other thing that we're seeing on our end, and it's a huge benefit to the town, is the economic implication of these plans. So our tax bill on the building at 50 Michaels Way was just over $183,000 a year. That's real economic development to the town every year in addition to services that we're providing. So, beyond that, we're coming with a pretty simple ask tonight. We'd like to ask for a conditional approval. Happy to answer any questions for the board and happy to continue to bring these services to the community. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Your duty now, Bob.
So we have the two applications in front of us, the subdivision application and the site plan application. I think it makes sense to talk about both.
We can do it together. We have to have separate motions on it, just to,
Sure.
keep
Mr. Chairman, should you accept the site plan as complete? You've only accepted the subdivision as complete thus far.
Thank you, John. That's a very good point. I hadn't considered that at this point, but the completeness of the site plan.
We're on the
plan-
subdivision, aren't we, Mr. Chair?
If you're going to talk about both, you'll
We're
need
going
to.
to talk about
okay.
both of them together. We'll talk about both of them together, and then we'll take the motions separately.
So regarding the site plan, there are no outstanding checklist items. Staff would recommend the board accept the application as complete.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete per staff's recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023.
Okay,
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
motion by Jake, second by Lynn, and this is for the completeness of the site plan. We're going to be discussing the site plan and subdivision together. Motions for each of them will be done separately. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Abstentions, shares affirmative, and motion carries. The site plan has been accepted as complete. So,
Okay.
We'll proceed from where we left off here.
Thank you. I'll talk first about the subdivision because the subdivision is really all about the site plan. As you can see on the screen, the proposed subdivision is, property line is blue, the blue outline around the proposed site plan. It represents 2.13 acres of a condominium lot that will be subdivided out of the parent lot, which is lot 1041, which is the main west side of Woodmont Commons lot, is 143.2 acres remaining in that lot. And it essentially stretches from Pillsbury in the north to Marketplace in the south, and 93 in the east to Michael's Way on the west. This lot is in the, almost the extreme southeast corner of Woodmont Commons, lot 140. The road at the base of the plan is Woodmont Ave. That's the north-south road that's east of the main developed area right now.
Main Street.
Right, it's east of, well, it's up Main Street, east of Michael's Way by approximately 500 feet. And you'll remember that the Baldwin that just opened recently is a little bit farther up Woodmont Ave from this. In fact, you can see a little bit of a detention pond in the blue area at the extreme left side of the plan. And just on the other side of that detention pond is the Baldwin. So this is just south of the Baldwin. And then if you continue south, there's a little access road that I'll explain the purpose of in a minute on the right-hand side of the plan. And just south of that is the property line to the, essentially the Market Basket property to the south. So it's the southeast corner of the property, 2.13 acre cutout of the 143 acre lot. There's really not a lot more to say about that. This is, of course, just one in a series of subdivisions that have happened over the last few years on the west side out of 140. Most recently, Wood Partners, and before that, Dairy Medical One, and then before that, of course, all the other developments on the property. So I'm going to, unless there are specific questions related to the subdivision, I'd like to move on to the site plan.
Board have any questions on the subdivision?
Okay, so the site plan you see in front of you consists of a roughly 30,000 square foot, two-story building. That's the area that's in sort of a burgundy color. And it's located right up against the street with some green space between the front facade and Woodmont Ave. And then there's two entrances to the site. There's a entrance right at the top of Main Street, the little street that you can see the stub of between the two tan buildings in the lower left is Main Street, and that would lead you right up into the site. And Woodmont Ave, we talked about north-south at the base of the site. And then on the right-hand side is an access drive, because it's still a fairly good-sized chunk of land just east of this property, between this property and I-93. So that chunk of land is reserved for subsequent development. There's no active user proposed at this point. But we did want to take this opportunity in providing this site plan to provide paved access to the back for that future user, and also utility extensions to the back. And so for that purpose, we have this proposed driveway essentially along this, just outside the south property line of the Derry Medical facility, and between that and the property line of the parcel itself, the whole parcel itself. So that is for future development, but there's a second driveway off of that that you can see in the southeast corner of the parking lot, which accesses that driveway, and then, of course, the main drive that we just talked about right at the end of Main Street. As far as parking goes, there are 141 spaces provided, including 4 bike stalls and 2 racks. And those 2 racks are located either side of the back entrance, facing the east, facing the future development parcel. 117 would be required, 141 provided, but of course, this is shared parking throughout the Woodmont facility. So these spaces in the front would also be available to first come, first serve, as essentially all other existing parking spaces out there. The setbacks on the lot are 10-foot front, 10-foot side, 5-foot rear, so we've met all of those setbacks. The building height is allowed is 50 feet, so as a 2-story building, it's significantly less than that. Open space for the parcel is actually grouped together by block. This is in block WC2, and it's only the second development there, so there's, in fact, a lot more open space than developed space at this point, so that's not a consideration. Let me go quickly through the utilities. For the facility itself, can we zoom in at the front of the building and a little more to the left? Okay, thank you. So as you can see in the plan in front of you, there's a water line proposed. It's basically coming out from an existing stub right at the stop bar of the northern driveway. And right next to that is a proposed gas line, also from an existing stub that terminates in the driveway. There's an existing sewer stub, or sewer sleeve, I should say, that crosses Woodmont Ave that you can't see in this picture, but it's basically in the center of Main Street, heading straight across to Woodmont Ave. And actually, you can see it. It's the line that's interrupted by the text that comes out of the sewer manhole and heads due east onto the site. And what's being proposed for the site is a small pump station that just handles this site itself. And the reason for that is that last sewer manhole is just a little bit too high to accept gravity sewer from this. And plus, the existing sleeve across the street enables us to pump into that sewer manhole without having to tear up Woodmont Ave, which was just built, just completed for the Baldwin. So it just makes sense to put in a small pump station in the lower left corner of the site. There's also a future gas extension on the left-hand side of the driveway, all the way to the back of the property. There's a future water extension there as well, and gas and electric are also available to that parcel in the back. So the facilities that we're providing are basically a dry sewer for that station, that parcel in the back that would have its own pump station. And so we've provided a 3-inch dry force main that enters into that same sleeve that we're entering. So that provides future sewer for the back. There's a water line extension in the access road on the right-hand side. That extends all the way to the back. And gas will also extend all the way to the back for full utilities back there. So you can see there's a little bit of forward thinking here to make sure that we don't landlock a parcel in the back without adequate access and utilities. And then lastly, the drainage for this site was already accounted for in the detention pond, a little triangular shaped detention pond that's just to the north of this property. And so this site is collected, it generally slopes from Woodmont Ave towards the rear and from the south side towards the north side. So it sort of slopes, the whole site is tilted, if you will, towards that triangle pond. And the drainage is collected on site in a series of deep sump catch basins and provided an outlet into that pond. That pond, as I said, is designed to handle that and additional property beyond, so that we're only using a fraction of the capacity of that pond. And the pre versus post, considering the detention in that pond, is a 10 CFS reduction through the detention in that pond for this site. So we're meeting pre versus post. This is accounted for in the original AOT permit for the site, and drainage is fully treated, detained, and discharged into the previously built facilities for this property. So I think I've covered all the main features of the site plan, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. I can also, I guess one thing I didn't cover is traffic, but again, traffic is looked at as a whole for Woodmont, and there was an allocation for blocks WC1, where most of the development has been, and WC2, which includes Baldwin and this site. And we're still substantially under, by hundreds of trips, the allocation that was set up for WC2, which would allow, another, almost another 7 or 8 dairy medical-sized buildings or hundreds of residential units.
It's all done in a grouping, and then I know in the, our master plan, there's a very thorough study that was done. So once it reaches a level, then we gotta look at the whole thing, how it impacts north, south, east, west in town. So.
Exactly right, Mr. Chairman.
Now, one thing I didn't do was read in the public record the site plan, so I'll do that. Make sure I have everything in place here. This also includes a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan. We were discussing both the subdivision and the site plan. To construct a 30,000 square foot, 2-story medical building, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue, tax map 10, lot 41, zone commercial 1, and PUD, Woodmont Commons Planned Unit Development, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC being the owner, and Nickerson Design LLC the applicant, and this was also continued from December 6, 2023. So those are being taken together. You've made the presentation and everything. We'll go to staff, we'll go to the board, and then we'll go to the public for public input on both the subdivision and the site plan for this.
Barbara, do you want to go through your waiver requests?
Yes, I could do that now if you'd like. There are 4 waiver requests, 2, 3, 4. They're primarily formalities rather than substantive waivers from,
This is with the subdivision?
for subdivision. And one is for 2-foot contours to be shown on all plans. And there is on this property, but on other parts of the parent lot that were under construction at the last time of survey for the lot, there were certain areas under construction, and those are shown as basically as blank areas without 2-foot contours, but all plans, including the site plan and the subdivision plan, other than those particular areas that were under construction, and I think it was Baldwin and parts of Woodmont Ave at the time, are shown without updated contours. So that's the first waiver. The second waiver is that town regulations require USDA Soil Conservation Service soil survey information for the site, for all sites. And because this required an AOT permit, they have a more accurate soil survey called the site-specific soil survey. And I know you've all heard this before. At Woodmont, we're just using the more accurate site-specific soil survey in lieu of what's required in town regulations, the Soil Conservation Service soil survey. So that's another waiver. The third waiver is relating to plan scales, and again, because of the size of the parent lot, we are have been using scales of 1 inch equals 300 for the master overall sheet, which is in your subdivision package as sheet 1. And also 1 inch equals 150 feet for the individual subdivision sheets, the smaller scale sheets that make up the entire parcel. So those are also in your subdivision package. And lastly, we're asking for a waiver from section Roman 6.28 to not show information on existing water systems, sewer systems, drainage systems, and utilities on the subdivision plan because of the small scale. However, all of the information is shown on site plans, both previously approved site plans and the current site plan. Shows all of that information, within the disturbed area of the site plan. And all of these have been requested previously on prior applications.
And if I can, Bob, just to try to keep things kind of in understanding, staff does support the waiver, all 4 of the waiver requests, that being the plan scale, because again, the plans are legible at the scales as presented. Regarding the existing water, again, staff does support granting the waiver as the requisite information is shown on the larger scale site plans. Regarding the site, the HIS soils, staff does accept or recommend granting the waiver because it's submitted, the applicant has submitted the required NRCS custom soil resource report, as Bob says, it's in more detail. And lastly was the 2-foot contour intervals. Staff supports granting the waiver since a sufficient topography has been provided on the subject parcel. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, John.
Okay, and then we can go through the waivers for the site plan.
You want to go through the site plan waivers?
Actually, the waivers on the site plan were the same.
Similar.
Yeah, I mean, there's parallel regulations. We're also asking for waivers on the site plans for those same scale soil information.
Correct.
Okay, John?
I'll go through the design review comments. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, bear with me because I'm a little miscombobulated this evening. First 4 design review items are as they related to the waivers. Item number 5, the applicant should provide copies of existing and relevant proposed easement deeds or other legal documents. Item 6, it should provide the owner's signature on a plan set. Item 7, we're requesting that they address items related to the subdivision plan, that being the lot configuration defined by meets and bounds. And that's it for the subdivision. I can go through the site plan comments. Again, design review items. Item number 1, the applicant should add a note to the site plan indicating that all monuments have been set in accordance with the regulations. Items 2, 3 are related to the waivers. Item 4, we're asking that the applicant address the following items on the site plan. The applicant has proposed a 5-foot wide sidewalk with no separation between the sidewalk and the road along Woodmont Ave and the proposed access road. These dimensions do not appear to meet the street type, frontage type requirements in section 2.33 Transportation Network of the Woodmont PUD Master Plan. The applicant has noted that the proposed east side of Woodmont Ave is designed to match the surrounding streets that were previously approved as part of the Woodmont Commons Planned Unit Development Block 2 amended site plan, and bringing that to the board's attention. Item 5, we're requesting that they address the items related to the drainage and grading plans, being adding spot grades to the area to ensure that the wheelchair access is appropriate. We're also asking that they revise the structure ID of CB 9B. We're requesting that they revise the minimum cover for particular catch basins within the plan set. Item 5, we're requesting that they address items related to the utilities plan, those being related to the sewer and gas details within the plan set. Item 6, we're requesting that they address items related to the utility plan and the sewer profiles, the related work regarding the limits of the work, required work, and ensuring no conflicts with the proposed lighting or the landscaping within the plan set. Item 7, we're asking that they address the following items related to the detail sheets, the related driveway section, the roof and foundation drain details. And item number 8, we're requesting that they address items related to the roadway profile and cross-sections for the access drive that Bob mentioned located to the south. We're requesting that they provide the section to the scale in accordance with the regulations and identify the proper thickness of the road in accordance with the plan set details. Item 9 are items related to the drainage report, those being providing riprap calculations, revising the drainage design to produce a closed circuit system designed to convey the appropriate design storm with no more than full flow pipe conditions. Requesting that they provide a minimum of 12 inches of freeboard in the 50-year storm in association with the detention pond. Regarding the short traffic analysis, we're requesting, while they have provided the site distance measurements in the short traffic letter, per the regulation, a comparison to the town of Londonderry standards. In this case, Woodmont Commons PUD site distance requirements should also be included. The applicant has noted that the southern site driveway's proximity to Marketplace Drive intersection is not a concern due to the low volume and speeds of the vehicles using the driveway. While speeds and volumes may be low, the awkward left then immediate right maneuver that is required to go to and from the driveway, to and from Marketplace Drive could lead to minor issues in the short term. So we're requesting that they recommend that they take a look at this driveway alignment and possibly align it with the brewery driveway. So again, if you look at the plan, it's the most southerly driveway, or excuse me, the southerly access road where they come out, and it's a quick left, a quick right. It may be problematic. We're raising the flag. Item C, the applicant has noted that only 10% of the generated traffic will utilize the southern driveway. Given the layout of the parking area for the office building, 75% of the parking is to the south of the building. And again, the proximity of the southern entrance to Marketplace Drive, it is anticipated that a larger percentage of the traffic will utilize this entrance. This would seem essentially true for employees, regular patrons, and entering traffic that can take their first right off Michael's Way onto Marketplace Drive. We recommend the applicant consider, again, the percentage of traffic that utilizes this driveway. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, John. Anything to add, Kelly?
Few items, Mr. Chair. So the applicant did go through the DRC process, and as the applicant indicated, the Heritage Commission recommended extending the main canopy above the patient entrance and adding curved window caps, which the applicant did address. The Conservation Commission had some comments relative to snow storage areas and their proximity to the parking, and ensuring that the snow storage areas don't negatively impact landscaping, which the applicant did adjust the plan accordingly. Lastly, the applicant provided a PUD conformance memo to show their compliance with the PUD standards. That memo is in their packet in your information. It reviews the block type analysis, lot type analysis, building type analysis, use analysis, and the site plan analysis, again, as it relates to the PUD specifically.
Yep.
And it is compliant.
It conforms to it.
Yep. That's all I
Okay.
have.
Anything to add at all, Ben? We'll go through the board now. Ann, you want to start? Or I can start at the other end if you want.
Good evening. Where's the trash pad for the trash trucks to come and pick it up? I'm just curious.
The dumpster is the little white square in the upper left corner. So the truck would come straight in and then circle the site and leave by the other driveway.
Just because I want to mention that DMC 1, I can call it, on Michael's Way, this is DMC 2? Is that what you're calling these 1 and 2?
Yes, we should have explained that, yes. Derry Medical Center 1, Derry Medical Center 2. It's a placekeeper name, obviously. It won't have that name when it's open.
Might want to schedule them off hours because I got stuck behind the trash truck at DMC 1. And the way it's configured now, they have to cross the exit with their truck to get the trash in DMC 1 in the back on the southeast corner of the building. It's not the whole lot because the lot extends farther to the south. But consider that because it was a while because there's 2 bays and they have to, bring things down and pull it back and then bring it forward and pull it back. And it was into the lane of traffic on, I'm not sure the name of the road behind DMC 1, but it extended, the back of the truck extended there. And I just want to mention that.
No,
if that could.
we appreciate that feedback, and that's something we can look into.
Yeah, just so,
on the other side.
so if there's, is it, as far as, there's not going to be any type of ambulance coming to this building, correct?
Well, there could be.
Yeah, so I can kind of put a little bit more color to that. So the facilities that we're talking about are not a licensed facility in the state of New Hampshire. So from a building and
Oh,
use
okay.
classification, it's the same as an office building.
Okay.
Technically speaking. That being said, people walk in the door all the time, things can happen, no different than this building for that matter. If something happened to me, I'm hoping they call the
Okay.
ambulance.
I was just curious because it's, we call it a medical
Yeah,
building, so I
But
didn't know.
no inpatient care or anything of that nature is planned here.
Okay. And last time you came through, I had some complaints that the visuals, the architectural renderings even again, they show it all on a flat plane and not the actual slope that might be around the buildings. I see this again on, for example, A4, on your labeled under the architectural drawings you have here. Where is that from?
Yeah, so just to put it in.
Because we just see a flat building
Yeah.
on a flat piece of property. And last time, the same view was apparent for building number 1.
Yep.
And it was actually 5 steps up into the building.
Yeah, so this, if we looked at and Bob, if you want to pull the grading plan, this building is actually level to both Woodmont, level again within reason, both to.
It's like 2 feet
Woodmont
difference?
Ave and our site driveway, or our patient pickup, I should say. So there's no steps planned between Woodmont Ave and I guess I would call it main entrance or.
The main
that's
entrance
off
on
of-
the street.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it in this or the site plan?
Yeah, the site plan is actually in another folder.
Okay.
I don't know their site plans. And then it's sheet 4, I think it is.
Yeah.
That one?
Oh, I don't know.
There we go, thanks.
I don't know.
All right, so the site plan is shown here. You can see the grading is relatively flat across the site. I think we're at maybe 4% on the 5% max on the parking lot. But around the building itself, it's much flatter, more like 2 or 3%. And so as it pitches from lower right, which is high, to upper left, which is low, you're going from 4% grade, average grade, across the parking lot, and then you're hitting this 2%, 2 to 3% grade going off the site. But because of the evenness of the grading, it looks flat. You know, the whole thing is essentially on a plane. So it will look relatively flat, even though there is a pitch across it.
Okay, so in the front of the building, for the entire width, it's maybe a 2-foot drop from one
Not
side of it?
Not even, half a foot
Yeah.
at best. So there's no stairs, for all intents and purposes, from a practical standpoint, the site is flat.
Yeah, you're approximately at the Woodmont Ave grade with the finished floor, a little bit above it. But the sidewalk is almost dead level from Woodmont Ave all the way around the building, back out to Woodmont Ave.
Okay, thank you.
It's a great site for a medical building because of that.
They're all
Thank you very
great
much.
sites for medical buildings, Bob.
From a distance, it all looks level. Once you get up there, that's a little bit of an undulation to it.
Mine's level.
Hit him.
Anything else, Ann?
No, I'm all
You all
set, thanks.
Gianni,
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Tony,
I have a few. So you pointed at one cement pad for a,
Trash truck?
what's on the upper right? We're looking at.
The other one, so we got trash to the north, and then motorcycle parking, which is a PUD requirement, to the south. The idea being a kickstand on a bike. If it's on concrete, it's gonna last longer.
Got it. So while you're standing there, please, if you wouldn't mind, so the stub road to your right, yes, that one, there's no on-street parking for that particular road, is that correct?
Correct.
And then as I look at it from the Woodmont Ave, which is to the west, right? So there's, on the new building side of Woodmont Ave, where the red car is, there's parking,
Yep.
on-street parking along that entire site, basically, on that side.
Yes.
On the other side, the parking stops where the road juts up to the east, right?
Yep,
So
precisely.
just like half of it.
Right.
And then the other site bumps into the road, basically. And so from then on, which basically is to the south, if I was going to your right, traveling to your right, there's no more on-street parking on Woodmont.
No, there is. Actually, all along Woodmont Ave, all the way to Pillsbury, there is on-street parking that sort of alternates from one side to the other.
But to the south, that's correct. There's no more.
Oh, to the south, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
there's no more
Yeah,
on-street.
I
to
was
the south.
thinking to the north when you were asking that
Yeah,
question.
so can I stand up, Mr. Chair?
yes, certainly.
You won't know that I'm standing up, but that's okay. So this road juts out, so there can't be any on-street parking here, right?
That is correct,
And then continuing on, because now this property juts east, west. There can't be any on-street parking there either.
And, right, and that's a dead end now, that it stops at the property line, or just beyond the property line.
So there's no development past here? In Woodlawn Commons?
Good. Well, right, Woodmont property
Woodlawn Commons
stops there.
continues, but,
Right.
got it, okay, thank you. I'm all set,
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, Tony. Jeff,
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Lynn,
So my only question is on the striping of the road of Woodmont Ave. We need some crosswalks in a few spots in my mind. And I don't know who is responsible for doing that or making sure that they happen. But like at the end of Main Street, going over to the building, and then somewhere along from that common parking lot over to the building as well, I would think we would want 2 marked crosswalks.
Yeah, the crosswalk locations were part of the master plan. And we showed one at the south end of the site. And I believe at Main Street also, there is provisions for crosswalks, a crosswalk. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe.
I think you're right.
There is
So
even,
again, Lynn, I think what, on this particular plan, doesn't show all the master roadway layouts.
Yep.
So we have to go back to that plan, and I don't have that plan this afternoon.
So in your opinion, though, we have a mechanism to make sure that that happens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
So,
Yeah, it's supposed to be a walking community, so.
Yeah, I just didn't see anything there, and I want to make sure that we have them. Okay,
so
good.
there's two, actually. One is essentially at the north and the south ends of the site.
Okay, great. Yep, I'm all set.
Okay, excellent. Jake?
Good on the site subdivision. John, can you help me out with, there was two design review items that stuck out. I believe it was number 4, and it was one of the last ones you talked about that road that is all the way to the south. Can you just walk me through those again? 5-foot sidewalk with no separation between the sidewalk and the road along Woodmont?
Correct.
Yeah.
Again, they don't appear to meet the street type, frontage type requirements from the from the Woodmont PUD master plan.
But it is, if I'm understanding that right, it is what has happened around the development?
So again, so the response was, yeah, so the applicant, TF Moran, has noted that the proposed east side of Woodmont Ave is designed to match the surrounding streets that were previously approved as part of the master plan, the PUD for that block number 2.
Okay.
As it was amended.
Okay.
So again, just raising the flag,
Yeah.
because when the big yellow machines come and the CO is going, is issued, people are gonna say, well, how come we're walking so close to the street?
Okay.
It is similar to DMC 1, though, where the
Which is
sidewalk
along
is,
the front, and I think Main Street, there's nothing between Main Street and the road, correct?
no, between Michael's Way and, so the sidewalk is right up against.
That's what I'm saying, they're all right up against the roadway.
Correct.
I can add a little bit to that, too. As you go down Woodmont Ave towards Pillsbury Ave, you'll notice that wherever there is parking, the sidewalk is tight up against the parking.
Yeah,
And then when there's no parking, the sidewalk moves away and there's a grass strip. And essentially, that's what's happening in this
Yep.
piece of Woodmont Ave, too.
and so you're good with that comment then?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Making you aware of it.
Yep, and then the last one was, just walk me through that roadway again. There was concern
So
with
again,
the
it's-
alignment of the intersection?
It's more or less, yeah, just the alignment of this.
Okay.
Again, so they're gonna come out, take a left, and then they're gonna take an immediate right,
Yep,
okay? Again, it's one of those where, as Bob says, this is the property line.
yeah,
This is actually owned by Market Basket.
Yep.
While it's part of the PUD,
yep,
it's still
okay,
kind of a, that's why we want offsets of driveways 200 feet and all that.
I'm good, I don't have any issues with the plan.
And just to
Then,
elaborate though, too, again, where they're saying 75% of the traffic coming there
Is
is
gonna-
gonna utilize that.
It's gonna
be a
turn
busy
right or turn
intersection.
left?
So again, even if they're coming from 102, come
Yep.
from 102, come up Michael's Way,
Yep,
hang a right at the far end.
hanging a right or banging a right, which one?
Hang a right, then you bang a right. Depends where you grew up.
Yeah, I'm good, Mr. Chair, I don't have any problems.
Okay, yeah, just a reminder to the board, we're doing both the subdivision and the site plan together. so.
And again, if I could just add a little bit to that
Yes,
response. We responded to all those comments, and the reason we didn't change anything with that is because there's a berm, a tall berm that exists now along that property line. And although we necessarily have to remove part of the berm where we just run out of property, where we could, we left it to provide screening to the, and it's the back of the marketplace. So we provide some visual screening.
Is that Market Basket or the Park and Ride? I think that's a lot line with the Park and Ride,
it's
correct?
park and ride, I think. or
I thought
close
it was
to
state-run, state-owned property, isn't it?
Yeah,
State-owned vacant property.
I don't have any problems with it, I'm good.
okay, Ted?
I guess my only questions would be certainly on the lot alignment of that roadway. I don't know if you're able to make some sort of agreement with the state on that property, as that lot line is with the state, and with the parking lot, not park and ride, if you're able to make some sort of agreement to try and straighten out that road.
I feel like there's a huge grade change right there.
You know, so I mean, it just.
There is.
There's a massive grade change.
Flow of the roadways, if you're able to make some sort of agreement, because of certainly where that lot line lands, it's with the state. And it's certainly not land that's being used by them, but some sort of easement with that roadway. And I know potentially there may be at some point a connection into that park and ride at some point, but,
Yeah, I know there was an easement talked about there, and that dead end does head into that.
yes.
Into that property.
Years ago, when Woodmont was being discussed originally, and we were discussing traffic, again, there was the potential, again, we had discussed that tying into the park and ride area. But again, it's where it's state property, it was gonna take an act of Congress for that to occur. I don't know
Sometimes.
I don't know where Woodmont is at right
Right.
now.
I mean, even still, I mean, you have some room, that triangle piece of property between where that roadway goes and where that road, is supposed to be coming to. You have some room to be able to move that road further south.
We could, I mean, we certainly can revisit this with staff, and, if they feel strongly that it should be moved, then we can accommodate it to the greatest extent possible.
I mean, if it were to be moved south to that property line, how far would that be? You know? How many feet?
Not very much.
No,
Is
it's
that like
not.
another 20, 30 feet, 40
I don't-
feet?
That we could move it?
Yeah.
Yeah. that's-
I think it all depends upon the elevation through there, too.
Yeah, it does drop off back there.
Looks like 8.5, 9 feet of elevation.
Yeah, I don't think it has to move. And it's kind of a dead end, so. It's not going anywhere.
Well, no, I'm saying
Oh, it's a
this
dead end.
right here. Yes, it'll go to a dead end, but if you're trying to access this flow of property right here, as John had said, having a quick left and right to get onto that road would be an issue. And especially, if you need to get in there for flow of traffic, even into their property, that could create some issues. So, just trying to smooth out traffic.
Well, again, we could, have further conversation with staff about it. Again, this is a 25-mile-an-hour roadway network. There's 2 stop signs, well, 3 stop signs counting the access driveway. So there just won't be high-speed traffic and, dangerous conflicts there. It's almost like within a parking lot type of maneuvering that happens.
Like leaving the end of an island at Market Basket.
But I mean, it's the vehicles is very slow speed, there'll probably be bikes in there, there'll be people walking in there, so, I know dealing with the state,
I know.
it probably could be done, but it just takes a very long time. So,
I think it's good.
And,
Well, that was my only one comment.
you all set, Ken?
That's what I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Jason,
I have no questions, thank you.
Roger,
Just a good comment that if you build out fast enough, maybe it'll open up the south bus station. And that'll be an exit right there. So good luck, and
it's just used as a,
it's a parking lot now.
park and ride
Yeah,
now,
I
because
know.
buses just don't operate out of there. I don't know what the future plans that the state has, so,
If you have enough business, it'll work.
right. They like to conduct everything out at exit 5 or exit 2, that's it. Bruce?
I like the building. I like the property. I hate that road that we've been talking about. Having spent most of my life driving fire trucks, that's a nightmare to try to take a left and then an immediate right with anything that has a long wheelbase. But, so that roadway just services the property behind yours?
Correct. It's a driveway to that property behind.
So why not make it just green space and have somebody else's,
That's an opening right there.
have someone else deal with the problem?
That's how you get on that property.
Well, I think the Simplest answer is that they're also looking for, now that this property is being developed, they want to provide access to that back property so that they can bring prospective tenants to look at it and see that it does have a presence on Woodmont Ave. And looks like a good developable property with utilities.
How about, can you put a right turn only sign there? That eliminates the left problem.
I think what we're missing is that's essentially a dead end.
Right now it is. Based upon the fact that it's a prospective property and they're putting the roadway there, there's a reason. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not gonna hold the project up for it. I just think it adds another logistical driving thing in that property. But again, that whole property is designed around tight streets and
Yeah, it's,
walking abilities.
it's the compactness of the whole thing, so.
I just,
For our
yeah.
fire equipment, I'm sure it's a
my
nightmare.
firefighter hat is hard to take off when I look at stuff like that.
What do you, can I ask, what do you do, Bruce, on the, how do you handle those roundabouts? Just drive through the middle of them?
Yep. Oh, we,
Because there's no way you can make those
nope,
radiuses.
we drive over the concrete, the center concrete. It's
so
actually
the-
designed to,
The pavers are there for trucks and
Right.
yeah.
Right.
large, long
And if you've ever
vehicles.
seen the Tower Truck drive through there, it's quite an interesting experience to be both in the truck and outside of it. You know, again, I don't, it'd be nice if it could line up with another street so it's easier, but you don't have much room there with the lot line either, so.
Yeah.
It's just a little too tight.
Is there any consideration to using that driveway to kind of bifurcate your parking lot a little bit? So you move it away from this area here. If you shift this over here, and then you could have, I don't know, parking up against here and a little bit of green space in between. Like I said, I'm not gonna vote no against it. I'm not crazy about it.
Well, the simplest thing to do would be to just soften that curve, shift the roadway the 20 feet or so we can to the right, and soften the radius on that corner to make sure that it's easily traversable by fire apparatus. And we'd be happy to do that as a condition of approval with staff. It really doesn't affect any of the other site plan elements.
That being said, just to sort of play devil's advocate, you know, part of the considerations of the overall PUD is aesthetics driven. And if we were to sort of pursue that based, at least from, you know, just sort of looking at the plans right now, aesthetically, you're probably looking at retaining walls, minimization of screening, other sort of adverse consequences. So, you know, not every plan is perfect for certain, but I think that working inside of the design constraints that we have, and quite honestly, if it was any other abutter than the state, I think that we could sort of draw out the conversation more. But to John's point, you know, doing much more than that would require an act of Congress, and full disclosure, we, you know, like to get going right here and like to get some tax revenue generated for the town. So we think, you know, you have a plan that Kelly's been through, John's been through, your third-party engineer's been through, and, you know, in the simplest terms, we're asking for an approval on it.
Is that a sidewalk along that roadway?
That's correct.
Yes, on the south side.
Art, I'd
And
like to say, safety comes first, though. If we're hearing that a fire truck may not be able to easily traverse that S-curve there, why not address it now?
What's the curb height gonna be there?
Curb height, 6-inch curb. But we could make a mountable corner there to, I think there are simple solutions to it.
I think if you potentially kind of expand that sidewalk a little bit, make it a little bit wider at the end, and that would essentially give us a
The buffer you need to.
well, Because,
Give you what you got at the Rotary?
yeah, essentially what's gonna happen, we're gonna drive over your grass. We'll get the fire truck in there, but
If they need to get there, they're gonna go through any and everything.
if you kind of drop the curb height a little bit there as you approach that corner and you widen that sidewalk area a little bit, it's essentially a wheel track, if you will.
I see what you're saying, and I think it makes sense. So what you're saying essentially is make a mountable apron in that corner.
I would just widen this up a little bit here,
Yeah,
and then just kind of taper your curb
Yeah.
so that if a large truck has to make that corner, they're gonna be able to take a little bit of that sidewalk area if necessary. Again, it's all just forward thinking, but
Or you just use pavers in there between the, like the roadway and the sidewalk.
I mean, I would be comfortable with leaving it to staff to kind of,
We'll ask them to do, Bruce is again, run the Londonderry fire truck template on that and see what we can do.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, because we can add that as a condition that they work with staff on
right.
problem right here.
Yeah. Just something that'll give you a little bit of a buffer to get that corner.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, and I think it's easily accomplished.
Perfect. I'm happy, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Are there any abutters or anyone from the public with questions, comments, concerns in regards to the subdivision plan and the site plan? I don't. Oh, Ray, you've made it.
I'm not on the bottom.
But you're a have an interest.
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. This looks like a nice project, but I do have a couple of questions. First off, the property is flat, but it is not level. There's a large parking lot, and it pitches to the north. All the stormwater from that is going to run, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, basically into the retention pond to the north of the project. To me, that is of concern because stormwater runoff is a problem to be dealt with. Once it goes into the retention pond, it's going to build up, and it's got to go somewhere. You know, you could say it's going to saturate into the ground, but not very rapidly. There is an outlet towards 93, but I don't think it's going to be shipped in that direction. Most of the water in that retention pond, I believe now, is pumped across the site, across Michael Way to the retention ponds to the west of Michael's Way. I'm wondering if that is what is going to continue from all the stormwater running off this parking lot and the building. Could we get an answer to that?
The reason why,
John, our engineer, can.
the reason why the stormwater is pumped to the west, Ray, is because, again, because of its turbidity. So if you go to the large ponds with the frac tanks along Pillsbury Road,
Yeah,
so that's why, again, because there was so much area that was opened up out there, and it was not stabilized, so the turbidity in that stormwater was
so,
high.
so the answer is that is going to continue.
No, it is not, that's not, you didn't let me get to the answer.
Okay,
So, because of, again, the site, there was so much open on the site, and the turbidity of the water was so high, that's what they were doing to treat that stormwater. Ultimately, when everything is done, the sites are loamed and seeded, grass growing, impervious areas. Again, that bypassing, that pumping of the stormwater will not occur. So on, as Bob indicated on this site, they have deep sumps in the catch basins. So that's a form of dealing with the sediment and the oils and that drip off the cars.
and the stormwater that goes into those catch basins, where does that go?
Into the detention pond that you're referring to. And then that, like you say, that discharge from that flows to the east towards 93.
Correct. In the permanent condition. In the permanent condition, it flows to a wetland complex in 93. In the temporary condition, as long as there's construction going at Baldwin and on this site, it will continue to be treated as a construction pond and pumped to the large ponds on the west side of the site.
That's what's happening now.
That's what's happening now. And that will continue until these sites are completed with construction.
Right.
Then the pumping will stop and they'll go in their permanent outlet structure, which already is in place to the north towards 93.
To the east. towards-
Sorry, yeah, to the
To the
east.
east towards 93, across, underneath 93, and into the pond over there.
Correct.
You understand, Ray?
Oh, I understand. I understand. I still have concern of it because of the concern with stormwater runoff. Understand 90% or 80% of water contamination comes from stormwater runoff, whether it's coming off soil that is bare or whether it's coming off a parking lot or whatever. It is of concern. And the, as far as there was discussion about a fire truck coming into the site, am I seeing up where, I think you said motorcycles parking? That's an inlet into the site, is that correct? Yes. Okay. But as far as fire trucks coming to the site, I would think they would be coming off Pillsbury onto Woodmont Ave for access to the site. And that concern about that kind of S-turn there is of concern and probably should be addressed because there should be two good access to the site. I would think most of the traffic, I don't know, would be coming off Pillsbury because Woodmont Ave is such a nice, wide road. Rather than coming off 93, a lot of the traffic will come in that direction. I'm just wondering what percentage, maybe half and half. It looks like it's a need for the town. It's proceeding. Those are only my concerns. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Anyone else? Kevin?
Thank you, Art. Members of the board, Kevin Smith, consultant with the Woodmont Commons project. I guess just to give you an update, because there's been a lot of discussion on the DOT-owned land where the park and ride is. John, you were correct in that early on in the Woodmont Commons planning and discussions after it was approved, there was talks about it at some point, Marketplace Drive connecting into the Exit 4 park and ride for accessibility for both the residents there and employees of Woodmont Commons. COVID kind of killed those plans because if you recall, when COVID hit, that park and ride was then turned into a site for all of the COVID testing and shots. And it essentially never reopened. And Art, as you noted, they're primarily now using, the buses are utilizing Exit 5 and Exit 2 for most of their services. I did speak with DOT as recently as 6 months ago to talk about what their plans are for that site. They have no plans right now for getting rid of it. But if at some point it did become surplus property, there's about a 2-year planning process before that would be disposed of, and there's no guarantee that it would go to Woodmont Commons as it has to be put out on the market, and there's a fair and competitive bidding process for it. So the short answer is it may once again turn into a park and ride at some point. It may not, and it may go to surplus property, but we just don't know what the future is for that. In the meantime, we're trying to plan forward and have forward thinking on this particular site and the site behind it. As Bob noted, it's a very marketable site because of its proximity to be able to be seen from the highway. And so I just wanted to offer that as some additional information on that DOT-owned land.
Thank you. Definitely good info. Anyone else? I do not see any. We'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. We have waivers to do on both the subdivision and site plans, and then the individual plans themselves. So I'll take waivers for the subdivision first, and then I'll take waivers for the site plan second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant waivers 1 through 4 of the subdivision plan to subdivide map 10, lot 41 into 2 lots, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue, map 10, lot 41, zone C1 and PUD, Woodmont Commons Plan Unit Development, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, and Nickerson Designs, as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023, and that these waivers may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion on the 4 waivers, second by Lynn. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative, and the waivers have been granted for the site plan. Why don't we finish the subdivision plan? Pardon me, I'm looking at the site plan thing here. Why don't we finish up the subdivision plan, and then we'll go to the, we'll keep them equally separate.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of the subdivision plan to subdivide map 10, lot 41 into 2 lots, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue, map 10, lot 41, zone C1 and PUD, Woodmont Commons Planned Unit Development, and Pillsbury Realty Development LLC owner, and Nickerson Designs LLC, in accordance with plans prepared by Hayner Swanson dated May 2nd, 2023, last revised October 2nd, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be filled within 2 years of approval and prior to plan signature, general and subsequent condition of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023.
I have a motion by Jake, second by Bruce, for granting conditional approval. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstention shows affirmative, and the subdivision plan is conditionally approved. Okay, next we'll go to the waivers for the site plan.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant waivers 1 through 4 of the site plan to construct a 30,000 square foot 2-story medical office building, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue, map 10, lot 41, zone C1 and PUD, Woodmont Commons Planned Unit Development, and Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, and Nickerson Designs LLC applicant, as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023, and that these waivers may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
Motion by
Second
Jake,
that, Mr. Chair.
second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative, and the waivers have been, 4 waivers have been granted for the site plan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make motion to grant conditional approval of the site plan to construct a 30,000 square foot 2-story medical office building, Pillsbury Road, Michaels Way, and Woodmont Avenue, map 10, lot 41, zone C1 and PUD, Woodmont Commons Planned Unit Development, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, and Nickerson Designs LLC, in accordance with the plans prepared by Allen Major and Associates dated May 30th, 2023, last revised October 12th, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of approval and prior to plan signature and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023.
And do you want to add the condition that we had talked about in regards to the roadway and the turning radius?
Yep. To work with staff to address design review item number 10A. Excuse me, 10B.
10B, okay.
Mr. Chair, I think I
Yes,
heard there was a typo in the reading of that, too. It sounded like Allen and Major plans were referred to. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Should be TF Moran.
How could we forget you?
I apologize.
I've been called worse.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion for conditional approval by Jake, second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstention shows affirmative, and the site plan has been conditionally approved.
Thank you very much, members of the board.
Okay, you're welcome. I know the Dairy Medical Building, people just tell me how nice it is and everything, and it's a
anytime.
it's a showcase, you know?
Do you have snacks?
Mr. Chair. Recuse myself for the upcoming.
Okay, Jody. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Okay, next we have is a public hearing on an application for formal review of a subdivision and lot consolidation plan for 71 Perkins Road, tax map 15, lot 51, zoned mixed-use commercial, 171 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 59, zoned, what was it, MUC, 179 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 60, zoned MUC, and that's mixed use. 175 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, and 191 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 64, zoned MUC. Gene Gagnon is the owner and the applicant, and this is continued from December 6, 2023.
Mr. Chair, there are two outstanding checklist items on this, which the applicant has requested waivers for. If the board decides to accept the application as complete, these items should be waived for acceptance only. They refer to providing stormwater management report and providing a traffic impact analysis.
So I just want to note that Gianni Verani has stepped down from this. So that should preface this whole thing. But basically, if the waivers were granted, it would be for acceptance purposes only.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to waive the checklist items noted above for acceptance only. And that they would become a condition of approval, although they're waived for acceptance only.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they would be a condition for approval, or once we get into the plan itself, we could waive them, but it all depends on what happens. So basically, if we accept it for for acceptance purposes only, the plan is complete, and then we can discuss the plan.
I do have a motion.
I'll second the motion, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
there's a motion to accept the two waivers for acceptance purposes only, second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions and chair votes affirmative. So those two waivers have been accepted for acceptance purposes only, which at this time makes the plan complete. I'll take a motion for completeness.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have a,
Mr. Chair, could I just chime in for a second? So,
yes.
you can waive them in its entirety. We don't need to waive them for acceptance only.
So if I can explain it to you, so a subdivision, again, so with this particular site, because again, they're gonna, each of these
There's
sites
going to be a
are.
site plan with this also.
Exactly.
Correct.
So these would have to be addressed on the site plan?
Correct. So
For
it's
each
just,
lot.
Okay.
yeah, so again, and people will say, well, why did we make it so, if this was coming in for a residential site plan or a residential subdivision, we wouldn't support the waiver request. You follow me?
Yes.
So every time that somebody else comes in for a site plan, that they're gonna address the drainage. You follow me?
So in this instance, we support
So
granting
you
the waiver.
support the waiver on it?
Completely.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Same thing for the traffic.
That, yeah, because it's gonna get addressed later down the road,
So,
so that's fine.
So the board understand?
Sorry.
Everybody get that?
Okay, okay, what I'll do is we'll accept those,
So, do we?
we'll waive them in their
Yeah,
entirety.
Yeah,
You can
make a
just
motion to,
Amend your motion to
I
accept
would
it
amend
as
my
complete.
motion to waive them in their entirety.
Okay, we have an amendment to the just passed motion on those two waivers to accept them in their entirety. Motion by Jake,
I'll resecond that motion.
seconded by Lynn. Any discussion, board?
So it's similarly to what we've done up in Pettingill, where large lots are subdivided.
Yeah.
We waive the conditions of those particular items that they're asking for
When they ask for them,
in order to get to the actual lot where those items will be addressed individually per lot.
You got it.
Correct.
Bingo.
Just a little
Exactly.
talk back to make sure we got.
Thanks.
we got-
Thank you.
Yes, it's always worthwhile, believe me. So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and there's one vote less because Gianni Verani had to step down, so this is 800. So this makes it complete, so the motion for completeness.
I believe we just did that.
Mr. Chairman, this.
Yeah,
this-
we did, yeah.
It's gonna be similar to
Catching up here
what you just
slowly.
heard for DMC two, where this subdivision has a site plan associated with it. So I think you might want to accept the site plan portion as well, and that way
Yes.
Jason can give the presentation for
Yep,
both
that-
if you can do that, Jason, you think you're good at?
I might be able to handle that.
Okay,
We just did it on the previous two.
but this is
so-
Jason, though.
So, we're looking at ways to save time also.
I got all the faith in the world in Jason.
Okay, so we'll go to the site plan for, the waivers and also for the completeness.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete per staff's recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023.
Okay, this is for the,
This is for the site plan, sir.
Site plan.
for the site plan.
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Jake's made the motion, Lynn has seconded. This is for the minute taker that listens to get everything right. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. This is for completeness. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair is affirmative, and the site plan has been accepted as complete. So we'll be discussing both the subdivision and the site plan together. When it comes to decision-making time, we'll do the motions separately.
Very good.
So,
All right. So I will start with the subdivision. Jason Lopez.
Are there
yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are there two site plans? One for the condominium, or one for the townhouses and one for the medical building?
Yes,
Separate applicants.
correct. They're separate applications.
Yeah.
But I intend to discuss traffic, though,
Together.
as a whole,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Making things more complicated, right? But I mean, yeah.
I remember when we had the conceptual discussion on this, there was considerable discussion about traffic.
All right. So my name is Jason Lopez, Keach Nordstrom Associates, and with me tonight is owner and applicant Gene Gagnon. And since we're going to be talking about the site plan right after, I'll introduce Jason Ford from VHB, and he is the traffic consultant on the project. And he'll be able to speak this evening on the traffic. To start out on the subdivision, so map 15, we have 5 lots, 51, 59, 60, 60-2, and 64. They are located, have frontage on Rockingham Road, Vista Ridge Drive, and Perkins Road. This is going to be a lot consolidation and re-subdivision to combine 5 lots and create 4 new lots. So this project is just off 93, exit 5, and right across the street from the Park and Ride. There's a total of 47 acres on both sides of Vista Ridge Drive. The property is zoned MUC, which is mixed-use commercial, and that zone requires projects to have a mixed commercial and residential components. Back on October 13th, 2021, we met with the board for conceptual discussion about this project. Based on that discussion, we determined the commercial aspect of the project would be handled by a dedicated 3-acre lot at the intersection of Rockingham Road and Vista, right at the lights. And later this evening, you'll hear a site plan from a separate applicant on that property. So that is the lot that we are looking to have dedicated solely for commercial purposes. The rest of the lot, well, I shouldn't say the rest of the lots, the 2 larger lots, the one on east and west that we're going to be presenting the site plans on, those will be a residential use only. And then Mr. Gagnon will retain a lot over on the corner of Vista Ridge and Perkins, and that will be developed in the future, either residential, commercial, to be determined at a later date. Gene is interested in maintaining ownership of the 3 lots. He is not interested in doing commercial development. So as you'll hear later tonight, there's a company interested in developing that 3-acre lot. I had 3 waivers that were requested. We just took care of 2. There is one additional waiver for this subdivision, and that was for driveways to individual lots. We are currently, there's no approved driveway access points to any of the lots. There is a driveway to the existing water booster station. We were planning on having that as access to.
It's on like the east side, right? Over near Perkins.
Yes, yeah, right on the corner of Vista and Perkins. There's a booster station, sits off in the woods a little bit. So we're looking at driveway access for the subdivision purposes being from there. The site plan for the 3-acre lot will address that. That's going to have to come off Vista. And our site plan will address the site access to both the larger residential pieces. So we were requesting a waiver on this application for showing the driveway construction and sight lines and so forth, since they would be handled separately. And I believe staff may have some input on that item. Other than that, I think it's really simple subdivision. If there's more questions or go into more detail on that, I can do that right now.
Okay, this will just be on the subdivisions, just the subdivision, okay.
Yeah.
John?
Again, give me a minute to. And so design review items, the first one is looking at staff memorandum with Planning and Economic Development, Engineering, and Stantec comments dated the 13th of December. Design review item number 1, the applicant has not indicated lot driveways or proposed driveway site distance plans and profiles for the proposed lots to demonstrate compliance per section D2 of the regulations is typically required. The applicant should update the project plan set and include a driveway location to serve each lot and provide a driveway site distance plan and profile for each driveway in compliance with Exhibit D2. including a certification. Applicant has submitted a waiver request for this requirement for the planning board consideration. Department of Engineering does not support that waiver request. If you recall, again, this goes back to, we want to make sure that they're creating lots that they can have proper site distance. So it is an exercise. Totally understand what Jason is saying, but we want to make sure that we're creating lots that have proper site distance. Item 2, the applicant has indicated the sewer discharge permit has been submitted. We recommend the applicant obtain all project permits, indicate the permit approval numbers and notes on sheet 1, and provide copies of all permits for the planning department's files. Design review item number 3, applicant has provided draft proposed deeds and easements, has not provided them, I'm sorry, to the town for review. Item 4, recommending that they address the following on the lot consolidation and subdivision plan and topographic plans. There's some missing monumentation. We're requesting that they clarify the configuration shown in the subdivision plan that does not match the configuration for the lot shown in the topographic plan. Item C, we're recommending that the applicant dash the lot lines to be removed or adjusted on the topographic plan consistent with the subdivision plans. We're recommending that they provide additional soil type labels on the plans for those types that extend onto other sheets, especially on sheets 7 through 10. And lastly, to verify the DRC comments are been addressed with the Planning Department, Conservation Commission, Fire Department, and Sewer Division. That's all we have for subdivision.
Okay, thank you, John. Anything to add, Kelly?
I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
You're all set. Okay, just like previously, staff has had its input, we'll go through the board, and then we'll do the public for input. So, yep. Bruce, I'll go with you first. Give Ian a rest.
Did I hear my name?
Yes, yeah.
Always start on the other side. I have no.
Ian's really pushing.
You really you completely thrown me off. I have no questions as it relates to this.
Oh, okay. Roger.
It looks good. I have no question.
Okay. Jason.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I have no questions at this time.
Jake.
I'm all right for right now, Mr. Chair.
No questions.
Jeff.
No questions.
Tony.
No questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Questions. Okay. Are there any abutters or anyone from the public that have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding this subdivision plan? Yes, sir. Come to the microphone, please, and I'll need your name and address.
My name is Don Turner. I live at 16 Crestview Circle, and I want to know what provisions are going to be made for the beaver dam and the beaver pond on the property. And there's also a bobcat living in there. And I think that becomes a state matter, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, we'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
Jason?
And also,
Yes.
the end of the Perkins Road end of Vista Ridge Drive, that property is very, very wet through there. So you might want to really look at the drainage plans real good.
Yes, I
Okay.
think we're going to take a careful look at this. So, Jason, you're aware of that?
Yeah, so the beaver dam, I'm assuming what he's referring to as a beaver dam, there's actually, it's a Class AA dam that was approved back when the Vista Ridge Apartments were built. There's an outlet structure in there. Doing some research with the Dam Bureau. It has never been inspected or maintained since the time that project was built. And what we did is we introduced that as part of the, maintenance and keeping that outlet structure clear of the beaver activity. That's going to be part of the operation, stormwater operation and maintenance plan as part of the site plans. So the future association managing that property will need to take care of that and make sure that that's upkept, when they do other drainage inspections of ponds and catch basins.
So what exists there for beaver activity will remain there?
The outlet structure, the dam walls need to be cleared of vegetation, maintained, and that outlet structure needs to be opened up and maintained. So if the beavers have blocked the structure, that will be demolished around that structure in order to keep that outlet structure in operational condition. So I don't know the full extent of where the beavers have plugged up, but that outlet structure will be opened up.
Okay, you work with Fish and Game with this? dealing
No,
with-
it's actually, it's under a maintenance program with the Dam Bureau. But this is, it's classified as a minimal hazard, and it doesn't even require reporting or inspections to the state.
Okay, now, the bobcat. Bobcats are very rare.
Yep. We did work with, we pulled our report for Natural Heritage Bureau. No hits came up, and we've gone through the process with, I'll talk about in the site plan, with Wetlands Bureau, and they did not have us do any further communication with Fish and Game.
Okay, so you've communicated with the state about this?
Yeah, with the Wetlands Bureau, and we did not have to do additional communication with Fish and Game.
Yeah. Now, I think there's some protection on bobcats. I could be mistaken, but they are very, very rare, so I would check that out.
There is no hunting season for bobcat, so if it's in there, it's in there.
Yeah.
And I personally, I've seen it, because I go down to that that's a very large pond that the beavers got going there. And are you gonna move the beavers? You could tear a beaver dam down, and they'll just build it right back again.
They'll be back, you know, it's,
Now, I don't know if they're gonna be relocated, or,
That whole pond is actually, this was done back prior to, well, I don't want to say prior to, in the early days of the wetland permitting and so forth. That whole ponded area is actually the detention pond for the Vista apartments up at the top of the hill. So they brought all the stormwater down through closed drainage through the roadways, and it outlets through the Vista East project and runs down a stone swale. And they actually built the dam and flooded the wetlands for stormwater detention and treatment. So that was the approval back in the day, whenever, I can't remember the date that plan was approved.
yeah, that goes back a ways.
That was a little while ago.
You could-
Wouldn't get away with that today.
you can see the dam from Rockingham Road, the beaver dam, and it's quite a sufficient-sized beaver dam, and there's a big pond in there now. Like I said, if you just tear that down, the beaver's gonna build it up again.
They're very persistent. So.
Yes. Because you found that out farther
on
down.
the north end of town with a beaver dam near that pump station at Triangle Mobile. Wasn't there a big issue there? What do we do to mitigate that? Is that a beaver dam?
So those are dams that are associated with the stream that comes from, basically, with that water that discharges from Vista Ridge, crosses Rockingham Road, crosses Sims Drive, Enterprise, continues Clark Road, then it meanders back and forth underneath the rail trail, the old railroad. So again, at times, the beaver dams, the beaver do plug that up.
Yeah.
So
You guys go out and clean it up?
we do not, because again, it's not our property. But a property owner has the rights to go out there and get rid of the beaver and to.
With state approval, if I'm
correct.
not mistaken.
Correct.
I'm
Yeah.
not against this project.
No, I
I
understand.
don't want to see the beavers killed, it's my main thing.
Yeah, I think the.
So it would become part of their maintenance program for their stormwater management. Am I
Correct.
understanding that? That would be a maintenance requirement of,
Correct.
And I was on the property last February, just taking pictures of the beaver pond, and the bobcat come right up, it scared the hell out of me. He come right up behind me, and I turned around and, I mean, he took off, but he's in there.
Yeah, I haven't seen one since I was a kid. That's many, many, many years
That was
ago.
a long time ago.
I was shocked to see it in there, to tell you the truth. Because I could tell something was looking at me, and I turned around, and there he was. I'm like,
Yeah,
uh-oh.
it's strange, because you feel all of a sudden that presence there, that something here besides me.
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you for your time.
But yes, we'll find out anyway, I think, as this plan develops. The other thing, they have a little, like beaver, they call them beaver deceivers. They're like a little pipe. And so the dam doesn't really accumulate, the water still drains out, and it confuses the hell out of the beavers. So eventually they take up camp some other place. But that's the only method I've heard of. And I know when we had the, way back, the Auburn Road landfill, which was a Superfund site, there were 4 landfills that were part of it, and there were beaver dams there that flooded it. And since the town was a party to it, the town was responsible for, one of the beaver experts in the state deal with the beaver dams, because they had to drain that water. DES considers, even though water is accumulated, let's say the last, 10 years, before that, there was no water there, but they still look at it as a wetland, so it had to be treated as a wetland. It was rather complicated. But it can be dealt with, but I think we need to take a closer look at it and do it correctly.
Any other comments from the public?
Yes, yes, sir.
Dave Maloney, 2 Crestview Circle. In the previous meeting, somebody had mentioned about one of the driveways that were going to be opposite Crestview Circle. It's a bus stop, and also it was going to be right on the curve. And there's a lot of kids there and bus stops, and it would be blind for traffic coming up Vista.
We'll wait for your turn. This gentleman's talking now, so.
Just real quick, would this be a comment on the
Site plan,
not the
yeah.
subdivision?
Yes.
Could I ask you to ask again in like 20 minutes?
Yeah,
Make it
we're just looking at this, we're looking at the subdivision right
So
now,
you're a couple steps ahead of us, that's all.
Yeah, we're very methodical in our application of the law here, so we don't want to make any mistakes. This is just on the subdivision only. But, I mean, it's good to know about wildlife, and it's usually people that are local right there that know a lot about it, so that's what we pay attention to. Anyone else on the subdivision? If not, I'll bring the subdivision back for the board for discussion, and is there anything further? Otherwise, we've done the waivers. And,
We have
additional
one,
waiver.
one waiver, right?
Okay, that's right, there's a additional one here.
John, what impact would it have if we granted that waiver as opposed to if we did not grant that waiver?
I would
What
not-
potential,
You're creating a lot that, again, you're not sure if the site distance can be achieved.
okay.
That's the issue. Jason, again, in the lot that you're requesting the waiver to is, because you're gonna have your driveways for the east parcel, the west parcel, and the waiver request that you're asking for is the lot on Perkins?
For the subdivision, it's for all the driveways,
Well,
for
again,
all
but
4
you're,
lots.
but you're gonna create it, you're gonna show us the
But
the
we have,
driveways.
for the site plan, we're showing for east and west.
Yep.
And so we have that, and then I'm assuming the other consultant will have his driveway for the commercial 3-acre lot.
So the
Are
issue
you
is,
asking about the lot that would be on Perkins where the pump station is? Is that what you're asking?
correct, so again, hold on a minute, Jake. So again, Jason, you're creating 4 lots.
Yep.
You got the west lot, you got the east lot, then you got the medical office building, and if that doesn't fly, we may be creating a lot without proper site distance. And the 4th lot is the lot off of Perkins.
Correct.
So all you would have to do is create site distance for 2 additional lots.
Yeah, so if we
Correct.
deny the waiver, we'd
Follow
have
it?
to,
Yeah, we do it to
we'd
that.
have to continue. yeah.
Do you follow, Jake?
I think so.
How does the board feel about that waiver?
What is the specific waiver again?
So it's not allowed, it's for site distance for all 4 lots. So
And the waivers, and right now, we have it for 2 and not for 2?
is that what I'm understanding? Is we
Correct.
have it for Vista East and West. We don't have it for the corner of Rockingham Road and Vista Ridge, and we don't have it for the corner of Perkins Road and Vista Ridge. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yep. Yeah, so
Yes,
I think, I wouldn't want to, I don't want the applicant to get boxed into a corner either. All of a sudden, they have a lot that can't meet site distance, then they're gonna come back for a waiver for that, if it's even possible.
Yeah.
I think that backs the applicant
I
against
think
the
we need
wall
to
as
make sure
well.
they have the site distance.
Yeah.
yes, because I think it's,
I mean, I think, in simple terms, you could be saying, you're creating a lot that may have no access.
That has no access
That
to
has
it.
no access,
Yep.
maybe. We don't know.
yeah, I think it's going to require some further study or maybe working with staff.
But do we have to do it for all 4?
No,
Just
So
2.
can we just?
just the 2.
Just
Just the 2.
Correct. I mean, is it possible to make it a condition of approval, and that's a possibility also.
So we can.
So if you don't grant the waiver, you're basically, it is a condition of the approval.
Yeah, yeah, so we can just make a motion not to grant the waiver then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny the waiver from LSR Exhibit D2.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Jake to deny the waiver, and second by Lynn. Any further discussion by the board?
So by not approving the waiver,
It would then just become a condition of approval that they have to correct me if I'm wrong, it would just become a condition now that they do have to get site distance for those 2 lots.
which essentially could result in the same situation where they have lots that they can't meet,
No, they'll have to show that they can meet the site distance.
Yeah,
and if they can't,
And if they can't, then they'll have to come back,
yeah.
because they wouldn't be able to fulfill a condition of approval.
Right. Got a
So-
motion, I got a second?
So, all those in favor of Jake's motion signify by saying,
Can I just get one point of clarification, because I just want clarification, because it's a denial, full denial of the waiver. I don't need to do the site distance for the subdivision, for the 2 large residential lots. Only the 3-acre lot and the Perkins lot.
yes.
That would be
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, because
Okay.
their site plan's gonna show the other 2,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative. That waiver is denied. It will become a condition of the subdivision plan. Let's see, we need to go to the plan itself.
I believe we gotta approve this subdivision.
Yes, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to conditionally approve the subdivision and lot consolidation plan for 71 Perkins Road, map 15, lot 51, zone mixed-use commercial, and 171 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 59, zoned MUC, and 179 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 60, zoned MUC, 175 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, and 191 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 64, zoned MUC. Gene Gagnon, owner and applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Keach Nordstrom Associates Incorporated, dated August 12th, 2022, last revised May 30th, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated December 13th, 2023.
Okay. I have
I'll
a-
second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion for conditional approval by Jake, second by Lynn. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and the subdivision plan is conditionally approved, and the vote 8-0-0. Johnny Barani has stepped down. And then next we have, and we're going to go to the site plan, is the public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan for 130 townhouses and associated site improvements at 71 Perkins Road, tax map 15, lot 51, zoned MUC, 171 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 59, zoned MUC, 179 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 60, zoned MUC, 175 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, and 191 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 64, zoned MUC. Gene Gagnon is the owner and the applicant, and this has been continued from December 6, 2023. And, okay.
Mr. Chair, we have approved it for
Yeah.
completeness. We're looking at a, I believe, a conditional use permit, correct?
Yes.
You might want to let Jason give his presentation first.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we'll-
I get that. I'm
we'll
just-
let Jason
we've done
do
completeness.
his stuff, then staff, then the board, then the public, so.
All right, so, as was mentioned, this site plan is for two of the lots, the two larger lots, one to the west of Vista Ridge Drive and the larger lot to the east. The one on west will become map 15, lot 64, the newly created lot. That is a 17.8 acre lot on the west side of Vista Ridge Drive, and it will be known as Vista West. That will include 62 townhomes. The newly created lot on the east side of Vista Ridge Drive will be known as map 15, lot 50. That is a 23.3 acre lot and will be known as Vista East. That will include 68 townhomes. Both the lots are in the MUC. The commercial component will be addressed by that 3 acre lot that we just discussed. These lots will not contain any commercial components. The other lot over on Perkins will be either commercial or residential in the future when Mr. Gagnon decides to do something there. Again, on October 13th, 2021, we met with the board at Conceptual. And at that time, we were proposing a 149-unit townhome project. We were asked to reduce the density. So we took a look at the lot layout, and that was part of the reason of breaking off that Perkins lot. And also, we upsized the commercial lot. Now, we're proposing 130 units. Another big concern during the conceptual portion discussion was traffic. We had a scoping meeting with DOT on December 6th, 2021, and the state was interested in looking at 4 intersections. The town was also present. The town requested us to look at 9 intersections in North Londonderry. Mr. Gagnon engaged Jason Plord here with me this evening from VHB to take a look at the traffic concerns. And he can discuss his findings in just a little bit. On October 11th, 2022, we had a Conservation Commission meeting. On October 20th, we went and we had a site walk. And then on November 8th, 2022, we had another Conservation Commission meeting where they approved, with some conditions and recommendations, both the wetlands permit and the conditional use permit for disturbance within the buffer. The wetland impact was on Vista West, and it's out by the cul-de-sac. There is 1,260 square feet of wetland fill to construct that cul-de-sac. Then on Vista East, where the Vista West Road comes out, there, you head over into Vista East, there's two townhome units on the east side of the proposed road going through the project. Just behind those two projects is where the buffer impact is. We're looking for 3,592 square feet of buffer impact. That buffer impact will be a temporary basis to create a 3-to-1 slope and then regrade, stabilize, and let that go back to natural state. On November 17th, 2022, we met with the Heritage Commission. They asked for additional information on the buildings, lighting, landscaping. Lighting and landscaping was the primary concern. We went back before them on January 26, 2023, and they approved with some minor comments the landscaping, building elevations. We had discussions on some stone walls and also the proposed signage for the entrances of the project. On January 24th, 2023, we did hold a neighborhood meeting. We invited the residents in the condo project, the end up in the, I guess, the south end of Vista Ridge. So had a decent showing. There was a lot of positive feedback. The primary discussions of concern from the abutters in that neighborhood was traffic. They did prefer, it seemed they preferred this development over one that was previously conditionally approved by the board. Vista East was originally conditionally approved for the shops at Londonderry, I think is what it was called. And quite a large commercial development, strip mall, restaurant, bank, that was withdrawn. They never fulfilled their conditions. So when the residents saw this project, they preferred this over the other proposal. But they did have questions, as a gentleman stated. If you look at the screen, there's an access, a drive access, the road name. It's on the southerly most part of that bend in the roadway. Yeah. So there's a bus stop in that area, and they're also concerned how we're lining up that intersection. Our secondary access point across from that, there's concern of the traffic and the bus stop and people walking out there. So, we feel we've addressed that. We're providing a cross-access road. It's not an offset intersection. It's going to provide better, visibility, for people maneuvering through that area. And we've provided the intersection site distance plans, and we're going to have to reserve some area looking over our green space with no plantings in order to maintain that sight line for proper sight distance. So I've noticed a couple faces. I think we may have some more conversation from some of the neighbors up there. We'll address those later. We've obtained our wetlands permit, alteration of terrain permit. The project will be served by municipal sewer. This week, we did get the local approval, and I'll be working with Mr. Carey to get that application to the state, the state sewer permit. We'll be working with the engineering to get the DOT permit submitted. That has not been submitted yet. Town of Londonderry needs to sign and submit that because we're looking to modify the driveway permit for Vista Ridge Drive and Rockingham Road, and that is the town road. Town has ownership of that permit, so the town needs to apply for that. And we will utilize our traffic study as part of that application. Stormwater will be managed by closed drainage system, and we have multiple ponds throughout the property. And again, we have our AOT permit, and it's also gone through the third-party peer review here at the town for the drainage treatment and dealing with the increased flows. The project will be served by Manchester Waterworks Municipal Water System. There is a pump house up at the Perkins and Vista Ridge intersection. That pump house serves the apartments, the Vista Ridge apartments. There's water pressure problems in that area. So we had to take a look at whether or not we needed a new pump booster station or whether or not modifications could be made. Bruce Lewis designed the original booster station and still practicing, well, semi-retired. We got him to work on it. So he went out and he took a look at the station. We're gonna be able to do modifications and upgrades to the pumps and be able to serve both sides of our projects. So that will be part of the approval. And Manchester Waterworks has provided their will serve letter. They're happy with the design. Liberty Utilities has gas in the area, and they will connect both sides to gas. We've got to work out the details. They want pads in before they determine where gas lines will be placed. We have reviewed the plan with Londonderry Fire Department. We do need to add an additional note to the plans, talking about the sprinkler systems. So as part of that water study, we had adequate pressure for east. The pressure in west was not adequate to serve the buildings or the hydrants. So with the new modifications to the pump station, it will serve the entire project properly. Also, because the road going is a single access point going up into west, we designed that as a 24-foot width. Fire department wanted that to go to 28 or add sprinklers to the building. So just Vista West will be sprinkled. So all those buildings will have a sprinkler system. And the note that the fire department wants is prior to the installation of the fire hydrants, they want to approve the sprinkler designs because they want to have the connection at the building within 100 feet of the hydrants. And they don't want, they just want to make sure that that process is followed so they don't have hydrants installed too far from connections. Once we get approval, the buildings would be designed and the sprinkler system designs would be done at that time. So it's going to be coordination with the fire department at the time of building permits. The roads, internal roads are all going to be private and maintained by the condo association. Dumpsters, we have 3 dumpster locations and we've reviewed those locations with Waste Management already. There'll be 1 mailbox unit provided for each side of the development, 1 for east, 1 for west. And there will be no community building. It's all just individual townhome units, no community space. We do have the design for a sidewalk to connect the northerlymost access, driveway access into Vista East. There will be a sidewalk connected from our internal sidewalk down to Rockingham Road. That will allow connectivity from our internal sidewalks down to Rockingham Road. West, there's already a sidewalk on the west side of Vista Ridge Drive. So West's internal sidewalks will connect to Vista Ridge. They'll also be able to get down to the intersection and crosswalks at Rockingham Road, the lighted intersection. Then we do have a conditional use permit, and we can address that here in a little bit. We do not have any waiver requests for this project. So I can take some questions, or I would like to have Jason get through his traffic presentation in hopes that we can have any conversation. So if this continues to another meeting, we don't have to have Jason come back again. If we can move right into traffic, I would prefer that.
I think traffic's gonna be the big part of it.
Okay.
Anyway, some of this, I think, is, I think within engineering can be sorted out. So.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before Jason takes it away, again, just, Jason Lopez was correct. Back in 2021, December, we had a scoping meeting with DOT, again, where this was such a significant development. And again, Vista Ridge is a driveway from a town's driveway to a state road, so that we have a scoping meeting. Jason was right. They wanted 4 intersections looked at. We added additional 5, because when we add those additional 5 is because we know that the concerned intersections, so such as Perkins and Stonehenge, Stonehenge and Route 120, or excuse me, Stonehenge and 28. We had even gone to Stonehenge and Mammoth Road. So there was additional intersections that we asked that they look at. So that's all part of the scoping process when we're looking at traffic such as that. I was present. David DeBay is here this evening as well from Stantec. Stantec is our third-party consultant. David was not involved, I don't believe, in the initial. Evan was the engineer that had attended that meeting. David is here to support and again, to listen to what Jason is talking about. I'm going to ask Jason to basically go through his process and again, help educate everyone what happens when we do a traffic study and what that entails. So, Jason, the floor is yours.
All right, 3 Jasons here tonight, right? Good evening, Jason Flord with VHB. I'm the traffic engineering consultant on this development. As what you've heard this evening from Mr. Trottier and Jason Lopez, that's the process, right? Is that it starts off with meeting with the town or the city, depending on what municipality you're in. In this case, it's with town staff. And then it grew into meeting with New Hampshire Department of Transportation officials. The whole idea is that if you are going to have a development that's going to have a driveway directly on the state highway system, like the 2V development across the street, then they would be the applicant to New Hampshire DOT for a driveway permit application. In this case, similar to the Rhino development off of Jacks Bridge Road, where you're adding traffic to the state highway system, but you don't have a driveway directly on the state highway system, then the municipality is going to be the applicant to New Hampshire DOT. Not for any necessary improvements, but it's just really record keeping of keeping track of the traffic volumes that are going from the local roadway system onto the state highway system. What happened was I want to say about 10 years ago, New Hampshire DOT really started getting more involved, encouraging municipalities to come to them. What was happening was that municipalities were approving developments that would add traffic to the state highway system, and the state said, where are these cars coming from? And so they didn't have the roadway infrastructure to support that additional traffic. So that's really where this whole thought comes into play, that why is the town the applicant? The town's the applicant to be able to keep track of the traffic volumes going onto the state highway system. And then at that point, it's a collaborative effort. If any improvements are required, then the town and the state can work together in developing any kind of improvements, whether it's changes to traffic control, maybe shovel in the ground widening, anything like that, at least you have the agencies talking with each other and on the same page. And so, because the town is going to be the applicant to New Hampshire DOT, a couple of things need to happen. One, the town needs to make sure that you are in support of the project. So we can't really go to New Hampshire DOT as far as the permitting process until the town is satisfied. If we were gonna have a driveway directly on the state highway system, we could go down both paths at the same time. But in this situation, where the applicant from the town is the person that's really in charge of the local roadway system, so that's Mr. Trottier. It's usually the town engineer, the DPW director, the road agent, any of those people are typically the person from the municipality that would be the applicant to New Hampshire DOT. As Mr. Trottier had mentioned, that a scoping meeting was held in December 2 years ago. The whole idea was that it wasn't necessarily look at all the traffic or look at this major development. It's really, let's make sure we're all together because of the close proximity of this project to the state highway system, and making sure that everybody has the chance to be able to vocally provide their input as far as what they want to see as far as the traffic study is concerned. You know, you heard this evening about that the state wanted a certain amount of intersections, the town expanded those number of intersections. That's one component. The other component that's discussed during the scoping session is the time periods to be evaluated. The weekday morning, commuting time periods, 7 to 9, typically. Weekday evening, 4 to 6, Saturday midday, it could be 11 to 1 or 11 to 2. Those time periods are identified. Another component that's discussed during those scoping meetings is the adjustment factors. For land development projects in New Hampshire, we have to adjust our traffic counts to represent peak month conditions. In other states, they do the 30th highest hour or average month conditions, but for New Hampshire, we do peak month conditions. Another component that was discussed at the scoping meeting was we need to still account for the impact of the pandemic. Traffic volumes still had not rebounded back to pre-pandemic conditions. So New Hampshire DOT guideline is that we need to find a nearby permanent count station right around the time that we're doing our traffic counts and comparing that to the same month in 2019 and finding out what that difference is for those 3 time periods, the weekday morning, the weekday evening, and the Saturday midday. And you come up with different factors. Our traffic volumes, are we rebounded yet? No. All right, what's that adjustment that we have to apply? And so we did traffic counts in February of 2022, did that comparison to be able to find out what peak month factor we needed to use. So we took those traffic counts and increased them by 19%. And then we had to apply the pandemic adjustment factor. So we had about a 5% additional increase for the morning, an additional 2% during the evening, an additional 6% during the Saturday midday. So the traffic volumes that we saw out there, we had to have different layers of adjustment, or increases, to be applied to be able to represent peak month pre-pandemic traffic volume conditions. So that's without any development at all. That's just to be able to establish the base. And those factors were discussed during the scoping meeting with New Hampshire DOT, town officials, and Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission officials were there as well. So
I think it's important that Jason brings that to mind, because again, when people say, well, you did that 2 years ago, back during a pandemic. So there is those adjustment factors. And we being engineers, we're conservative, so we always bump stuff up.
yeah, you know, we much rather would over-design than under-design. So it's, you know, whether it's for parking lots or if it's for roadways and intersections, we want to make sure that there's some kind of level of conservatism in there. Being conservative in the traffic engineering world is not, let's hold back. No, we got to build up those numbers to make it almost like a worst-case scenario. So those were the factors that came into play that were discussed during the scoping meeting. Other factors that came into play were, what do we use for a historical growth rate? So in New Hampshire DOT does not accept an annual growth rate of anything less than 1%. even if traffic volumes before the pandemic were increasing by 0.25%, 0.5%, or even if they were decreasing, this is, again, before the pandemic, we still need to use that 1% compounded annual growth rate. So that's what was agreed to during the scoping meeting by DOT officials. The other component in the future traffic volume projections is the site traffic associated with other developments in the area. So there were 3 developments that were identified, and those were taken into consideration. Now, at that time, the 2V development was the bank and not the diesel fueling positions. So that traffic study had been prepared and submitted and reviewed and approved. Subsequent to the DOT scoping meeting, and during the preparation of the traffic study and going through review comments with Stantec, we updated the traffic study and the analyses to be able to include the diesel pumps instead of the bank. So that was all taken into consideration. So now where are
You
we?
said there was 3?
Yeah, okay.
What
so-
were the other 2? So you had 2V, what were the other 2?
Old Bridal Apartments, so there were 70% of the 240 apartment units had been constructed, so we had to include the other 30%. And then the other one was at 5 Enterprise Drive. That was for the Northeast Gold and Turf Supply Warehouse.
Okay.
So those were the 3 developments that were identified
Thank you.
back then. Now, other developments that you have seen and me present here for other projects, we had to take Vista Ridge, this development, into consideration as as background. So even though, like, for example, the Rhino Warehouse on Jacksbridge Road came in and got the approvals already, and here we are tonight, that project took this project into consideration in the future traffic volume projections. So just to make sure that everybody's working hand in hand, you know, we've worked with Kelly and John and Stantec to make sure that we're including everything and we're not missing out on anything.
Where does there's a project abutting you, where does that fall in? The potential medical facility?
So that one there, and so what we had done was, we did our traffic study in 2 phases. The first phase took into consideration the residential units that Jason has already talked about. So those were the 130 residential units. What was also discussed was potential development on those other 2 lots. So the commercial lot up at the southeast corner of the signalized intersection of Vista Ridge and Rockingham Road, and then down at Vista Ridge and Perkins. So those 2 components were contemplated. I don't want to say proposed because they were not proposed. They were contemplated for retail space and a restaurant near the signal, and then office space down at Vista Ridge and Perkins. Neither of those 2 are proposed for development by this project. Those were just for planning purposes, as what was discussed during the scoping meeting, put in something almost like as, you know, for planning purposes, what could happen out there. And so, but we are not seeking approvals for any development on either of those 2 lots. It's just the 2 residential components. So that's, that was a big part, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna discuss the difference between the 2 phases of our site development.
So you have proposed, obviously, there's a proposed building that's coming after you tonight. You have that proposed as in, what'd you say, a retail establishment and something else?
Yeah, so we had, in our traffic study, we had put in, for planning purposes, 16,500 square foot retail strip center and a 3,280 square foot fast food restaurant with a drive-through window. So that's what we had used in our future traffic projections for the phase 2.
Okay. Do we know what the impact or the difference of the impact would be it being a medical facility as opposed to what they have proposed? Is there a difference there? Do we not know the difference?
So Jason, again, yeah, so there is a difference between drive-by, people that are just like a restaurant.
Yeah, like pass-by trips.
Yeah,
So
and
those are
I'm
the cars
sorry,
that are
yeah,
already on the road,
pass-by.
right? Yeah,
Right.
so you know, right in, right out, a left in, left out versus a destination trip like an office space.
Yeah.
You know, like, for example,
So would you consider a medical facility a destination trip
Yes.
as opposed to, what'd you just say, right in, right out?
yeah, pass-by trips.
So there is a difference there that would be
There's a-
graded differently.
There's a difference in vehicle characteristics, right? You know, the amount of cars that are coming to and from the site. So an office development is going to have, whether it's medical office or general office, it's all new trips that are coming to that development because it's a destination trip. For restaurants, for retail
The
space.
cars were going by anyway.
You got it.
I see what
You
you're
got
saying.
it.
Okay.
So as far as.
It's a different
the
type of
total
traffic
trips,
then.
Right. I mean, a total trip comparison, I honestly don't know. But I would say that an office development would typically generate more new trips to an area than a retail space.
How about the bank?
So a bank, great question. So a bank, it would be considered retail. So that would be, like, for example, if I'm driving home from work one night and the bank is open, then I'm gonna drive by there on my way home and be able to do a right in, right out, or left in, left out. The same thing in the morning, if they're open in the morning. A bank will have both new and pass-by trips. Retail space, and I want to clarify, retail
Yeah.
space has both new
Yep.
and pass-by.
Yep.
It's just not all pass-by.
I understand that.
Okay, so you'll have a drive-through and a in-building service for the bank.
Correct. So I believe that the bank that's proposed, so that's not part of our traffic study. That's not what
Okay.
we're presenting this evening.
But
We
I'd
did
like,
not
didn't
include
know-
a bank
I'd
within
like to
our-
have that discussion now.
Yeah.
Even though we're not talking about the medical office building, because.
I guess
again,
that's what
traffic-
I'm trying to get at, is we know there's a potential user there, but we don't have a study with that potential
And I'll
user.
cut to the chase, we don't
Yeah.
know it,
Yeah.
plain and
But
simple.
we gotta
So,
include it in the.
Yeah.
I want to put it right on the table now, because we're going to have this discussion in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, he said 10 minutes about a half hour ago.
Before I started talking.
There's a lot of detail to traffic, there's a lot of data, and it's a.
I guess
Very
what I'm getting at
methodical
is I feel
process.
like there is a portion of data for this that we might be missing because we know there's a potential user who's coming next and the traffic analysis does not include that type of user in it, correct?
And unfortunately, again, the next hearing that we're going to have, they didn't use the same traffic engineer. So there's a gap.
So how do we close that gap?
Yes.
Well, again,
Just one, so at the initial, discussions with DOT at that scoping meeting, needed to come up, and I just came up with some ideas. There was some ideas for planning, and it was just to meet the needs of what we were discussing at the scoping meeting. So, as I already stated, Gene does not have interest in developing the commercial land. So it was a wild guess and guessed wrong. But for our application, what we would like to focus on is the residential, and there is a component in there for commercial. We planned for some, but the other application is gonna have to address that change. Just like when we were dealing with the gas station across the street, there was a modification to that application. Midstream of our design review process, we needed to update our traffic study to accommodate that change in the site plan. So again, here we go, there's gonna be another site plan. I would expect that that site plan would also have to take into account the change. So that should be addressed independently of this application. Needs to be discussed, agreed, completely. But again, that's not, that was not part of our approval.
You did 2V?
No.
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 Neither one of us did.
Neither
Okay.
one
I
did.
was gonna say, because you said they had to update their,
Well,
with the change, they had to update their thing.
well, we had to update our traffic
we-
study to
we
be
had to-
able to include their project change.
Yes.
I guess that's what I'm getting at, is you would have to update it to include
Well, see,
their project.
I would say it would be the other way around, that they would have to include us.
Yes.
Because we're in first as far as the residential
the
component.
bottom line is, again, we want one concise report.
Right.
Because again, as Jason says, the town's gonna go to the DOT to update our permit. So again, we need one concise report. We can put Jason, we can put,
So who's, this is, I feel like a little before the horse, who's the Who's the traffic engineer for the next plan? What's your name?
So my name is Sam Foisey with Meridian Land Services, for the record. I'm not the same level of traffic engineer as VHB. My traffic analysis for that site was simply comparing their assumed trips versus the ITE manual's generated trips, which gave a reduction from the.
Can I just have you come up to the microphone real quick? Thank you.
Yes, that's that's so people listening can hear also, and the individual who does the minutes for this meeting can hear also.
Yep. So I'll just say again for the record, I see you, Jason. Sam Foyes with Meridian Land Services, representing the next application. While we are not a traffic engineering firm, I have reviewed Jason's traffic report, which did use fast food and retail as the associated use with it. When comparing the medical and the bank use, the trip threshold or the generated trips goes down about 69% compared to the assumed trips for that site. And then the staff report does indicate that the peak hour trips has a reduction, and that should have been more of the analysis than the overall reduction in the average daily trips. Jason's testimony here today of new trips versus pass-by trips, I can't argue against it, given his qualifications. I would say trump mine on this issue.
So they need to be addressed, and again, in all due respect to Sam, is the ITE numbers that he used were incorrect.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, can you guys all work together on coming up with a final traffic plan here? Is that fair? I think we've requested this
Yeah.
over on Gilcrest, where those two developments are coming in. We kind of say the same thing, if you guys need to work together.
My recommendation, and I have to look out for my client, Mr. Gagnon, we've completed the traffic analysis for the project that we're presenting before you this evening. And, I don't like to create extra work for other consultants, but I would not, I don't want to see our project hung up over coordination. If they want to hire Jason to modify the traffic report, they can certainly do that. But we can go forward with DOT with our project, and that DOT permit can be very strict for the residential developments only, based on the traffic report presented for, the residential component. Modifications beyond that is another applicant, another party, another interest. It's not, Mr. Gagnon is the landowner, but to volunteer his finances in modifying a traffic report for another applicant, I've got to speak against that for his protection.
I would agree with Mr. Lopez on that. I would feel that the burden would fall on us, being the second application in, to update VHB's traffic report and Jason's traffic report. And likely Jason would be it would make sense to use Jason to update that report.
Because again, what'll end up happening if, as Jason Lopez indicates, if that's how they want to proceed, then Jason Plord completes his report, his study. There is some questions about the queue lengths and stuff like that, Jason, still. So again, he would complete his report, we'd submit it to DOT, it'll take him 6 months to review it, then we take Meridian's report, submit it, so that's how they want to do it. It's fine with me. It just doesn't make any sense, but.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you could coordinate between them, but it looks like there seems to be a little problem.
To be honest with you, I don't think I don't think it's the town's responsibility to play middle guy.
There's nothing in our regs that would.
I think I'm pretty clear on what.
Would support us
how I
other than.
envision it.
Yeah, other than begging them to do it this way.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Would this even be a discussion point if we had approved this first project on our last meeting, and then we were presented with the next project this meeting? It seems like we're trying to put two applications together, when in reality, they're separated. Right? The second applicant's traffic study would take into account the approved applicant's already conditionally approved project.
yeah.
So
I think the,
outside of that, I don't see why it's either the town's nor the planning board's purview to say, coordinate. We just look at the project that's in front of us. This project has a traffic study that we can either agree with or deny or disagree with, but we're trying to combine two projects together. And I think while in reality, it sounds really good, but logistically, if these were two projects presented on different nights, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
right, I think the endpoint's the same thing, you know, we both get there, so.
We're gonna study traffic.
I think we've heard how it's gonna proceed anyway, so. So, we'll continue.
All right, so I think that what we've talked about is, you know, the development program and all the different components and factors that come into play as far as creating a traffic study and developing those traffic volumes. The final component is, as far as creating traffic volumes, is estimating site trips. And that's kind of where we were before we started talking about the parcel, the commercial parcel near the signal. And so that methodology is also discussed and presented at the scoping meeting with Regional Planning Commission, DOT, and town officials. And so we as traffic engineers are held to a certain standard and methodology to use. And that's based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, Trip Generation Manual. And for the proposed residential development, we use the multifamily housing low-rise category. So that means that it's a residential building with 2 to 3 stories of residential uses. So for clarification, it's not proposed for this development, but if you ever have a building with underground parking, the underground parking does not count as far as that category because it's only the number of residential floors you have. So there's the category of low-rise, so that's 2 to 3 stories of residential uses. Then you have the mid-rise, which is 4 to 10 stories, and then you have high-rise, which are greater than 10 stories of residential uses. So we used that methodology that was discussed during the scoping meeting and provided that within the traffic study. We also estimated for that phase 2 development of the potential development of the commercial space and the potential office component over on Vista Ridge and Perkins. Interestingly enough, though, that part of the traffic study, if we were just doing it for New Hampshire DOT, it would be one thing, but we are also satisfying the town's requirements for the preparation of traffic studies. The town's requirements get more detailed as far as descriptions and evaluations for different study area intersections. Where I'm going with that is, as part of the town's regulations, is that we needed to provide site distance measurements at every one of our study area intersections. So there were a total of 13 intersections that were identified. In addition, we had to look at the site driveways. So in our traffic study, we did provide site distance measurements at a potential location along Vista Ridge Drive for that commercial development. Has it changed with the new application that's coming in after us? I have no idea, I haven't seen it. But it was just really more of if a driveway could be here, we did provide site distance measurements there. We also did that for the office lot that we were considering over at Vista Ridge and Perkins. So in our traffic study, not only did we provide that in a table format, but we also provided that within the appendix of our traffic study. We took aerial images and we drew on there where the available sight lines are and what the required site measurements need to be. As far as if it's on a state roadway, we need to hit and meet all of the New Hampshire DOT requirements. If it's on a local roadway, we need to make sure that we're hitting and meeting all of the local requirements. And we also provided it based on the national standard which was developed by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, abbreviated as AASHTO. So all of that information is within the traffic study. The information within the traffic study was then peer-reviewed by the town's peer review consultant, Stantec. They provided comments, we provided some responses, and we went back and forth. So I think that we're in a pretty good position at this point. I think that there was one remaining comment, I think, John, that you had mentioned about the queue lengths. So another change that happened during the preparation of the traffic study was that the signalized intersection of Vista Ridge, Sims Drive, and Rockingham Road had within the traffic signal cabinet and in the controller, so it's really a computer that's in the cabinet out there. They have the coordinated traffic signal parameters built into that cabinet to be able to be coordinated with the ramps. And then down at Liberty Drive and the liquor and wine store driveway. All of those intersections are supposed to be coordinated, except the one intersection, the signalized intersection right there at our front door, Vista Ridge and Rockingham Road, was not activated for coordination. The state took that out of coordination because they figured that that was operating better as an isolated intersection and not tied in with the other intersections. During the review process that we're going through with the town, we got a call from New Hampshire DOT Bureau of Traffic, and they said, guess what? We activated that coordination, so we had to redo all of our analyses at that intersection. So that part of, it's not in the regular traffic study, it's in some responses that we put together. So we updated those traffic signal operations at the signalized intersection. Now, the way that New Hampshire DOT sets up the traffic signal timings is that they go out there, they look at the operations and the demands of the entering cars in each of the different lanes, they look at the phasing, and then they make adjustments within the signal timings. So what I'm talking about the signal times is the amount of green time, right? The amount of yellow time and the amount of all red time, that stays the same. It's really adjusting the amount of green time that's provided to the different phases. So they have plans set, but they always go out there and they do their yearly or a 3-year maintenance program where they visit all of their traffic signals and make adjustments as needed, unless the municipality calls up and says, we got a problem at this intersection, this phase isn't long enough, or this one's too long. So then they'll just go out there and make some tweaks inside the signal cabinet to make those adjustments. What we did was, we took our future traffic volume conditions, so again, this is taking our traffic counts, going to peak month conditions, applying the pandemic adjustments, applying the 1% compounded annual growth rate, adding in these background developments, adding in our site trips, and lo and behold, the traffic signal timings that are set out there aren't going to be able to accommodate what's needed for that demand in the future, those over-conservative traffic volumes. So we made some adjustments, and we had to steal 2 seconds from this phase and add it to that phase. And that's going to be part of the regular New Hampshire DOT traffic signal maintenance program. If these traffic volumes are ever realized in the future, again, those layers of conservatism that we added in there, are they going to be needed or not? We don't know. But when this project goes through with New Hampshire DOT for their review, because they're going to have to review this traffic study, they're going to have to review the analyses, they're going to have to review the timings that we have in here. If they want us to prepare some traffic signal plans that show the adjustment of the 2 seconds here, the 2 seconds here, we have no problem doing that. We'll put together those plans. But I think that it's very preliminary right now to be able to say, we need to put those plans together. If DOT says, yeah, we'll do that in the future ourselves. We don't need the plans to tell us that. So would like to be able to go through the town permitting process, work with John so that he's the applicant to New Hampshire DOT. We'll provide him with all the documentation that he needs as part of that New Hampshire DOT driveway permit application. And if DOT comes back and says, we need those plans, we'll put those together. That could be a condition of approval. We have no problem with that at all. But I think that right now, because of all those extra layers of buffer that we have in creating these traffic volumes, we don't know. We don't know. But we're okay with committing to putting together those plans if DOT wants us to.
And again, Jason, I misspoke again, yeah, so we're asking again to update the traffic signal timing inputs into the synchro analysis.
Right, and that's exactly what I'm
Correct.
saying. Right. Yep, which then could relate to the queuing out there, right? If, like I said, that the existing timing parameters that New Hampshire DOT has in the cabinet, with that signal being part of the coordinated system, it would not be able to accommodate the peak month, the pre-pandemic adjustments, the historical growth rate, and the background developments. Forget about us adding our site trips into it. But even under our future conditions, without our development, we call that no build. Under the future no build conditions, the current traffic parameters, so the green time, would not be able to accommodate the volume. So it would have to be steal 2 seconds here and add 2 seconds there. So that's really what it all comes down to. And then that can reduce queuing in different lanes. So to make sure that it's not gonna back up and, like, for example, up on Sims Drive, you have the park and ride lot up to the north, that driveway. You don't want that driveway to be blocked. The state certainly doesn't want it to be blocked. And, same with, the potential driveway for the commercial lot on the southeast corner of the signalized intersection. It's really making sure that if you need that commitment, we will commit to doing that if DOT wants us to. If they make that, if you want to make that an order of conditions, we certainly can do that.
Because again, what'll end up happening is that queue length will shut off the medical office building. That the traffic will be backed up so far that people can't get out of the driveway.
Right.
So.
Right, you don't want to have those do not block intersection
Yeah.
markers or signs anymore, John.
David, you've heard what Jason has presented. It's pretty much, you're in agreement with his presentation, the methodology and whatnot. It's.
When you come to the microphone, David, please.
David DeBay with Stantec, and you've seen others from Stantec, including Evan Drew, who's been doing a bit more of the work here recently. And in fact, I've been talking with Evan about the project, and there's a comment letter that we have dated today that relates to the last bit of work that VHB has done relative to those timings and all of the factors that Jason Plord has been talking about. I agree with that full list. That's indeed the list that we need to use every time that we're doing a traffic study. And this one includes a couple of other developments around, which makes it a little bit more complicated. But I do agree in principle, and we do have a letter that is our last word on the matter.
Good. Thank you, David.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Jason Plord or David? Hopefully Professor Plord was able to enlighten you all.
Yes,
Yeah,
we got
I'm just gonna ask, how did you deliver that without a teleprompter?
I've been doing
You
it
don't
for a
know
long
Jason.
time.
So I do have one question. So
yes,
do we have an outcome of your work?
Yes.
And
So.
are we gonna see that?
So here's the thing, is that in the traffic engineering world, I referenced ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers. They have a guideline or a rule of thumb, and it's the same that New Hampshire DOT has. And that is, if you're going to generate or increase traffic by 100 vehicles per hour or more through an intersection, you may have an impact. And that impact could be lengthening the amount of delay that a vehicle has to wait, lengthening the queues, and you may have to do some improvements out there. As part of the residential component that we're proposing this evening, we are generating less than 100 vehicles per hour total combined for both the east and west lots. So we're not going to be sending 100 vehicles per hour through any intersection.
What is that number?
So in the morning, we have a total of 63 trips. So that's 15 in, 48 out.
Through east and west.
That combined. Yep, all these numbers I'm going to give you are combined.
And that's through the signal?
No. So
It's total out of the development,
total.
whatever direction.
Correct. Correct. So even if all of these vehicles went through the signal, we're still not hitting 100 vehicles per hour. During the weekday evening, we have a total of 78 vehicles per hour. So that's 49 in, 29 out. For the Saturday midday, a total of 53 trips. So that's 27 in, 26 out. So we're not talking about an extreme amount of traffic. However, based on the town's requirements for the traffic study that we had to prepare, we had to do an evaluation. Like I said, we had to do like the sight distance measurements. We also did a safety evaluation of each intersection. And what we did was we took a look at not just the sight distances, but the signs that are out there and any kind of safety concerns that jumped out at us. We did identify different locations where there are signs out there at some of these study area intersections that are not in conformance with the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That's a federal highway guideline that municipalities and states use, and that's for pavement markings and for signage. So we identified within the traffic study different signs that we will work with the town in updating to make sure that they are in conformance with state, town, and national guidelines and requirements. Those are very important. Some of them are even increasing the size of signs for intersection ahead signs, things like that. One of the items that was brought up was with respect to the driveway across from Crestview that we're proposing. As you can see on the plan, we're on the inside of a curve, and that's usually a tough thing to be able to meet your sight distances. If you're on the outside of the curve, like Crestview is now, that's great, because you have plenty of sight lines to be able to see. Out there at the driveway today, we need to do some trimming out there and clearing of vegetation in order to be able to see. We definitely need to do that. That's reflective within our traffic study, on our aerial images that we put together, and also on Jason's plans. That we have identified different areas that we need to make sure that are clear of any kind of signage and vegetation so that people that are exiting out of the driveway can see. Not necessarily, I'm not as concerned about a vehicle that wants to turn right out of that driveway and then head up to Rockingham Road. It's more of people turning left, because you have to see in both directions when you're turning left. And especially looking to the right, because that's where the bend really is. But we have identified areas at that intersection that should be cleared, that will be cleared, that are proposed to be cleared by us, by this development team. Not by me, I'm not gonna go out there with a weed whacker or anything like that, but.
You don't look like that type of guy.
No, I'm not.
No one else can do that.
I mow my lawn, that's about it.
No, you don't.
Come
on. You got a guy.
I got a pusher too, I don't have to
You
sit
got a
down.
guy, come on.
I got a guy to plow my driveway.
All right.
Lawnmower gives you time to think, you know?
So, John or Jason, do we have a report by intersection of what you found?
Yeah, so
And did we go
overall-
down to, I'm thinking Stonehenge and Perkins, right? And Perkins and Bartley Hill.
Correct, yeah, some of the signage on.
Because Perkins and Bartley Hill, you got to drive right out into the intersection to be able to see up Perkins. I
Yeah,
mean,
so the two intersections that we saw that really needed improvements to the signs or changing out the signs were Perkins and Bartley Hill Road and Stonehenge and Perkins Road.
Yep.
So those are the two intersections that we identified. We definitely
Absolutely,
need to do something
okay.
out there.
Okay, so there are some plans that we'll be seeing to update, or
So more,
make some changes down there.
more to come.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'd really like to work with town staff to be able to make sure we're giving them what they want.
Sure.
You know, instead of me saying, hey, this is the sign that you should have. No, thanks, we want this instead, okay. You know, because there definitely is some preference, you know, for consistency throughout the community. You know, I mean, like.
And we follow MUTCD.
Yeah, but even for like the colors of signs, right? I mean, they went from yellow to fluorescent, and it's whatever, you know, John wants, we're gonna give him. That's really what it comes down to.
Good, thanks.
I would like to add one thing if I could. So there's no shovel in the ground, improvements needed. It's all tree clearing and signage and paint, striping.
Let's just say improvements, whatever
Yeah.
they may be, right?
Yeah.
So,
At this time.
at this time.
At
yeah.
this time. Again, we still need to go through the DOT permitting and.
Yeah, because if they have any other improvements, then we have to do them. You know, I mean, this is, again, just at the local roadway intersections.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, where the town is the applicant, then you know, I think that that definitely should be a condition of approval, is making sure that we go through the DOT permitting process, and if they have
Will
any
be.
comments and, you know, anything that we need to address, we need to address them. It shouldn't be on you guys, it should be on us.
How long does the DOT approval process take?
6 months to 2 years.
So I'm currently working on some projects, and it's 1.5 to 2 years, and it really all depends if a project is just gonna stay within the district office, or if Bureau of Traffic and Bureau of Highway Design need to get involved as well. I mean, they're short-staffed in every department that they have, and they have project after project that they're reviewing. So I would say that a good rule of thumb would be 1.5 to 2 years for, get through the New Hampshire DOT permitting process.
For a bigger project though, Jason, because I've had some good luck.
Yeah, I mean, like for, you know, if you're just updating, yeah, you're absolutely right. If you're just updating a driveway permit because of the volume of traffic and you're not having any impact or anything like that.
But a project this size?
But this, you know, where they've already been involved with the scoping meeting in December of 2021, I think that everybody's gonna wanna have a bite of the apple.
Let's
Good,
talk about
thanks.
that 2-year thing. The 2-year thing you just talked about. Is that okay? So 1.5 to 2 years, John, isn't that put him in violation of, don't you have to put a shovel in the ground within
120
2
days.
years of the
20
permit?
days to meet conditions.
Of us saying yes?
Yeah, so hold on. So when you give conditional approval, they have 120 days to meet the conditions of the approval. So
Right.
what ends up happening is that they end up coming back asking for an extension. Why are you asking for
You know,
the
like we've
extension?
extended Patori for about
Isn't
2
there,
years
don't we
now.
have a regulation that says you have to put a shovel in the ground within 2 years of being approved? Otherwise, you have to go back and have the whole thing
For
reapproved?
subdivisions, it's 2 years to obtain the conditions of approval, to meet the conditions of approval.
And
For
this is a
site plans, it's 120 days.
And a condition, Tony, would be to obtain your DOT permit.
Thank
And
you.
if they don't obtain
got
it
it.
within 120, then they come back and ask for an extension request.
Got it, thank you.
This is a lot of extensions that are,
Yeah,
that
thank you.
are.
But by no means am I trying to tell you what to do, but you could consider, you know, certificate of occupancy. You know, like, if we can start working on the site.
Let's not go there.
Okay.
please.
Just throw that out there, you know, I mean, like, if they're.
Thank you,
within
Jason, you
120
can
days.
sit down.
That's never gone well.
No.
That's not gone well.
No, Ted,
For your traffic study for the roadway that comes up to, or driveway, I guess, that comes abutting to or across from Crestview, was there any thought of moving that entryway to another point, like say between unit 56 and 58, where the sight lines might have been better?
Looking at it, you know, trying to, there's another driveway access in the apartments across the street. You know, going up in there, we're still on the same radial curve. Until you get, you know, on that straight section.
Between unit
that-
40 and
But
42.
now you got a bunch of units that are just gonna be on a dead end.
Right, I was just trying to find out if there
Yeah.
might have been a better way to.
And the other thing I was looking at with the different access points, the 2 units just to the west of that intersection, the grade is actually quite steep right there. So that not only would you still be on the same curve and have the same sight distance issues, it's also gonna be a steeper access point because of the grade change.
Okay, just wanted to.
I looked at I looked at a few different options, and I just don't have the room for a cul-de-sac without going with more wetland impact or buffer impact.
Makes sense. No, just an
Yeah.
idea.
I got one last thing on.
yeah, because we're still handling the traffic right now, so, yeah.
Was there any talk of like a 4-way intersection right there? Got
Crestview.
Crestview, Pinnacle, and Vista Ridge.
That is a 4-way. Or you mean a stop?
4-way stop sign right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
No?
No, I would not recommend that, because again, when Vista Ridge was built, and the intent of Vista Ridge was to, at one day, one of these days, that raised island that goes across Perkins
Yep.
is gonna become a reality, in my opinion. So Vista Ridge was built, again, so you get off of exit 5 heading south, take the right, and to go up Perkins, you're gonna end up going to Vista Ridge. That's why Vista Ridge was constructed as it is. With
So
that
you would not
four-sided line.
recommend a four-way stop sign there?
I would not recommend it.
Okay, any other questions on the traffic? Ann?
And you, so you do take consideration, I believe you said so already, I just want to verify, traffic coming down Perkins Road and wanting to go through traffic going down Perkins Road, going through your roadway system and then exiting out onto Rockingham Road.
Yes, so what we did was we did our traffic counts, so it wasn't just, like, there were different types of traffic counts. There are turning movement counts, so those are done at intersections, so you know if a vehicle's going straight through or making a turn. And we use that information when we're trying to develop our models to be able to evaluate the delays and the queues. We also have another type of count, it's called an automatic traffic recorder count. And they used to be tubes that would be across the roadway. Now they're doing it with cameras or radars. There's all different devices that they use. And that can get vehicles, like they go just in direction. They don't do turning movements. They just do by direction and you get speeds as well. So we did both sets of traffic counts as part of the traffic study. And at the Perkins and Vista Ridge Road Drive intersection, we did the turning movement counts in the weekday morning, the weekday evening, and the Saturday midday. So we have all those turning movements at that intersection.
As well as the number of vehicles.
Yeah, so, and they were split between trucks and automobiles, so that at least we could get the type of vehicle that was going through the intersection as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Short answer to your question?
Yeah.
Yes.
What happened to the 10 minutes, right? You gave me the mic.
Thank you for being so concise with your answer.
I was hoping he'd be gone by the time I got back.
I just stayed out there a little longer. So we'll continue with anything else to information on the plan, Jason?
Not on the plan. We do have the conditional use permit.
Yes. Yeah.
And if the board has questions on the site plan itself,
Okay.
aside from traffic.
Yeah. Any more input from staff on this?
Again, just design review comments. That's what I have.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Yeah.
And we'll go through the board.
Applicant
Any
has
questions?
indicated DES sewer
And then the
discharge,
public.
DOT permit, and Londonderry sewer discharge and Army Corps permits have been submitted. The applicant should obtain all project permits, indicate the permit approval numbers in note 13 on sheet 2, and provide copies of the permits to the planning department for their files. Second, design review item number 2, proposed development appears to impact the existing slope and drainage easements along Vista Ridge and upon Lot 51. Indicated impacts include changes and alterations of the current drainage outlets and flows in the town's stormwater system associated with Vista Ridge Drive. We're requesting that they discuss the proposed impacts to the existing drainage flow patterns, flowage rights, proposed alterations to the town's existing stormwater outfalls. Item number 3, we recommend the applicant update the building renderings to provide proper title blocks. Item 4, the updated drainage design on sheet 24 indicates a type C catch basin to be placed in the swales, typically not allowed in the town. We're requesting that they discuss that further with the town. Item 5, the Manchester Water Works utility clearance letter dated October 20th, 23 notes the Vista Ridge Pump Station requires improvements per the Lewis Engineering Report. We're requesting that they provide additional information and details indicating the improvements necessary for this project. We have a number of stormwater-related comments, mostly where there is submerged outlets in 3 or 4 of the ponds. And also, we're asking that they correct the subcatchment 301AS on its post-development drainage area plans. We're also recommending that the applicant address the traffic report review comments noted in Stantec's December 13th, 2023 memo. I won't elaborate any further on that. And lastly, to verify the DRC comments of the Planning Department, Conservation Commission, Fire Department, and the Sewer Division have been addressed. And lastly, the applicant has not provided draft proposed easement deeds, protective covenants, or other legal documents to the town for review. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, John. Ben, anything?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, Kelly?
Just to note, the Conservation Commission has recommended approval of the conditional use permit.
Okay. Okay, we'll go through the board. I'll start with Ann. Anything on this plan?
What are we discussing now?
The whole thing.
Anything
okay.
but traffic.
Anything, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Jake's done with me.
I-
Nice guy and all, but geez.
That's the most thorough and very good explanation.
Sorry, I
of-
geek out on the traffic stuff.
Okay, I have a question about the little kiddies who may live there. Is there, I don't see any areas where they can play.
No.
There's a lot of, land, but it's sloping or, wet or whatever. So what are you gonna do about that?
Nothing. Yeah, no play areas, no areas dedicated to that, no community clubhouse. It's gonna be individual townhomes owned by the people that live there. No playgrounds or anything like that are proposed.
You say that without remorse.
They could go play with Beaver.
No,
Sounds like he wants him to play in 28.
Give him a box of Cheez-Its and go find the Bobcat. No.
We have the traffic guy back, please.
Yeah, traffic back, yeah. No, nothing to be, maintained by the association other than stormwater drainage and the roads and so forth. No parks, nothing like that.
I suppose they can continue pushing the baby carriages on the sidewalk like I've seen before, but I wish there was something there for the kids, I really do. Anyways, that's it.
Okay, yeah, Tony?
Congratulations, you have a lot of work ahead of you. This is not an easy site to build on. The elevations are all over the place. That said, I'm on your elevation pages. I don't see any page numbers. The last 3 pages, I think, left, right, rear, front elevations. I think the rear of these buildings, the rear elevation of the buildings are gonna be seen.
Yeah.
And some of them will be seen by Vista Ridge property owners and some people driving on the street.
Correct.
Some.
So, some of them. So, obviously in Vista West, everything up at the top of the hill, the units are gonna be designed as 3-story buildings, garage in the lower level. So when you're up in that area, when you're driving down the road, they're all gonna look like 3-story buildings,
Right.
residential homes.
Got it.
But the units abutting Vista, in Vista East, the units abutting Vista Ridge, the back of those, we're gonna drive under on the east side.
Yep.
So when you're driving, it's gonna have the appearance of only a 2-story structure.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
That said, and I'm looking at the rear of one of those, which is your last.
sheet
page,
A2.
A2,
Yep.
yes. Thank you. That building from that elevation needs a belly board badly.
What?
Belly board. A rim board. that
Oh,
goes-
okay. Between the
We call them
floors or
belly
something?
boards in the construction
Okay.
industry. You never heard that?
I've never heard that.
I've been using that for 50 years. Google belly board when you get home and you'll see what it looks like. But you need belly boards on that elevation, you need it on the side elevation to break up those walls. And you also need it on the, less so on the others, but on the page A1, under those top windows, under the top windows and on top of the sliders, a belly board from left to right there, or right to left, whatever, 10, 12-inch, white, or whatever you want, contrasting, and what it does is it breaks up the height. Just to make it look like it's not the back of a building, right? And the same thing on the side elevations, the same thing. It's very little money to do that. It's an architectural thing that will just dress it up so that people looking at the back of the building aren't looking at the back of the building. You did some nice work with the batten board and whatever those, almost looks like a.
Shingle shakes?
Shingle shakes. Looks nice on the front, but you didn't do anything on the sides or the rear, so I would like to see that. If you want to spend some money, you have 6 wide that could be dressed up quite nicely with a 12-inch reveal in the back of it, so that it looks like it's not just this massive thing, right?
Some of them are 8.
Gets into some money, but it's pretty good size expanse, especially when you go to 8. I think on a couple of them, but something to consider. The belly board is really, really easy to do, and I would strongly suggest that. Somehow breaking up the architecture of the back of the building in addition to that would be nice. Back to the comment about the kids, you already understand that Londonderry school buses do not go on private roads. They certainly will not go in this development because you don't back up a school bus, ever. And so my suggestion there would be on your 2 or 3
Three exits.
3 accesses, depending on where the bus is going to stop, and you can work with the school district, they're very friendly. There needs to be some kind of a little lean-to shelter. Again, that's a no-money item that will help the kids, at least give them a place to congregate, and not be running out in the middle of the street, and keep them out of the rain and the inclement weather or whatever. Other than that, congratulations again. This is not an easy site. I've walked that site many, many, many times. That's some pretty tough terrain. So congratulations to you for figuring it out and putting something together that's cohesive and makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Jeff?
No, I think that's a great point about the bus stops. Other than that, I have nothing else to add.
Hope I'm all set.
Jake?
A little bit on traffic. Just kidding.
Jake's gonna be a traffic engineer.
Yeah. So I have to agree with Mr. D on the backside of the buildings, especially facing the Vista Ridge condos. I think we have to do something to break up that roof line. You know, to the people who live in Vista Ridge, the back is the front. So I do think that really should get dressed up a bit. As well as your landscape, I was on it earlier, there's 86 pages of plans here, so I don't want to go through them, but as well as your landscape plan, in that area that goes along Vista Ridge Drive where you've got, you know, the condos up top and you're going around that bend there, I do think you need to landscape that more. Did you look up belly board?
Yeah.
Because Ted did, and it came up with a guy surfing.
Yeah, you gotta look up belly board construction.
I think that needs to be landscaped a little bit more. You've got a lot of deciduous trees in your landscape plan right there. It'd be nice to see them evergreen, to try and hide that.
In that area, we've
Yeah.
just got our site distance
Yep.
line, we just gotta keep everything behind that.
Yeah, I understand that, but, you know, there's a lot of deciduous stuff there, crab apples and
More, okay.
red oaks or whatever it was. I'd like to see
More
that to more of an
evergreen.
evergreen to really try and buffer these backyards from the people up top. And you know, from a layout, there is two areas I'm a little concerned about. Kelly, can you go back to what the site plan page was that kind of had the whole overview?
Sheet 3.
Yeah.
This takes a minute. It's 80
So,
pages.
just right up top of Pinnacle Drive where the dumpster is, that seems like, I don't know, this seems really difficult if something were to happen there. You have any idea how wide that is, John, from like the, here to there?
The drive aisle is 24 feet wide.
24 feet wide.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's, to me, it just seems like there's a bit of a pinch point there, and then on the backside of this cul-de-sac here, you know, I don't know if it's a density issue or what. Look forward to-
Can you explain on the backside of the cul-de-sac?
If you go to the left there, Kelly. Just that back section of, you know, somebody parks in the wrong spot right here,
Proposed wetland fill.
and nobody can get, we can't get the fire department back there, and somebody, you know, they park
Again,
there. 'cause
that's
they're
24 foot wide.
24 foot wide.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that entire road and all the drive aisles between
Yep.
units, they're all 24 feet wide.
Okay.
And when you get in between the units, you know, I've got like 25 foot long parking spaces. So you've got enough depth from the garage door to the edge of pavement. People will be able to walk behind, so there's like a 5-foot painted walk in that area. Yeah, but those two pinch points, Waste Management asked for the dumpster, you know, in that location.
Yeah, I get why the
Yeah.
dumpster's there, I'm just concerned about everybody past it if you've gotta get, I guess I'll defer to Bruce, he's the firefighter, but what's a ladder truck need when it's up and in the sky?
About 18 plus
feet. So 24 is sufficient?
Not getting anything by it after we put our ladder truck up, but,
So,
and
I
that
guess,
doesn't account for, like you said, illegally parked cars or.
That's
Yeah.
with the outriggers, 18?
sounds about right.
That would, yeah.
So those are really, in terms of buildings, those are my two areas of concern. I feel like that could be an issue and that could be an issue. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it. I would definitely like to see some updated elevations, to do something with the back here, and an updated landscape plan. I'm good.
Okay, Ted?
Question on, I guess, egress of these buildings. Has there been any discussion about having any egress from the decks and having any stairs off the decks?
There'll be stairs out to the lawn, but, yeah, the architecturals don't show it, so might be able to have them add that in but that would be the plan, would have steps off the deck to the grass lawn. behind the
That is in the plan?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, they're all gonna have limited common area right behind each unit.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
good. I mean, I have a big concern, if there's ever a fire in someone's kitchen, they gotta be able to get out. I mean, yeah, you might be able to say or claim, well, we have basement doors, we have garage doors, but you then have to get that direction. Fastest, easy way out would be those sliding doors. And as well, you can't really have grills on decks, and if someone wanted to grill, there's no way to really get to your grill. And then I had another item, and now I can't remember what it was, so I'm all set.
Probably pop back in.
Yep.
Jason?
I agree on the comments about the back elevation and the new term I learned today, belly boards.
Isn't it belly band?
Sometimes it's called a belly
Belly
band.
band.
Belly band.
Okay.
Belly band,
Yeah.
belly board.
So now I've learned two terms. So nice. But no, I agree, breaking up that expanse. Like Jake said, the back is the front. So that's all.
Okay, Roger?
Everything looks pretty good to me with what people have spoke about so far, and looks good.
So talk to me
Bruce.
about sprinkler versus widening the road.
So, yeah, went through a discussion with that on Brian, with Brian. He was looking for either a road width of 28 feet with no sprinklers, or the option of sprinkling the building and keep it at 24 feet, because there's only one point of access. So, we looked at widening it up to 28 feet, more pavement, more impervious, dealing with the drainage, also dealing with the cuts and the fills. And after solving the water issue with additional pumps, increased capacity pumps, we opted on the west side only for the sprinklers. Those will be required because of the road width.
And what sprinkler standard are you using? Is it just a
I
residential?
don't, it's gonna be some sort of residential, and that's what he was asking about on placement of the hydrants, because two different systems, one will have a connect on the building, one won't. So, but we don't have the buildings completely designed, we don't have mechanical, there's no design on the fire suppression system. So depending on the construction of the building, how it's built, will depend on what type of system's used. If the system is utilized with the building connections, then we need to look at hydrant placement. So we just gotta capture that in a note to be placed on the plans, is what he was looking at.
And then that comes with a municipal fire alarm system that also goes in conjunction with your sprinkler system. Yeah, I've personally lived in a house just like this in Hudson. I think they're great units, especially for starting out, or for,
We're downsizing.
or downsizing. Yeah. What's your price point? Do you know, like
Whatever the market will dictate.
Yeah, so 650,000.
No,
Just kidding.
I don't know what the price points are. I'd have to, see if Gene's gotten that far on it yet. But, we don't even have all the interior of the units and stuff designed yet, so.
Yeah. So, as a member of the public, I like it. It's a great project. This is the type of housing that we need. As a firefighter, I hate it because these are what we call row houses, and they, many of my board members, fellow board members already pointed out, limited access, tight roads, adjoining walls,
But it's housing in the
It's
price
housing.
point for the
Yep.
young couples starting out, or those that want to downsize. It's a type of home in town that is lacking.
Yeah, and that's why I asked what kind of sprinkler system, because there's a big difference between a sprinkler system that's designed to put out the fire and a sprinkler system that's just designed to allow you to egress your building. So, two different systems, as you indicated. One you tie into with the fire truck and we can pump it and put the fire out, and one is literally just to get you out of the building alive. But, overall, I think that it's a good project, and I don't want to talk about traffic, so I'll end my comments there.
I gotta bring you to more meetings.
For a while. Ted?
I remembered my other question. Seems like there's a bit of limited visitor parking. I noticed 15 spots on the east side and 10 on the west.
Yep.
Is that what you're thinking in
So
total?
these units, the end units are planned to be 3-bedroom units. The middle units are 2. You have one space for the garage, and 2 spaces for each unit outside. So you can accommodate 3 vehicles per unit right at the unit. And then we had some overflow.
Okay.
The visitors and such.
I had one more. So, for the units on Vista West, will their association fee be different than the units on Vista East? Because if you put a sprinkler system in That then becomes a problem for the association to maintain and test.
Don't know the answer to that.
Okay,
That will need to be worked out.
fair enough, just curiosity.
And that may have to be two separate condo associations then.
Well, actually, I've seen a bunch of condo developments all over the state that were multi-phased, that have one condo association, and they just say, if your condo is number 1 through 50, you're assessed X number of dollars and are responsible for this, this, and this. If you're number 51 through 79, and it seems to work well.
It's nice to do it.
I've never lived in one, but I've seen a bunch of them that do it that
Yeah,
way.
and that's where our attorney gets involved, is with the condo association.
I was gonna say, that's kind of outside of what we're doing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any abutters, or anyone from the public, have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to this site plan? And I know this gentleman,
Thank you for your 10
started,
minutes,
but
sir.
only-
I was gonna say it's a long 20. I'm confused about the driveway by Crestview Circle. Is that eliminated, or your
it's still-
solution is to clear some trees or shrubs? I disagree that that's sufficient for people coming out of that driveway. People travel at a high rate of speed. It is at a bus stop. How many driveways are on Vista Ridge on the straightaway?
There'll be two, one to access Vista West, one further, just off the sheet on the top side. There's a second access point to access Vista East. So two access points for Vista East, one access point for Vista West.
Well, I wish you could eliminate the one on Crestview Circle, because I think it's a danger to the public and to the residents that will be coming out of that complex. And also, what are you doing about the buffer along Vista Ridge? What plantings are you putting in there? I heard trees would not be good, but greenery would be better.
Yep, we have a landscape plan and.
I did
we'll
just
take
ask
a
them
look.
to update their plan
Yeah.
to be a bit more dense than it is now, and to be more evergreen than deciduous. Deciduous loses its leaves, evergreen does not.
Well, I hope the board can do something about that driveway, because I do think it's a danger to the public. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
For that driveway, that's why I was asking about a four-way stop sign there, but it sounds like,
Slow traffic down.
yeah.
I don't know, I don't understand how it's a danger any more than
Coming out of Crestview.
the one that's already there. It's actually better, my understanding is it's better if they're lined up, because it's easier to see.
All four of them.
Yeah, and that's what you usually want,
all-
because
Right. That's what I-
everyone using it,
So
coming
that's
into
the
it.
good
can
part
see.
about that being there, but I don't understand why it's a danger.
And the traffic study takes into account the speed, the posted speed on that road?
Correct, and we also, as I mentioned earlier about the traffic counts that we did, we also got the speeds of how fast people are actually driving out there, and we used that, and whichever was higher, the posted speed limit or the traveled speed, whatever was faster, we used that for our sight line measurements.
I would
and
assume it's
requirements.
always traveled.
You know, honestly, it depends on the day, and that's why we do multiple days of traffic counts.
I swore I wasn't gonna say anything about traffic, but.
That's a good question, Bruce.
I do think that, I mean, it's tough to see right now, because obviously that's all wooded, but there is, there's gonna be a significant change in the line of sight there. They
There
have
has
to.
be, yeah.
So the condition is actually gonna be much better as somebody driving on Crestview Circle. You're gonna be able to see a lot further in front of you with that in than you
Also-
would without it.
Elevation coming down on, right? If you're coming from the left-hand side of the page down, heading towards Perkins, you have elevation there, which.
There is, yeah. And that's why, that was a big thing in the beginning stages. Jason and I were working on it as far as what do we actually need out there as far as, you know, he was set on the location because of the different items that he identified on the site, wetlands, curvature, grade differential. So then it was a matter of, okay, what do we need to be able to make this driveway safer, right? I mean, safe is such a subjective term for all of us. We can look at it in different ways, especially you. I mean, you have a totally different extreme than maybe the rest of us might. But from a traffic perspective, it's a matter of how fast are people going? Can you see? Do you need any other treatments out there to be able to make sure you're going to accommodate the cars, whether that's turn lanes or other types of traffic control? And really, it comes down to making sure people can see coming out of that driveway.
And can you just quickly discuss what the distance, the site distance is that you need for that particular?
Yeah, so it's all, so the town has a certain requirement that's established, but that's why we took into consideration the ASHTO requirements. Because the state and the town have set numbers, I forget them off the top of my head. I know New Hampshire DOT has 400 feet of all-season safe site.
Town's
distance.
365.
Ours is
365.
I was gonna know that number.
And then, but then ASHTO does it based on the speeds. And so that's why we wanted to make sure we got the speed, the actual travel speeds out there as well. So we're kind of looking at it from those different perspectives.
So your driveway location for that particular intersection takes into account both of those factors, the 365 and the ASHTO.
Correct.
Okay, any further public comment? I don't see any, we'll bring it back to the board we have a conditional use permit to discuss, and also the plan itself.
All right. Anybody have
Uh-oh,
anything
I
on
got
the CUP? No?
And conservation has
Recommended the
recommended-
approval of it?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant approval of the CUP for approximately 3,592 square feet of wetland buffer impact for the construction of 130 townhouses and associated site improvements at 71 Perkins Road, 171 Rockingham Road, and 179 Rockingham, as well as 175 Rockingham Road and 191 Rockingham Road. Gene Gagnon, owner, applicant.
Yeah, a lot of lots there. Okay, motion by Jake.
I'll second that,
Second
Mr.
by
Chair.
Lynn. Any further discussion by the board on the conditional use permit? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative on that. So the conditional use permit has been granted. And let's see, recommendation from staff is a continuance, and
Just a question on how the rest of the board feels about the two areas I brought up with housing. How's everybody else feel with those couple areas that I felt were a little tight?
What are the two areas?
That is your northernmost grouping on the east side, right here. And then this right here.
So my question, Jake, would be, did the fire department approve the plan?
Yeah.
And if they did, I'm good with it.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, they're the ones that have to get the
Yeah,
equipment
no,
in.
that's why I'm just looking for a consensus
They're
of
the
the board.
experts.
I would say there's no perfect plan, and I think this is pretty good.
Okay.
Ideally, you'd want two ways, like in.
Yeah, no, I
but
know.
It's just,
I just see those becoming a problem down the road. So.
I mean, you have a hammerhead there, which you know someone's gonna park in,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do.
That's a parking spot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what everyone thinks.
It's my parking spot.
But that's up to the development, right?
Yeah.
To
the
police that on their
association
own.
to
Yeah.
do their
And do
policing.
do their thing and have somebody run around and put
Yeah.
nasty
Oh,
grams on windshields.
I'm just looking consensus of the board, that's all. I
Yeah.
think those are two areas of concern. I think it's a great plan. I think those are two areas that maybe we're trying to get a little too much in.
It's not ideal. You know,
Yeah.
it's-
So the division chief of fire prevention is pretty astute in his recommendations.
Yeah.
The fact that it's a 24-foot wide roadway,
You're
with
good
only
with it?
one entrance and exit for the west, he's already taken into consideration with the requirement of the sprinkler system.
Okay.
As Mr. D said, there's no perfect plan.
Yep.
From a fire department perspective, we look at, can we get our equipment in? We don't care if anybody can get out after
Yeah,
we're
it
in,
doesn't
but
matter as
can
long
we
as
get
you're
in? And
Okay.
the answer to that
That's
question
fair.
is yes.
That's fair. You know, I certainly want to see some sort of updated elevation and landscape plan of what I had discussed. I think it's very important to the residents of the actual Vista Ridge, to make sure that's done right. So,
And if I can just add, from engineering standpoint, again, I think figuring out what needs to be done with Manchester Water Works, because that's the first I hear that, you know, again, I had caught that condition on Manchester Water Works sign off, but again, never knew what that was all about. That is of concern, and then traffic is of concern. I've heard, again, you're building elevations, the
we
board
talked about
members.
traffic?
I'm sorry? About traffic.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Yeah, but
And again, and I'd like to make sure that Brian is satisfied with whatever the result is.
Yeah.
And he
So
understands it's not
I
just a
think there's
note.
enough here that's worth continuing.
yeah, it's not all there, I think, for us to really make a decision on it.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue formal review of a site plan for 130 townhouses and associated site improvements at 71 Perkins Road, map 15, lot 51, zoned MUC, 171 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 59, zoned MUC, 179 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 60, zoned MUC, 175 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 60, Village 2, zoned MUC, and 191 Rockingham Road, map 15, lot 64, zoned MUC. Gene Gagnon, owner and applicant. In accordance with plans prepared by Keach Nordstrom dated August 12, 2022, last revised on August 29, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval. If we're continuing that, I don't really need that, do I? Yeah.
No.
No. So I'll stop after owner and applicant, and we can strike anything after owner and applicant.
Yeah.
Don't need it.
I'll second that motion.
Jake has made a motion to continue, and Lynn has done a second. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor signify by, Kelly, we need a
We have a
date.
date?
10th of January?
January 10th.
January 10th.
Okay, so the plan is continued to January 10th, 2024. So, all
So
those
we
in
got
favor?
a second, we got a motion?
Yep. So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Chair votes affirmative. Nay from Bruce. Okay. Plan is continued to the 10th of January, 2024.
And we all set with Jason, or would you like
Jake
him
wants to
to?
see me again, right?
I think if you want to give us a
Gonna give
quiz,
him a special meeting.
see what we really know.
Do you think we're done with traffic discussion at this point?
I'm gonna leave
to-
that to our town staff's recommendation before the meeting if they feel as though we need traffic to come back.
Okay.
Is that appropriate?
Yeah,
I'd like to see a summary by intersection of what your findings were.
Yeah.
I'd love to see your work.
Kind of agree with that.
yeah.
Maybe if we have some data.
Submit it.
So you could give it to Kelly, Kelly could get it out to us.
Yeah, not necessarily come back to present it, but at least, you know, we could have it and take a look at it.
Like, as far as, you know, the increases in delay at each intersection and all that stuff?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
It's all in the traffic study, so it's not gonna be a heavy lift at all?
Yep, okay, good.
All right, thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
You're gonna miss me, Jake.
Yeah. See you next month.
I have to say, it's very thorough. Okay, the next two we'll take together, because one's the conditional use permit that goes with the site plan.
Yeah.
So we have a public hearing on an application for a conditional use permit to allow 10,500 square feet of wetland impact. Tax map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC. Gene Gagnon is the owner, and Bill Greiner is the applicant. And that's continued from the 6th of December, 2023.
See,
And what goes with it also is a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit to construct a 12,000 square foot medical building and a 3,000 square foot bank and associated site improvements. Tax map 15, lot 60-2, zone MUC. Gene Gagnon is the owner, Bill Greiner is the applicant, and that has been also continued from December 6, 2023. We just need to do completeness.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are 5 outstanding checklist items. If the board decides to accept the application as complete, these items should be waived for acceptance purposes only. Those checklist items are items related to the utility plans, the water detail within the plan set, the gas line details, grading and drainage plans, the detail sheets themselves in stormwater management report, as well as copies of permits, applications that have not been submitted to the town.
Okay, we just need to do the.
Do we want-
Yes, I'm trying to find stuff here myself, too.
There we go. Okay, so,
I get the staff memo.
here we go. So, are we starting,
For acceptance, this is for
Additional,
completeness.
sorry, I'm getting, having 2 medical things is getting me all mixed up here. So those are bills.
Too much paperwork.
Do we have a recommendation
On the outstanding checklist
on
items,
acceptance?
on acceptance, they should be provided.
Give me 1 sec. Okay.
Oh, yeah, staff recommends that the board vote to accept the application as it's substantially complete and contains sufficient information to invoke the board's jurisdiction to allow the board to make an informed decision.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to,
If it makes it easier, we recognize that we need to provide those items, especially prior to any approvals.
is there a subdivision, I can't, is there a subdivision on this too? That's what's mixing me up.
No. it's
No,
just a
there's
site
not.
plan.
No, this is just.
All right, that's getting me all mixed up. 'cause
Just
I'm
a
looking at
site
like 3
plan.
different
We've had,
pieces of paper here.
We've had the combinations and,
No, there is a med subdivision.
It says med subdivision, right there.
That's-
22.
It's a site plan.
That was a different one?
Yeah, see, that's why I'm getting mixed up.
That was the first one.
Yeah.
Got it.
yeah, the hour's getting later too, so the mind is not as clear as it was at.
So-
at
I
7.
missed my nap today.
Either way, can I make a motion to waive the checklist items for acceptance only?
Okay, Jacob made a motion to waive the checklist items as specified by staff.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Mr. Chair was affirmative, and they have been waived for acceptance purposes only. And then we can go to the completeness.
We just went through
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get things situated
So
there,
we can-
Jake, and.
We can start listening to him.
So-
Got a lot of checklist items here.
I understand.
Yeah, we just need a motion on completeness. So just a motion to accept.
We just did that.
We just did
No.
that.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just did
okay, that was
Yeah,
all,
yeah.
all,
Yep.
oh, okay.
So we've got a handful of waivers here. I'll let you start talking on the waivers, or the chair will let you start talking on the waivers.
Yes.
I thank you.
Just identify yourself for our records, please,
Yep.
just to be official and everything, and
So
we'll proceed.
For the record, Sam Foisey with Meridian Land Services, just to quickly address the checklist items, we did an internal review after our submittal, and we recognize that we need to provide those items. We have since made some updates to the plans. They have not been presented to the town, nor are they on this presentation that's before you. The 2 waivers that I believe we've requested are a waiver for the utility availability letters, for the purposes of accepting the application, not for approving it. So it seems as that may have been already waived. The other waiver is related to the architectural renderings for the
Okay.
bank building and the bank building
I was looking
only.
at the wrong thing, so. Pardon me.
Which I can touch more on that further in my presentation or I can speak more in detail on that now if you'd like.
Let's go with it now.
All right, so I'll skip through some slides just to get to that. So, we showed this presentation to you before during conceptual sometime, I believe it was June 14th meeting. We heard the board's comments related to those, mostly being the one in a pitched roof, inclusion of more brick, similar to the bus stop across the street. Essentially, design elements that relate to the other buildings approved in Londonderry. And then that brings us to essentially the phasing. So the project is phased into two phases. Phase one being the bank, phase one being the medical building and the associated improvements related to the medical building, as well as the utility stubs, water, sewer, and propane to the bank pad site. We are proposing to install the overall drainage basin, as well as the containment berm that would wrap the bank pad and then have the bank pad be stabilized. So essentially, while we are proposing this site to be a bank, we don't have a bank tenant lined up that would drive the architectural design of the building. This is the architectural elevations that was presented to the Heritage Commission. We attended 2 meetings, the last of which being, I believe it was November 16th, where we presented building materials, the siding, the brick, and the shingles of this here. The architect did indicate, while this color scheme isn't perfect of what represents the real-life colors, that's where those samples came into play of what the colors would be. And we've asked the Heritage Commission on their input on whether or not they would support a waiver from the planning board on the condition that the architectural style match this architectural style, also be equivalent to the samples that were provided to the Heritage Commission. And then when this building is seeking its building permit, we would come back before the planning board for the planning board's input, as well as the Heritage Commission's input on it. So that.
I thank you for that.
So that is essentially the justification of the waiver. We're not trying to not provide the elevations to the board. We just don't have a tenant yet for the bank that would gear the specifics in the building design, and we want to bring that back before you when it's time for that.
That's understandable.
So that's essentially my presentation on why we would be requesting a waiver for the architectural elevations of the bank.
Would your intention be to try and match phase 2 to phase 1 architecturally?
Yes, and that's how we presented it to the Heritage Commission.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions on the waivers? John, Kelly, Ben, anybody? Waivers?
Any,
Staff's recommending approval of the waiver that was just outlined.
Okay. So, I'm gonna take them separately, Mr. Chair.
yes.
I'm gonna
I
make
think that
a,
would be
I'm gonna
the
make
best.
a motion to grant the first waiver, with regards to renderings for the proposed bank. As this waiver could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
Okay, motion by Jake, do I have a second?
Second that, Mr.
Second
Chair.
by Lynn, any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. And abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and that waiver has been granted.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to deny the second waiver in regards to the SLPR section 4.18.b relating to providing utility clearance letters.
Okay. Motion by Jake, do I have a second for the denial?
I'd like to discuss it. I'll second it, but I'd like a discussion on
Okay,
what it.
motion second.
That's fine.
Okay, discussion on Jake's.
So what does it mean to deny the waiver?
So they'll have to get the clearance letters.
What does it mean for the rest of us here tonight?
Becomes a condition of approval,
Okay.
and they'll have to fulfill it.
But, so, just for the other side of things, if we were to accept the waiver, it would still become a condition of approval, no?
No, you would be waiving it in its
We would
You
be
would
waiving it.
be
in its
waiving
entirety.
it.
Okay,
So,
yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone who is opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative on it, and the second one, section 4.18, point B is denied, becomes a conditional of approval in the plan.
Mr. Chair, we have a conditional use permit.
Yes. And Conservation has recommended the approval of it, so
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to grant approval of the CUP for approximately 10,500 square feet of wetland impact for the construction of a medical office building and bank, map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, Gene Gagnon, owner, and Bill Greiner, applicant.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Jake's made the motion for the conditional approval. Lynn has seconded. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative. And the conditional use permit has been granted. Bless you.
God bless.
There's an additional conditional use permit that was
For the
submitted with the
drive-through?
application for the drive-through. Would this be the appropriate time for that as well?
Yes.
Want to discuss it at all?
I can discuss it briefly.
30,000-foot view.
Yes, so banks typically have a drive-through facility to take burden off of traffic going indoors. There's two drive-through lanes here with a bypass lane that then extends around it. We believe that the location of the drive-through doesn't have a visual impact of queuing of vehicles to the general public passing along Vista Ridge as well as Rockingham. And essentially, it's in conformance with the requirements of the CP permit.
Great. Anybody?
Any questions?
No.
Staff input?
I have a question.
Uh,
The
Yes.
width of the roadway between the drive-up and the edge of the road, how wide is that?
The width of the roadway between so you're saying the width of the drive-through lanes?
No, the lane that
Right
passes.
here.
If I remember correctly, let me just pull it off the plans.
Thinking of Bruce.
I think it was about 11 feet,
Well, that's gonna be a problem. Fire trucks and/or potentially ambulances may have a hard time getting around there if they have to go, enter, and then once that bank is built, go around the bank to get back out. That's gonna be quite a problem.
we can look into widening that.
Especially now that you guys got rid of the road that went around the building.
That bypass, we can look into
I think we'll
widening
get
that
into that a
bypass
bit
lane.
when we get the site plan.
And then
Right now, we're on CUP.
running the Londonderry fire truck maneuver through it, just to make sure that it works with vehicle queuing there as well.
So anything question-wise on the CUP? Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant approval of conditional use permit to allow the drive-through windows as an accessory use to the proposed bank, map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, Gene Gagnon, owner, and Bill Greiner, applicant.
Okay, motion by Jake for.
Second that, Mr.
Second by
Chair.
Lynn for additional approval. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair was affirmative, and the conditional use permit to allow the drive-through window is presented. So we gotta go get some public input too. So anything to add, what you've already said about the site plan?
I could go through my whole presentation, but I recognize that tonight isn't an approval night, it's a continuance night. And
More likely than
in the
not.
opinion of or in respect to the board's time, as well as the town residents here, I think the only thing that might be worth visiting is if the board has any input on site layout and then probably landscaping. I recognize we don't need to talk about traffic anymore, and I'll be having a discussion with Jason
We'll be doing
tomorrow
the
about the
Study.
traffic study. So, generally, the site's access from Vista Ridge Drive through a full left in, right in, left out, right out. Patrons of the medical facility will utilize the drop-off lane when they need, drop-off area when they need to drop off a patient. The site's generally graded at 2% with some increased grades there, but it's generally flat for the medical use. The utilities are served by the water off of Vista Ridge, and then sewer connecting to the sewer manhole that is proposed with the Vista West and Vista East subdivision / site plan. And then it will be served by propane with electric and underground utilities coming off of the pole at the intersection of Vista Ridge and Rockingham. So drainage-wise, or drainage and grading, there is a berm located at the upper side of the property that will divert any water that is sheet flowing from the uphill lands, and then it will travel along that berm to its ultimate discharge point to, I believe, the east. Also, drainage, there is a berm that wraps around the bank site with a swale in there that collects all the runoff from the bank. And when we went before the CONSCOM, their main issue was any snow going back into the larger wetlands. That's what this berm does, is any snow melt will drain into the swale and then go around. They also requested us putting a note on the plans saying that any excess snow will be removed from the site, which we're happy to do so. The remainder of the site is either sheet flows into the stormwater basin or is collected via catch basins and culvert pipes. We also, related to the drainage system of Vista Ridge, there is a drainage manhole that we're proposing to remove and then reinstall one up gradient of the pipe. That is essentially shortening the pipe, and then we are diverting it back to its original discharge point. So we aren't changing its discharge point. We are lengthening the overall run of pipe by about 10 feet. We are improving the angle, the angle of change within the manhole. It essentially was a 45-degree angle back. We're going about at 90 degrees, and then we're improving the slope of that. Staff had some comments of whether or not that should be modeled. From when we made our original submittal to now, we have modeled it, confirming that there is no adverse impact, which we will provide that to staff after this meeting. Other than that, I think that kind of summarizes the project up as quick as possible so we can get out of here as quick as possible. And then I would just like to leave it on the landscaping, as I would imagine that might be where there's the majority of the comments from the board.
Yep. So, any further input from staff?
I think Sam's recognized the plan needs a lot of work, in my opinion. Get a hold of Jason, get a hold of a traffic engineer to look at the traffic, because what was presented doesn't reflect what's actually happening out there. That's all I have right now.
Okay, Kelly? You're all set. Okay, we'll go to the board. Ian?
I have a question for you. Why didn't you bring the roadway, internal roadway, around the back of the building and to go straight out? I'm just curious.
We couldn't fit it, is essentially what it is. So we have to stay, and let me grab the plans here of what the actual dimensioning is. I believe we have to stay, and I can be corrected if I need to. There is a impervious area setback from the frontage, and I think it's half the distance of the building setbacks, so that would be 30 feet. And then there is an impervious area setback from the rear, which is half the building setback, which is 15 feet. So to fit a drive access aisle between the building, we wouldn't be able to fit it. That's essentially the reason for that.
Okay. Where is the dumpster in this?
The dumpster is located in between the bank and the medical building to give equal access to it.
Okay.
So at the end, I guess, I don't know
Is
if
that
there's
little
always a-
square, rectangle on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Or-
Mr. D, you got anything?
I might have one thing.
Maybe.
Two.
Great.
First of all, I'd like to say that I was very critical of your first plan, and as critical as I was, probably 100% critical, I'm 100% in favor of this plan. I think you made some great corrections. Thank you for listening and paying attention. You have some color issues that I know you're gonna work through. Just looking at it quickly, I think you got a huge drainage problem with the crickets on your overhang, the roof crickets, that are probably gonna have to be drained underground. Just a thought. I've been there, done that, and it's way easier to do it on the front end than the way I did it, which is.
Digging up the
back end,
pavement.
Which is way more expensive, so.
Yep.
Something to think about for you. I think you have a huge traffic pattern issue with that, with people being dropped off under that overhang. They come in the driveway, they take a right under the overhang, drop off somebody with a wheelchair or a walker or whatever, and then they have no choice but to take almost a 180 left-hand turn to get out to the majority of your parking. It would be nice if conveniently they could take a 90-degree and all of those spots were empty, but we know that's not reality. Unfortunately, usually when I find things like that, I can quickly come up with a solution for you, but I have nothing based on what I'm looking at on this plan. But I think the circulation, I think you got a huge circulation problem with that. Other than that, again, I thank you for listening when you were here last time for discussion, and I think the design works very well with the neighborhood, with the town. The mustard colors that I'm looking at would not be my first choice, but I'm sure some other boards will have a conversation about that with you.
Yeah, I can ask the architect to take his samples, to bring them in, and hopefully that will help with some of that concern, because the Heritage Commission had the same opinion of the colors based off of the rendering, and then when they had the samples, they were more in favor of it.
That'd be helpful, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm all set,
All
thank
set?
you.
Thanks. Yeah, definitely echoing Tony's comments over here. I do like the design. I also want to echo John from town staff's comments. Definitely work with town staff to really kind of pull this plan together. I think, it does, to me, does raise some red flags, I think. So we do want to ensure that it is, you're working with town staff to get it to a place where they're comfortable with it. So your project, so frankly, if the project's successful.
Thank you.
So I'm going to echo Tony's comments on traffic flow through there, and I guess my real concern is to go to the bank, you have to drive through the parking lot of the medical building. And I think, with people in wheelchairs going out to being wheeled out to their cars or things like that, and they have just the retail flow going to the bank, I don't have a better solution, but I see that as being somewhat problematic. And then how many parking spots do you have?
I believe we have 67 of them, but I'll get 67 and 59 are required.
Okay. It just looks like there's not enough parking, but if you've met the minimum requirements, then I'm fine.
And we purposely overparked it, given that the medical facility asked for more spaces than what the town required.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, so it is a one-story building. We're used to looking at 2 stories, right?
Yeah, you think it's more than it, yeah.
And so we're looking at, again, that one-dimensional rectangle.
Yep.
That usually has something on top. So I think they're probably okay, because there's not gonna be very many offices in there. It's kind of a small building, I think.
Okay. And hopefully the employees' parking would be away from the front door.
At the bus station.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
And you need a crosswalk there.
I'm all set.
Okay. Jake?
Elevation wise, I think the building looks great. I totally agree on the colors. I think they're a little skewed and need to be adjusted, but you know, you've got a nice brick skirting down at the bottom. You've got a really good looking roof line. It's a good looking building. I'm definitely concerned about the bank, especially phasing it. I don't see how you can build this medical building, put it into service, and then try and build a bank and bring construction equipment in and out of this lot all day. I don't honestly don't know if I could support it with the bank in there because of that. I think there is a, oh geez, my computer just got all messed up. There's a little bit of a safety issue there with there being one entrance. You know, people are gonna be flying in and out of the bank. Once it's built out, never mind construction. So I'm certainly concerned about that. Circulation around the building, is that something that, would they be able to put something back there with a waiver and they're inside of setbacks and there would be a waiver we could support?
Is that zoning at that point?
That's variance, okay. I agree with the entrance. I don't know if you can move it, you know, more up Vista Ridge or into Vista Ridge. I don't know if that would help with the 20 feet you might have there, if you could do that. But I gotta say, I'm definitely concerned about the bank. Landscape-wise, I think there's a lot left to be desired. This landscape kind of reminds me of what we commonly see up at like Pettingill Road, your EFIs, your UPSs, your FedExes, where it's like, let's just throw trees in the ground so we meet our standards, or meet your, whatever you need to meet numbers-wise. So I personally think from an aesthetic standpoint, you're a medical building. You guys should work a little bit harder on the landscape there. But my biggest thing is I am worried about there being a bank in this and there only being one entrance. I think it's a little bit of an issue, and I'll stop there.
Okay, Jake. Ted?
So my big concern is, we had looked at this, I mean, if you can go to slide 7 on your presentation, we were
Yeah,
all
not
a
sure
lot more
which
in
one.
favor with the road on the back of the building for egress for fire and ambulance.
difference.
And now, I don't understand how a fire truck or an ambulance would be able to get in and out of here safely without taking out another vehicle. And let alone trying to go around the bank, there's not enough room.
I'll look into,
I mean, you gotta have that road behind it. There's no way that would happen. Bruce, do you have any opinion on that?
I mean, there are circumstances in which the fire department would sign off on not having full 360 access, but it usually involves other considerations for traffic flow on the other remaining sides. And my comment would be is that the bank looks forced into the lot, and therefore it looks like it's creating a flow issue on the site. I don't know what that means to you, but there's definitely some congestion as it relates to flow around the project.
Well, and especially if it's going to be phased in, there's no roadway around that area where supposedly the bank would be for even a fire truck or ambulance to get out, because if they're gonna be phasing it in, it dead ends at that dumpster. Let alone, I don't understand how a dump truck for the trash would go all the way in and drive in and somehow pick up that trash.
Back
and
out
then
for 200
back out somehow. And let alone, this plan, this footprint is a smaller footprint than what we were seeing before. So I don't understand how we can't get that roadway behind it when this footprint is a smaller footprint than what
Not a
was originally-
question you'd have to answer tonight, but would there be an ability to take the parking that is along Route 28, put it where your bank is, be able to move your building up a little bit so you can get circulation behind it?
I could look.
Like I said, not an answer for tonight.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving this because of logistically of getting emergency vehicles around a medical building. That's me.
Jason?
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I'd love to see the, like what you had originally, you know, the drive around the back. With the back, it just seems like trying to fit 10 pounds of stuff into an 8-pound bag. So I don't know. I don't see how a lot of this stuff works with the way it's laid out right now.
Roger?
I think everybody who's talking about that is correct, but it also, you have customers coming through here, and you're not making it easy for them to use the facilities. I mean, it's not just a fire truck, it's, you really need that circle.
Mhm.
And that's my only comment.
Bruce?
Did Division Chief Johnson already provide feedback as it relates to this plan?
Yes.
Did he have similar concerns?
No specific comment about that access.
No specific
No
comment?
specific comment.
You
I'd
consider this a
suggest you look-
specific comment?
I can follow up with them to,
Yeah, that would be, I think, the best thing.
Yeah, that'd be just my recommendation, you know, from looking at the project, and how it's evolved, like, I like the architecture that we're looking at in this building,
It's a beautiful building.
but now I don't like how it's positioned on the lot, so.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. It's rather awkward. And that's it.
Mr. D has got one over there.
I have a follow-up. Did I misspeak when I said it was a one-story building? Is this stuff upstairs?
this is one story.
Okay. So the slide that says proposed two-story building, 30,000 square foot.
That was, in my presentation, it was gonna be, this is what we presented to you in June, but I tried to speed it up since,
That's fine.
Yep.
So I did not misspeak. It is a one-story building.
no, you're correct.
Thank you.
Ann?
As far as the bank, could you move the drive-through on the bank to the east side of the building? And it looks like there's area that you could extend the drive lane to the east.
I
There's a
think
lot
I
of
could.
space.
This is the configuration of the bank that the architect gave me to work with. So I can bring that comment back to him and ask if is there a configuration of the bank where you think it could work with a drive-through on the east, and
Then
that
you
might.
could fit some parking on that side.
I think
instead.
that's a very constructive point to
I
allow
think
for
in
more
fairness
access
to you,
around
you
it.
should bring the architect in so we can beat him up. And to say that the concept was very, very nice. So, anyway.
Yes, Ted?
So going off the original plan that was presented to us and what's presented today, footprint-wise of the two buildings is actually about a little over 600 square feet less of a footprint. So if you actually made your medical building bigger, you could still fit what, you know, we were asking for parking and roadway around the building. If you actually just made a bigger medical building,
So.
you wouldn't have to have the bank.
In that first concept, that was me coming up with a footprint, not being an architect. And then when the architect gave me the footprint, that was then what I was working with.
Okay.
So that's why there's a perception of more room there, because civil engineer, not an architect, and they gave me more realistic building dimensions.
That may be true, but I'm just saying logistically on the site, it was stated before that it could not be fit. But the size of the building that's being presented today is a smaller building, and that you were able to fit a road behind the building before,
Yeah.
so.
But that was just with the medical.
I know,
It was
but even
purely
still.
conceptual.
It
It
still sort of-
shows it in the setback.
Yeah, it showed
Irregardless,
it.
it shows it in the setback, so it was conceptual.
It seems to me you can get a one-way driveway.
There's gotta, that's what I'm saying, there's gotta be a way to
behind
get
that-
something in there.
Behind the building,
If we-
directly into the drive-through.
Is the planning board directing us to seek I don't know if, I wouldn't say directing, but if we can only get it to fit via variance, is that an option that you would like us to pursue?
It's definitely something to think about.
I'd like you to try it without
I
a
think it's
variance.
really important to have a road back there. I think
you
it's
can do
very
it.
important.
I think it can be done.
You want a flow circulating around, and then customers will appreciate it, you know?
So no parking back there, just a
Just a road.
one-way in.
Yep.
So you basically come in your driveway
Or
straight
a one-way
ahead,
out.
right
Bank traffic
in,
isn't going back
oh,
around.
and then
the-
come out around the bank, and then once you get past the bank, then it's two-way.
Is the architect stuck on it being two separate buildings?
I think that's just, we didn't even have a conversation about that.
I heard somebody say yeah back there.
Yeah.
Yes, well, come to the microphone, please. So, just your name and address,
Hi, I'm
please.
Bob Rohr, 18 The Flume, Amherst, New Hampshire. I work with Bill Greiner on the development of this. The two buildings is kind of driven by tenant requirements. So we're really pushing for that.
But it definitely needs more thought into it. I think it's the circulation around it. You could have ease, and this is for your customers, ease of people getting in and getting out. Because if it becomes hard and it becomes jammed, they're not going to patronize the place. No, that's.
But it's a beautiful building.
It's a gorgeous building. I want to see it up.
I like it a lot. Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the public. Are there any abutters or anyone from the public that has questions, comments, and concerns about this site plan? Gianni?
Giovanni Varani, 73 Page Road. So I guess the concern you had about not being able to support the project, with this being a phase two, didn't we just approve a project like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago at La Coretta, which is very similar to this, on probably a smaller footprint that had an existing retail operation going on, and they reconstructed the whole building
It's got
and
two
put
exits.
north?
It's got two exits.
Sure, but
Positive.
you're going in and out of a facility that has, I mean, I don't think it's a call of the planning board to say, hey, if that's phase two, I don't like you repurposing the lot to its fullest capacity. Just my 2 cents. With the size of the lot, he can probably go back and take another look at this lot and design the layouts of the buildings, but you are talking about 15,000 square feet on 3.5 acres or 3.2 acres. So, I mean, you talk about like utilization of the property in the town of Londonderry. That's not a lot of square footage on 3.5 acres. So, and when we get into things about access or flow or traffic flow and things like that, isn't that why we have staff? Isn't that why we have fire departments and police chiefs and things like that, to take a look at a plan and take a look at how the traffic flow goes around the plan? I mean, I don't know why we're redesigning things like that at a planning board level.
I can answer that. I think it absolutely is a process. I think it is something that a land use board can do and should do. I think staff is going to deal with it also, and probably John already made mention of it before, halfway into the presentation, that we probably have some circulation issues, I think is the word he used. But I think it absolutely is a function of a planning board.
Okay. Thank you for your input, Tony. And going back to the whole traffic studies, reports, et cetera, and the two different lots, I think that what the previous applicant was looking for was, they are the primary, the board required that there's a commercial component to this lot, or the zoning required that, right? So
fortunately, we found a medical user and a bank, which is what I've heard a lot that the north end of town needs,
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Versus another a gas station or auto body repair shop or what have you. So you have a great use here, okay? So, but that being said, Mr. Gagan's been going through the process for over 2 years to get their traffic study done, you know, and it changes and it changes and it changes and things, and they've been accommodating those changes. But when they do a traffic study, not to talk more about traffic, and by the way, that was the most informing traffic study
Already got somebody walking out.
I ever heard. That's okay. So my point is that they predicted the uses for the lot. So, and I think you said it earlier, that if you're going to require more traffic studies, it really, I mean, I like both of the uses, but it should be on your part to go in and get that new traffic study. We shouldn't be going back to Mr. Gagnon and say, hey, now you got to redesign your traffic study one more time because this is a proposed use. They may develop the project, they may not develop the project. There may be a lemonade stand there in the future, who knows? But every time the proposed use for that lot gets changed, it should be on the user that's coming in second, right? That's all I'm trying to say, is that, you know, I think they did a good job with their traffic study, and I'd love to see both of the uses go together for the sake of the north end of the town. But if it's not exactly what they had projected, those changes really should be coming from the medical user coming in second. It's my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Don't see any further public comment. We'll bring it back to the.
Just like
the
to
board.
add real quick is I do think it's a great use, everything that's proposed here. I don't think anybody in the board is debating whether this is a good use or not. I think everybody's concern is circulation of the law.
Public safety.
And we did make the correction on the traffic studies. Asked if the two would work together, they declined. So we said, okay, we're gonna work with what we have, and the first one in is gonna dictate what number two has to do. And so I think we made that correction.
Choice of the applicants.
And I mean, basically, all we're saying is, there's a circulation problem here that I think it can be fixed. One person thinks it can be fixed, and I think for public safety and any other way you want to delineate it, that I think it's a good comment from a land use board, so.
Okay, what's the board's desire?
Anybody got anything else?
Nope.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue formal review of a site plan and conditional use permit to construct a 12,000 square foot medical building and 3,000 square foot bank and associated site improvements. We
You can
don't
strike
have,
the-
I was gonna say, I can get rid of the CUPs, right? So I'd like to make a motion to continue formal review of a site plan to construct a 12,000 square foot medical building and a 3,000 square foot bank and associated site improvements, map 15, lot 60-2, zoned MUC, Gene Gagnon owner, Bill Griner applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Meridian Land Services dated July 13, 2023, last revised November 16, 2023.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion made and seconded. Do we have a date for,
As long as the 10th of January is okay with the applicant, then.
That'd be okay with us,
Does it
and
give
then
you
if we
enough
need
time?
additional time, we'll request an additional continuance.
Okay, so to the 10th of January.
so, yes. So, motion by Jake for continuance to the 10th of January, second by Lynn. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative. We'll have to see what we do have on the 10th, Kelly, because I think we're going to have Sylvia come in for housing needs assessment.
So far as the three you've continued this evening.
Oh,
Sylvia
okay.
might have to wait.
Yeah. Maybe see if she can do next month, February.
All right, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Okay. Other business. Next, we have a public hearing on amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance relating to the use table, flood overlay district, delete Route 28 and Route 102 performance overlay districts, and references to Route 28 and 102 performance overlay districts. The following sections are proposed to be amended. Section 4.6.6, performance overlay district, Route 102 corridor. Section 4.6.7, performance overlay district, Route 28 corridor. Section 6.3.10, Route 102, performance overlay district, conditional use permit criteria. Section 7.6.D.7, signs permitted and prohibited by district. Section 7.6.D.8, signs permitted and prohibited by district. Section 6.3.11, Route 28 performance overlay district, conditional use permit criteria. And this was, I think, enacted back in 2002 because of pressures from the, concern from the community of pressures of growth, big box stores and so forth. But the performance overlay district was intended to be temporary. Anything with government that's temporary becomes permanent. So here we are, 20 years later. Finally addressing it. We had one attempt at it that I think had complicated things, was to remove the POD, but combine all the commercial areas into one. That I know failed to gain traction because we had a meeting with all the landowners. And there were concerns, so the board dropped it. But this is just a removal of the POD, and it'll be using the existing zoning that we had before 2002. So, Kelly.
Mr. Chair. So as you indicated, we held a work session on the proposed zoning amendments, which are to remove the 28 and 102 overlay or performance overlay districts. The consensus from the board at that meeting was to proceed with a public hearing, which brings us to this evening. The two overlay districts were first adopted in 2002. The intent at the time was to assist with keeping the two corridors in line with the then 1997 master plan. That master plan had objectives such as regulating development to ensure it could be supported by planned infrastructure such as widening I-93, as well as continued increase in new development. As the board is aware, the town has experienced significant growth since 2002 and since the 1997 master plan was adopted. And we currently operate under the 2013 master plan, which identifies both the Route 28 and 102 corridors as retrofit growth sectors, and talks about that particular growth sector being assigned to areas that are already developed. These corridors are now experiencing development and redevelopment interest, which presented an opportunity for staff to evaluate the need for the overlays. And at the direction of the board and council, we proceeded with that analysis, which you'll find detailed. Ben's adding it to your,
Yeah.
I don't think it uploaded.
You see us all freaking out right now.
It's there.
Where is it? Where is it?
You're all calm and cool.
It's there.
It's in the email
Is it in
Dropbox.
there?
Yeah.
It's in the
Okay.
email.
It's in the email Dropbox.
It's in the stack too now.
Yeah, it's in the file,
should be in there now.
in the folder.
Yeah, I made a hard copy of it because you never know what happens with a
It's the
computer.
same that was,
You're so old school.
Yes,
All the old guys do that.
never
the same
fails.
that was
You
presented on
old
there.
guys do that.
Thank you. It's on our computer now.
So this
Oh, I
evening,
just want the record to show that Johnny has rejoined the board, so we've got 9 voting members.
Did you read into the record that it was, I stepped down for the second? That
Yeah.
second?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're seeking a recommendation to the council for the amendments. Would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
So with respect to the 102 overlay district, through the analysis that we conducted, there were 15 lots identified as undeveloped and underutilized, lying within the C1, C2, and C3 zoning districts, and totaling 238 acres. Within the 28 overlay, there were 11 undeveloped and underutilized parcels identified, spanning over the commercial 1 and commercial 2 zones, and totaling about 36 acres. So I'll pull up what I just read, just so you can see it. So what I provided is the detailed analysis that shows the uses within the 102 and 28 overlay districts and how they operate with the overlay present, and then how they would operate with the overlay removed, meaning it would defer to the underlying zoning. So, for example, if it's a commercial 2 property with a 102 overlay, the overlay is removed and it defaults to the underlying C2 zone. I also provided the actual red line of what.
If it was a Route 102 property with a.
So if you have a property that's zoned commercial 2 with the 102 overlay, if the board, if we were to remove that overlay, the zone would be commercial 2 only. So it would fall to the underlying zoning district that exists today.
I had a question if I could ask. With the warehouse, maybe I'm not understanding this, but in the warehouse, it says up to 250,000.
So by way of a conditional use permit, depending on which zone you are in, you can, the warehouse storage use up to 250,000 square feet is permitted.
Okay, but there isn't a size restriction, well, but then it says up to 75,000 in retail sales.
Correct. So again, depending on the zone that you're in, that is permitted, a permitted use, up to 75,000 square feet.
So one of the things with the POD is it restricted the size, so we're still leaving the size restrictions in?
So the dimensional requirements of the overlay districts relate to landscape buffers and setbacks and building height. So removing the overlays does not change the already defined uses in the use table. It just changes, again, depending on the zone, what uses will remain permitted or not permitted by way of the conditional use process through the overlay districts.
So if you had a 78,000 square foot building in a C2 zone, it's not permitted?
For retail?
Yeah.
Correct. It's, for example, in the C1 zone, the retail sales establishment up to 75,000 square feet is permitted by right. If you want to exceed that, you would likely need a variance, whether the overlay is there or not.
But with the overlay, you weren't gonna get a 75,000 square foot building in lot for lot. One has
It would depend on the parcel, but.
Yeah, yeah,
Green- the
parcel
green space,
size.
Yes,
extra
with the
green space
overlay,
and the
it would
overlay.
take into account the
You get
landscape
less,
buffers.
a
and the
smaller
set-
size building with the overlay. Take the overlay off, and all things being equal, you probably could get a bigger
There's a-
building in there.
Potentially, yes, depending on the lot.
But if my memory is correct, prior to the POD coming in, the Route 102 came in first, and then it was the Route 28. It was based off of what came in subsequent to the Home Depot going in. And prior to that, it was that you could have any size building. And it was, I always thought it was like the anti-big box overlay, which restricted down to either 75,000 on Route 102 or 125 on Route 28. And then at some point in time, it must have been, that came into part of the zoning. Because I don't remember there being a restriction prior to the overlay, the performance overlay.
I don't believe the restriction was directly related to the overlay districts. I think through time, the uses permitted within the zoning districts changed or things were added.
I don't remember.
Yeah, if that would have occurred, I think, irrespective of the, POD, I'm trying to remember when it occurred. It would have to predate the, I think the POD, but I know Home Depot is, I think, 135,000 square feet, and you look at the size of Hannaford and Market Basket and so forth, so.
I remember it to be a zoning without a size restriction prior to the
I think there was a size restriction, but I'd have to go back
I'd
and look.
have to go back and look at that specifically.
Because I think it's, I don't know why we're putting a size, just my opinion, but I don't know why we're putting a size restriction on these things.
At the end of the day, isn't the lot size gonna dictate, I mean, you can't put a 75,000 square foot building on a 2-acre lot, right?
But you could combine
Probably
several
not,
lots.
but these zoning amendments are,
You can't, yeah,
are to remove
can't,
the overlay districts,
Yeah.
not to change the.
Correct. It's two
Uses.
different things, I guess, is what I'm
But
trying
Jake,
to.
Jake, you could combine several lots, and then you've got
Yeah.
We could go up.
But I know at the time of the POD, the community had very strong concerns about big box stores, so.
Special exemption.
But we're here to lift the POD, not to rehash the zoning, which we can do at a future time.
Yep, I'm here to answer questions, so.
Yes, you answered my questions, thank you.
We have from the public, they've been here a long time.
I would love to.
They've been here for a long, long time.
Okay, the board is relinquishing its input to go to the public. Board had, okay. Are there anyone would like to comment on the relief of the POD from the Route 102 area and the Route 28 area?
Before you do start, this is probably the longest meeting in my history of meetings, so thank you all very much.
We haven't been around the old days, Jake.
No.
We see if we can stretch this to 2 a.m., you know, that's how it was, and that's when we met every single Wednesday night. But welcome, Laura, and just identify yourself for our records, please.
Sure. My name is Laura Gandy. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Divine, Millimet and Branch in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm here tonight representing Tom Estes, who is a property owner within the Route 102 Performance Overlay District. And I do have a handout, if I could just.
Oh, sure.
May I continue? We're here in opposition to the removal of the Performance Overlay District, and the main reason is the reduction in the allowable uses. Currently, for my client, there are 19 uses that he can enjoy, and that's use category, that's not actual uses. So there's 19 use categories that he now enjoys with the Performance Overlay District on his property. The underlying district for his property is an AR1, then you put the commercial overlay over it, and that gives him 19 additional use categories that he now enjoys. That's not the amount of uses, that's just use categories. So for example, currently, right now, he can enjoy a restaurant, but that could be a Burger King, it could be a McDonald's, it could be a 110 Grill. So there's a lot of different uses that he can enjoy in each use category. If you take away the performance overlay district, he loses 15 use categories. So he will no longer have the ability to enjoy 15 use categories, which include dwelling, multifamily, mixed-use residential, nursing home, business center development, group child care center, recreation, commercial, retail sales up to 75,000 square feet, professional offices, repair services, restaurants, school, private service establishment, storage, self-serve, and the 2 types of warehouses. That's just for the AR1 property. Other properties in this area are also going to suffer the same fate if you remove that performance overlay. You do have an industrial 2 property on the Route 102 overlay district. Charles George Trucking, I believe it's something different now. That's an industrial 2 property. They, unfortunately, is going to suffer same fate, not as bad as an AR1 district, but they're going to lose 13 use categories, not 13 uses, the ability to avail themselves of 13 different use categories. And I spell those out for you in my memo. C3 property, again, suffers a similar fate. They no longer will be able to avail themselves of 11 use categories. So that's a big change for these properties owners within, this is just the 102 district. I didn't even get into a detailed analysis of the Route 28 district. But so now you're taking property owners' rights away, which brings me to my second point. It very well could be construed as an unconstitutional taking, inverse condemnation, or eminent domain. And as the board is aware, I was the associate planner for the town of Londonderry during 2019, when we did undertake to look at the commercial performance, the commercial overlay zones. And during that time, when we had a public hearing, I'm putting on my planner hat for the town, when we had that public hearing, the public came out in full force, basically saying, there was a good showing, and one of the top concerns was, you're taking away my use. You're basically doing an unconstitutional taking, and you're taking away my use. And what Colleen did, our approach at that point in time was not what's being put forward today. What we said at that point in time was, we're going to take the overlay districts and we're going to combine them into a commercial performance zone.
Performance overlay.
That would
yeah,
still
performance
kind of
overlay.
maintain some of the integrity of the area. And, we had some performance standards in the landscaping, and the public, didn't necessarily like that too. But the main concern that I remember was, you're basically taking away my rights to use the property in a way that I've been able to enjoy, and I have enjoyed for 20 plus years. You can't do that. And if you're going to do that, then you need to pay me for that. And I think at that point in time, town staff was like, okay, let's just kind of back off, let's regroup, let's see what's going on. And nothing really became of that. Now I'm going to direct your attention to what happened to my client. He has an AR1 property. Currently, he has Estes Town Country Store, what everybody's familiar with. So if he wanted to right now, he could sell that property, and he can market that property as a commercial property with 19 additional commercial uses. So the value to him is substantial. If he wanted to sell 39 acres now, he could do so. You take away that performance overlay zone, only thing he can do is sell that as an AR1 property. So the value, let's say his property right now is worth 39 acres in Londonderry, let's just say $2.5 million. Somebody wants to come in, they want to develop a commercial use on that, that's great. You take away the performance overlay district from him now, he has AR1. That value of his property is going to drop significantly. And who's going to make up for that loss for him? Is somebody going to compensate him for that loss? Again, I'm just putting that out there for the town, that the issue was in 2019, that issue is present again today. Inverse condemnation, an unconstitutional taking, just something for the board to be aware of, that could be a potential thing that would come their way. So again, you have a reduction in value of current loss to my client and in future loss to my client and many other of the property owners there as well. So I'm going to put my planner hat back on. The proposal in front of you today is just eliminating the performance overlay. So you're not doing anything else. You're not trying to keep the integrity of the land uses intact, is what you should try to do as planning for the community. You remove that performance overlay district, and if you look at the second page of my handout, where I gave that to you, so you take off the performance overlay, now you have a mix of incompatible land uses that's disordered, that's disjointed, that provides no cohesive design to the Route 102 corridor, which is a major corridor in Londonderry, one that Londonderry prides itself on. And part of the reason why I believe in 2002, the town put on the commercial performance overlay to have that cohesiveness in design, structure, architecture, landscape. You take that away, you're going to have, if you look at that map, you're going to have an industrial property next to an AR1 property, next to maybe a commercial 3 property, next to a commercial 2 property, next to a commercial 1, next to a multifamily with no cohesiveness. This is a major thoroughway in the town of Londonderry that the town should pride itself on to make sure that you have some type of performance standards. And that's what the commercial overlay district does for the Route 102 corridor and the Route 28. By taking it away and not putting anything else there, I could put a house now on 102. The guy next to me could have the industrial. So I don't think it's giving the right thought by removing it and not putting it with anything there. Back in 2019, that's why we didn't do that. That's why we didn't say, let's take it away and just leave it like that for all these reasons. We took it, the proposal was we're going to take it away, but then we're going to add a zone to kind of keep that integrity, the compatibility of land uses, all the things as a planner that you want to think about when you're planning for your town. Taking it away right now, you're not doing that. You're leaving a hodgepodge of different uses with no performance standards and nothing for a major thoroughway in town. And I know, again, when I put on my planner hat, when I was helping to plan for the town, we talked about what's the thoroughway in town, exit 5, that's like the gateway to Londonderry. 102, you get off of exit 93, you exit 4, you come down, you go in through Hudson, that's a main thoroughway for town. How do you want that to look? Part of the performance overlay district was put there so it would look a certain way. You have streetscape requirements, you have landscaping requirements, you have all these things that are there to help with an integrity of design in the planning for the town. And I know it was mentioned, the 2013 master plan, I believe Kelly mentioned, the 2002 master plan, but then we fast forward to the 2013 master plan. In that master plan, there was no discussion of removing the overlay districts. There was discussion, as Kelly pointed out, of, the retrofit, the growth sector, and throughout it all was the importance of keeping those areas to look a certain way. And let me just find what this is. On page 39 of your master plan, what did you hear? Many people mentioned Route 102 as a place in Londonderry that they didn't find appealing. They wanted to make sure it had a certain look to it. They talked about the suburban retrofit of keeping a certain design look to that area. There was talk about form-based components to deal with, the character and community design of that area. There was never any discussion of just letting that area fall back to the underlying zoning districts for the reasons that I just spoke to you about. When they talked about the South Village Suburban Corridor retrofit, your master plan says the Route 102 corridor links Londonderry and serves as the catch-all destination for many needs. Physically changing the appearance and functionality of Route 102 by rebuilding the street line as a tree-lined boulevard and locating buildings close to the road will signal to drivers that they have entered an important place, naturally slowing traffic. So it's not coming right out, because master plans, they're just guiding. It's not coming right out and saying this is what needs to be done, but it's putting forth a vision for Route 102, removing the performance overlay district, and reverting back to numerous disjointed and disordered underlying zoning district is not sound planning for the town and not what the master plan calls for. But most importantly, what are you doing to the residents? What are you doing to economic development for those people that own that property? And right now, the Performance Overlay District, as the board is aware, it's an innovative land use control. So it's one-stop shopping for folks. So if I own a property that's zoned with a commercial performance overlay district, the intent of that is to allow me to come to the planning board. I don't have to go to the zoning board. It's a one-stop shop that if it's administered properly, one-stop shop, I can come to the planning board. I can get waivers from the planning board, from the zoning ordinance. Now, I don't have to go to the zoning board. I can get everything done here. So the intent is for it to be business-friendly. It's to promote economic development. That's what the performance overlay districts were developed under, was the innovative land use control statute that makes business easier and development easier for folks in Londonderry. You take it away, now that's gone. So that innovative land use, nice little thing that the town was trying to do for businesses and economic development is now tossed aside. And what that does to my client is he has a commercial use, right, and that's allowed by the overlay district. You take that overlay district off from him, he has now a legally existing non-conforming use. So if he wants to expand his country store, under the performance overlay, he could do a site plan, go and say, I want to put an extra little building on there, I'm going to be fine. You take that overlay district away from him, he can't do that anymore. He's subject to, what I have in my little memo for you, is 8.2 existing non-conforming use that he now has to go to the zoning board. So he has to go to the zoning board, he has to seek a variance, and then he has to come back to the planning board for site plan review. So now you've just added another layer of bureaucracy, and I know the town in the past year has been talking about getting rid of that type of dialogue, that you want to streamline the process for folks. You're not doing that here. My client now has to go to the ZBA to get a variance, and anybody else that's here that has that now their use is going to be categorized as an existing non-conforming use, they now have to go to the ZBA to get a variance if they want to expand it. So if my client wants to expand it, if you take away that performance overlay, he now has to go to the ZBA, then he has to go back to the planning board. So if the town's focused on economic development, this isn't the way you want to do it. You don't want to make it difficult or more difficult for business owners in town to expand their property. You want to promote economic development. You want to be able for businesses to come to expand their businesses without having to go to the zoning board, then going back to the site plan. The innovative land use control that currently exists allows for that. But now you're putting my client in a precarious position where you're affecting the allowable uses on his property. You're taking away his right to use the property as he sees fit. You're on the verge of resulting in possibly an unconstitutional taking or inverse condemnation. You're making it difficult for future development. You're putting forth a planning method that's incohesive, that has hodgepodge of incompatible land uses. You're affecting the aesthetics of a major corridor in town. And for all of those reasons, we're asking that this board make a recommendation to the town council not to ask the town council to promote this, because you're leaving it in an area of disarray. You are going to create a disarray on Route 102 where there's traffic concerns. The town is aware of the Route 102 corridor study that talked about traffic concerns as well. Taking it away with nothing in its place, in my opinion, is not a sound planning technique, which is going to result in many unhappy residents and business owners who own property in town, resulting in a loss of their use of the property and a possible unconstitutional taking.
Okay.
That's what I got.
Thank you.
And I don't know, Tom, if you wanted to add anything?
It would probably be better off if I didn't.
Okay.
It's really not nice, so.
And I'd be happy to answer.
But I would guarantee if any one of you were in my position, you wouldn't like it, would you? Right, Tony?
Absolutely.
That's right.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions
Yep,
that the board
this
has.
is, we have public hearings, we learn stuff, so we need that input.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So like, as much as the POD enhances your life, or your property's value, it does other things to, like, on Route 28, there's a lot of smaller lots. And when the POD came into place, you had to have a 3-acre lot. Or you had to go get, special exception, or what have you. So I tend to agree with you that there needs to be something else, but this isn't necessarily the fallback. But that being said, there is as many cases where the POD is hurting property owners as it is helping in your case. So, and then if we take the position that the minute you change a zone, it could be just deemed as a taking, then do you also take the position that you can never rewrite your zoning? Because anytime you rewrite a zone, there might be changes in the zone?
I got a question. Shouldn't you leave that up to the property owner?
For what?
He's talking, can I respond? So, so for your first question, yeah, there are smaller lots on Route 128, and I think one of your properties, the 21517 Rockingham Road, you were able to, well, you should have been able to avail yourself of some of the unique characteristics of that, because instead of going to the ZBA for any type of relief, you should have been able to go to the planning board and get a waiver. And that's a big difference for folks, because if they're going to the ZBA, there's those 5 criteria that they need for a variance, and that's tricky. That a variance are not supposed to be given lightly. There's those 5 criteria that you have to meet. Instead, for those smaller lots on Route 120, Route 28 corridor, you were able to, or you should have been able to, come into the planning board and ask for a waiver for some of those dimensional relief requirements. And that's a big plus for those smaller lots. So instead of going, because those lots are small, they're non-conforming no matter what. With the Route 102 overlay district on them.
They became non-conforming in the POD limit.
Right, but I think some of those are smaller too. Well, regardless, but the nice thing about the Route 28 overlay district is you're now able to, if you need additional relief to develop your property, you are able to go just to the planning board, not have the strict criteria of the variance to seek relief to get things done, and you had that one-stop shopping.
Right, but before, you could have a 1-acre lot and develop it. When the POD came in, the minimum lot criteria was 3 acres. And to answer your question, yes, I think everything should be up to the property owner. I think we have too many regulations. So, I think if you own the property, you should be able to develop it the way you want to develop it.
Correct.
And to answer your second question
But
about.
that's not the way the world runs, unfortunately. We're dealing with.
No, and you have regulations, and that's the, to answer your second question, is the amount of regulations of what you're doing, whether or not that constitutes a taking. So if you're just like doing one little thing, like changing maybe like a setback requirement, no, that's not going to be a taking. If you're taking away, in my little chart, you're taking away 15 use categories from an individual property owner, that's problematic. This isn't just like, we're doing a setback requirement or, saying you have to have a bigger landscaping thing going on. Those things okay. And when you're looking at the analysis for a taking,
I'm
it's.
not saying it's
but-
okay.
But no, but I'm answering your
I'm
question.
just saying, as much as it may help in this situation, it hurts in other situations too. And I don't necessarily know that I have the answer for you, but I'm just saying that.
No, I mean, I'm not here to I'm not a planner for the town anymore. So the thing is, you have these use categories that you're taking away, and that's that could be construed as a regulatory taking that you need to be careful about.
Tony?
Yes, thank you. So this is a classic example of unintended consequences, okay? In municipalities throughout the United States, this happens all the time. This is why you have public hearings. The ironic thing is, for the past 30 years, I've been schooling boards like this, and school boards, and land use boards, and town council meetings, Steve will tell you, I've been to a few school board meetings. He's back there writing notes. And the ironic thing is, y'all are schooling me, and I thank you for coming forward. There's a workaround for everything, right? So case by case, sometimes it needs to be done, sometimes it doesn't need to be done, whatever. But without citizens coming forward to explain their individual issue, you can't make progress, you know? And so I thank you for coming forward and explaining from one landowner's point of view what the result would be. That's the unintended consequence. And I've been doing it for years. And now I got schooled, so thank you.
And if I can just add, back in 2019, when we talked about this again, that this is when I was employed by the town, you know, back at the March 13th, you know, Colleen Mayu, and I believe everybody knows Colleen, you know, she stated there would still be unintended consequences from removing the standards. So it was noted back then, and again, this particular fact pattern that we're dealing with now is more concerning back than what we were trying to do in 2019, because you're not replacing it with anything. You're literally just stripping something away. When we tried this back in 2019, we were trying to be mindful of the uses and all those other things to not take it all away. This is just taking everything away with nothing in its place, and that's concerning for us.
So Kelly, Ben, just a question for you. I assume that all the property owners affected were notified of this proposed change. Did we get feedback from 100% of the property owners? And
I
what
met with
was the
several
result?
residents in office and via phone, and they were supportive of the change, both in the 28 and 102 overlay. I met with a woman who owns multiple property on the 28 overlay district, and she was happy to know that she would not have to think about the dimensional requirements of the 28 overlay district for her properties that are currently undeveloped, because she viewed it as a deterrent to be able to develop her property.
So,
Those commercial or residential?
Commercial.
Yeah, and I think for sure, there's gonna be some people that benefit from it, but we also need to be mindful of there are some people that are gonna be hindered by it, and we gotta figure out a way to help them.
no, I agree 100%. So were there any other people who were against it that you
I did not
received?
directly hear from anybody against the,
And just refresh my memory, what was the impetus for doing this, undertaking this task to remove the two PODs?
the board and the council asked staff to look into the removal of the 28 and 102 overlay districts, and so we proceeded with an analysis of every parcel in those two overlays, produced the data, and concluded that a majority were being underutilized and were undeveloped.
Why did we undertake it? I'm just curious, why did we,
Because the town
just to
council,
reduce the regulations?
Town council asked us to.
Okay.
Because I think it's on one of, maybe 2 years ago, it was one of their goals was to, remove the POD.
Well, we looked at the original intent, and the original intent was talking about, expansion of I-93 and big box stores coming in and trying to prevent that from happening, because we didn't want 102 to look like South Willow Street.
Yeah, and that's why the POD was just to slow down, because people had come to, well, both the council and the planning board at that time say, we need a moratorium, we need to, we need growth management. The thing is, the statute does not deal with commercial or industrial, it just deals with residential. And any growth management ordinance in the state of New Hampshire, what we have is a temporary measure to allow the community to catch up on the infrastructure. Once they've met all, the infrastructure is in place to handle the population, then, you have no reason for a growth management ordinance. So you had to demonstrate your deficiencies, and then really the period of time has not been specified. No one's gone to court yet to really test that at all on, basically, we said what happens, if we needed schools are overpopulated, and it goes to town meeting 3 times and it gets rejected every single time. Town, That's the way the townspeople feel. But yet growth management says you're supposed to be addressing the shortfall, you should be building schools. So it's kind of a very conflicting thing, and it's more, we've had growth management before, but it's more of a can of worms, because there's a lot to, keep up with, because we had a very complex formula, or at least it was simple looking at, our own population growth of the six communities around us, and then looking at the school population, look at the amount of indebtedness you have, and then there was some other things too. So it would all go into a formula. But we don't have to have that. It expired, and that was, one of the town council's desires was, let growth management lapse.
Just another note, there are 6 AR1 lots in the 102 overlay district, 2 are undeveloped, and there are no AR1 lots in the 28 overlay.
So it feels to me like there was 2 different intentions, one for 102. I mean, 102 and 28 are 2 different areas. They have 2 different sets of problems, right? And it sounds like the property owners on 28 were all in favor of removing the POD?
Well, you have a property owner on Route 28
I was gonna say, I think we gotta hear
I
from
don't know
him
what her
first.
opinion of it is.
Well,
I've just been waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, why don't you come to the microphone here?
Story, so why don't you come on up?
Just real quick, before she starts,
Be
to-
careful.
You can sit.
No, I've been sitting all night.
I just need, I just need your name and address,
Sure
please.
thing. I'm Leanne St. Laurent.
real
I
quick,
live,
before you start,
Yeah,
did
yeah.
anybody else have any questions for Mr.
Well,
Estienne?
I just wanted to say one thing. I completely empathize with you and you understand what you're saying. But couldn't it be said that the performance overlay district is doing the same thing to other people's by preventing them from being able to fully utilize their land?
Right.
So
But that's
you
the-
absolutely have.
That I see.
That's the unintended consequence.
But that's in
Exactly.
place.
So
Yeah.
one way or another, somebody's land is not being able
Right.
to be
But it's
used.
in
to its
place.
extent.
So the question is, what's the workaround? Because there's always a workaround.
Yeah,
Always there.
Yes, there's gotta be a way, but I think this lady would like to talk.
Quick question, I get a quick question?
This lady for, then
All
we
right,
can do
and
the
then I'll come
question.
back to him.
ready?
How are you?
Just
Hi.
name and
Tired.
address, please.
Maybe I'll have 2 questions.
I actually have 3 maybe. I'm Leanne St. Laurent. I live at 73 Chase Road, but via inheritance of my mom's property, I'm now an owner of 225 Rockingham Road, which is just right down the road from Giovanni. We were neighbors when I was a kid. And
The White House?
is it the what?
Is it that White House to the left of Giovanni's? 225.
No, it's like right at the top of Smith Lane. It's set way back.
Oh,
It's
okay.
right next to the freezer warehouse. Right next to the
Thank you.
freezer warehouse. Yep, you're welcome. I'm not really sure if I have an opinion or not, and the first question is this move to remove the 102 and 28 overlay districts a package deal? Or can they be handled separately? Route 28 separately, Route 102 separately? Because I know a lot of times when things come to vote before the town, you have to vote for the package, and you can't parcel things out. And sometimes there's like parts of that package that you like and parts of that package that you don't like, but you're forced to vote on the whole package.
This is not, I don't look at this as a whole package.
Okay, so it's like the
It's-
two
it's all-
things can be, because I understand the AR1 with the commercial overlay allows much more uses, but along Route 28, most of those properties are already C1 or C2. And then you've got the performance overlay over it. So my question is, does the removal of the overlay in that area that is already commercial, that now has the overlay over it, does that make it more desirable for development or less desirable for development? And I don't know. And I know that our parcel is 6 acres. It's not a huge parcel like the one on 102, but it is a parcel that would be developed nicely for commercial use. My mom had been living there for, 70 some odd years, and it was residential. But, commercial has been coming in. There's a storage facility next door. There's a freezer warehouse next door. Giovanni's parcel finally is being developed. For the longest time, Route 28 has been stagnant. And, you drive and you talk about coming in off of exit 5, and here we are in Londonderry. And then you just drive up Route 28 and head north, and it's just like junkyard after junkyard after junkyard. And it feels like now there is finally some reasonable development coming along. And I've heard people this evening talk about beavers and bobcats and things like that, and it breaks my heart. I cry to think of my mom's parcel, all the, being, it's gorgeous woods, it's 6 acres. It's like that was my playground when I grew up. But I understand the reality of everything else around us, commercial coming in. We're right between exit 5 and the airport. So that segment from exit 5 north really does need to have some kind of development coming in. And I feel like over the years, it's just been, nobody's been wanting to do anything there. So what would the removal of the performance overlay do for property owners on Route 28 who would like to have a developer come in and say, hey, that's a great parcel, there's 6 acres. And our lot is really a nice, it's not real big, but it's flat. There's hardly any wetlands. It's gorgeous land. And we'd love to have somebody come in and have a nice project to go in there. Because I know it's not gonna be, if I were, it's not gonna go residential, for sure. Nobody's gonna wanna build a house there. It is commercial, but I don't know, what's the result of this on our property? Completely different situation than an AR with an overlay of commercial than a commercial with an overlay of commercial, which may have made it more restrictive. I don't know. You tell me, because I don't know.
I think the restriction is with the dimensional requirements of the POD, even though the underlying zoning is commercial. It's principally commercial along the.
And what about the permitted uses? Is there any taking of permitted uses?
That's something
And
to,
I don't know of that, like,
Apparently it is.
Yeah, I think it involves that.
AR1, but would there be any permitted uses that go away if your parcel is zone C2?
The warehouse and storage up to 250,000.
You can still do that in C2.
Oh, and you can see, yep,
Two.
our parcel's right up there, 126 in with the
So
green
the-
outline.
Private schools. Group childcare.
And those are things that would be, so
You would not be able to do.
that you would not,
You would lose them if the performance overlay district is removed. So there, can I comment? So there's not many if you're already zoned a commercial property, there's not many uses that you're going to lose compared to an AR1. But I believe in every use category or every underlying zoning, there's a loss of use. So it may not be as great as my client, but I believe every,
So I can answer your question. So your C2 property, the uses that are being removed from that when we remove the overlay are significantly less than if your property was AR1.
okay, so it's less than if it were an AR1, but there would be losses of use.
The private school
Okay.
and the group childcare.
Is that all, or are there other uses that are lost? And what's gained?
So what's gained is that the removal of the dimensional requirements that the overlay imposes, such as a 20-foot landscape buffer or your building height that dictates additional buffer requirements,
So
depending on what you want to do.
the buffers make your buildable lot smaller. And I think that's why a lot of us, we've heard that that never thought of something like you, but we've heard plenty of times with Route 28 where nobody can do anything with their lot because of how tight it is. So here we are thinking.
Yeah, and I think that's why so many properties
let's
just
remove-
remain
let's remove some layers of
unsold
the
for the
onion here so
longest
we can-
time.
We can, give you less setbacks
Mm.
to have to, less dimensional requirements to be able to build them. What did you say would be, that she wouldn't be allowed to do?
Private schools, group childcare,
She would also
and mixed use.
residential.
I've got it, thanks. Mixed use residential.
Mixed use residential.
That should be left up to the property owner. I'm just saying, that should be left up to me to make that call.
And the thing is, like, when you're, to kind of just piggyback, like, your question is, are you going, like, I think your question was, what's more desirable or less desirable?
Yeah, let's
It's-
keep the conversation with the board.
So if it's more or less desirable, it's going to be your allowable uses. If I'm looking to buy a property, the first thing I'm going to look at is what can I do on that property? What are the allowable uses on that property? That's usually the first thing that I find, wearing now a development hat, is that's what I'm gonna look at. What uses can I do with my property? Removal of the performance overlay district, I think under every category is removing uses that are allowed for these particular properties. What's less desirable, I think, Jake, is what you were saying, some of those performance standards make it difficult to develop the property. But to kind of offset that, it's an innovative land use control, so you don't have to go to the ZBA. You can come to the planning board and seek a waiver for those dimensional requirements instead of going to the ZBA and trying to get ZBA relief. And the waiver standards for the planning board is much easier to attain than a ZBA criteria.
Mr.
for
Chair, all
variance.
due respect, how many, with regards to this public hearing, how many people can
Once,
be at the podium at the same session? Because right now, this is just getting way too
Yes,
confusing.
it's a little confusing.
It's
I
all
think-
great information, I'm just trying to absorb it, but it's getting way too.
Gotta be some other.
Yeah,
people.
and-
Yes, because it's interesting to hear it. I mean, it's information, it's helpful to us.
Can I ask,
But,
is there a way from, like, in Mr. Estes' case, is there any way or ability to, this is further down the road, but grandfather his overlay? If it, I mean, it's evident, it's beneficial to him.
You
I
could
don't think,
You could rezone it.
yeah, I don't think out of that, on your lot, on the 39 acres, what's, how much of that is, not that I guess matters, but how much of that is actually buildable? Because you do have an easement on there through the town, right?
It's almost 7 acres.
7
So basically, where all my buildings are,
Is where
that's
you're-
all buildable. So if I wanted to take an excavator and plow everything down and put something up, I should be able to, whether it's a commercial building, whatever.
So I guess that is what I'm asking, is that would there be a way to,
So if someone came in to me and said, well, hey, we'll give you for that 6.3, almost 7 acres, we'll give you $2.5 million or whatever the dollar amount may be, and then you take away my overlay,
yeah,
and now what's my land worth?
yeah. That's
Crap. That's what it's worth.
That's why I'm
And
asking if
then
there's
I
a way
don't think
to,
you guys are gonna
grandfather.
refund me my money.
that's why I'm
Yeah,
asking if there's a way to
okay.
grandfather.
Because I think we gotta take a look at the uses, the real change in the uses and the effect upon the value of the property.
Who doesn't want it?
Yeah, let's one talk at a time here, please, so we can,
Yeah, but
really
I-
get a grasp of this. I think it's a little more, it's definitely very, very complex, because people, for the last 20 years, are doing uses that the underlying zone does not allow. So we gotta take a look at keeping those uses there. How do we do that? That's something we're gonna have to figure out. But also, the dimensional requirements, some are probably needed and some probably are not. And, I mean, at this point, we're just trying to get some input from the people that own property there and how they feel about it. Because there's,
So basically,
there's
I
real-
got one other question. So let's just say I want to get rid of my store and I wanted to put it in a steakhouse, but my overlay was gone. Now I can't do it, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So, I'm not saying I'd put it in a steakhouse, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, the uses are on 102 are different from what is up on 28. There's some big differences. And the part toward exit 5 of Route 28 is actually mixed-use commercial. So you can combine different uses together. Maybe that's something we should look at is a mixed-use type for certain, certain areas. I mean, we can't do spot zoning, but at least, and what we tend to look for is the continuity in uses. Because the whole premise of zoning is you don't want to put different uses together because then you get complaints. And that goes back to old New England. Old New England was designed with no zoning whatsoever. And of course, there are a lot of complaints and everything. But I want to go to Bruce, I think.
Question for Kelly. Do we have the ability to make a modification? Instead of removing, can we modify the performance overlay district to become
Sure.
more inclusive of certain? So speaking to the north end, the 28, removing the restrictions of the setbacks, making it more conducive to land use without removing the overlay district.
We can look at that, for sure. We can look at anything. We can look at handling the 28 and 102 separately. It's
I'm
really,
more just asking, just out of curiosity, like,
yes. I
right
mean,
now, we're
that's-
talking about rolling back, but instead of rolling back, could we amend to become more conducive to land use, which I think was the original intent of the direction of the town council and the planning board, was to make it more advantageous for building and use.
You're saying keep the overlay but get rid of the dimensional requirements.
Or
just as an
setbacks.
as an example, making it more
It
conducive
would be to modify
Yeah.
it
to, using a parcel of land, as brought forth here, where they could put a nice apartment building in there because they've got better use of their lot because they've lost some of the dimensional requirements of setbacks. And in Mr. Estes' case, to retain those abilities to put in a steakhouse, which would be really nice. But also to use his land however he so chooses, either a country store or a steakhouse or whatever else. I'm of the opinion personally that you should be able to use your land as you so choose. And the less bureaucracy, the better, but there still needs to be regulation, right? In my opinion, regulation and bureaucracy can go hand, not hand in hand. They should be separate.
You gotta keep them, keep
You should
them separate.
protect public interest, but you should also protect the interest of the property owners
Yeah,
as well.
because there's a lot of fine tuning really with zoning, because it's a very sensitive subject. It's the, reason for the most litigation that occurs in the country, so is uses. So, but I want to let this lady talk
Yeah, so
first, and then, I'll come
I
back to
came
board.
in here tonight thinking that I was going to be presented with just an either or decision. Either we keep it or we get rid of it. But because we've come forward,
I think at
we've
first-
heard like the separation, consider 102 separately, consider Route 28 separately. And even when you consider 102, your suggestion, grandfather it in. Or your suggestion, keep the overlay, but remove the restrictive parts of it. And now we have a lot more options that weren't on the table. And also, I know a little bit more now myself.
I think, Kelly, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, tonight, we're here to make a recommendation for the council one way or the other. So, from there, whatever the recommendation may be, we have the ability, or the town council has the ability to make some necessary changes as they see.
Yet the town council actually will have 2 readings. We make a recommendation to the town council, they are the governing body. So their first reading is it's introduced, the second reading is a public hearing where they take public input also. They can basically do what they want. I mean, you can go directly to the town council, you have that ability also. But the council usually put it back and look for a recommendation from the planning board.
Mr.
But,
Chair.
but, yeah, I know Gianni wanted to talk.
Can I
Uh,
just,
what-
can I just ask real quick if they have any more questions, or we have any more questions for these three? Because there are more people in the public here than the three of them.
Yeah,
Is all I've been trying to get at for like 20 minutes now.
yeah, Gianni?
Well, I was just gonna say, could you, I mean, it's a question for Kelly, could you make it an optional overlay where you could, if you didn't want, if you wanted to take advantage of Mr. Estes' uses, you could opt to perform, you know, have the setback requirements, et cetera. And if you didn't want to, you didn't need to do that, you could develop your parcel underneath the underlying zone, which is C2, C1, C3, I1, whatever.
I don't know exactly what that would look like, but I'm a little hesitant on the optional piece. But I can certainly, it's something we can look at if that's what the board would like
I
us
think
to
it would
do.
come down to
Yeah,
making a recommendation not in the favor of it and then going from there.
Oh, yeah, not tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
B, there's nothing. So do you have any more for us?
I just had, well, it may or may not be related, and you may or may not be able to answer it tonight, but I know there was a lot of talk about traffic on the Vista Ridge projects, but I'm just wondering, north of Vista Ridge, are there any updates about road improvements in general on Route 28, widening, additional lanes, turning lanes, the regulated intersections, anything, or is it, because it's just kind of like a free-for-all out there?
There's nothing in the state 10-year highway plan for it, so at least the next 10 years, there won't be anything happening. And usually
Because
the
that's
state-
really, that's
Well,
what makes development
They're,
real
Stonehenge-
tough.
Stonehenge and 28,
On 28.
but that's just that right
She was
there,
asking north of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
north of
28,
exit
28.
5. So between exit 5 and say the intersection of 28 and 128.
I don't think there's anything on.
What about the
That's on
Mammoth
Mammoth and
Road
Rockingham.
and Rockingham Road intersection?
Yeah.
Mammoth and
I thought
Rockingham.
something that was gonna be done at that intersection.
Yeah, I keep hearing that Smith Lane is gonna get like,
Oh, yeah.
What's-
yes,
what's up with
That
that?
just deals with the intersection, it's not the whole roadway. And I know there's problems with the whole roadway, but it's a state highway, it's up to the state to do, we can push the state and so forth. But I think we did, for the Stonehenge in 28, we pushed to our legislative delegation and other connections.
Let's hear from some other people, please. I've been
Yeah.
yeah, I'll sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think I see some stirring back there, so. Oh, Steve.
I was looking at him.
No, you're up there first.
Thank you, Steve Young, 12 McGregor Court and 15 Parmenter Road, if you want to bring that up. And also a corner lot at Pillsbury Cemetery. And thank you, Chairman Rugg, for staying so late. This really reminds me of Northgate meetings. So for those of you who haven't been on the planning board very long, these meetings used to go till 2 or 3 in the morning, like every time. So
Every Wednesday night.
I'll be quick, but I do have some history to give, which I think will be helpful, and I think I actually have a solution or something that could be blended into a solution. First of all, there was a question on the board earlier asked. I never got notice for this. The property owner of record is Kathy Wagner. Kathy and I have a contract, and we're also married. I'm at the property quite often, renovating it, lifted the barn, rebuilding it, rebuilding the house, but we never got the registered letter at all. So I don't know what happened there. And I thought it was odd, because I heard about it from another one of the speakers tonight. Since in 1990, I'm sorry, about 3 years ago, Kathy and I volunteered, and we came in, and all the faces have changed in the town hall. But we met with them on the last hearing that we had on this. and gave our opinions on it. And there were opinions in there, particularly associated with historic properties that you might have and different things you might be able to do. So I was surprised that we didn't get noticed. I'm going to go back even further, though, than other people went tonight. So first of all, 15 Parmenter is right now in the POD. It is 4.5 acres, though it hasn't been surveyed in, I don't think it may have ever been surveyed. There's one marker from 102. It is a historic connected farmhouse. The 1/3 house was built in the early 1700s over on Nashua Road, and it was relocated with oxen onto the property when two brothers had an argument. They then built the big house, and then they built a little house, and then they built a back house, and then they built a barn. And that's the architecture of the property. They also built a second barn. There was a grand barn that went out, unfortunately, it was right on Route 102. So when 102 came through, they tore that barn down. And there's a big hill there on the south side of our bank barn. And that big hill is actually the barn buried underneath there, along with the stones from the barn. So when 102 was built, we didn't have zoning in town. So eventually zoning came to town. Now, what happened is, and by the way, reason I know all of this history is, I was, actually, no, he's still here. So somebody came into my office and they said, we have a barn and house on 102, and we know it's what you want. I said, okay. I actually thought it was me. Yeah, with the silo. So, but I found out it wasn't. It was 15 Parmenter Road. So Bill Longmaid made me tour the property with him for months before I was allowed to buy it from him. And I had to promise all the different things I would do and wouldn't do to the property. He actually grew organic cucumbers in the 1970s. I'm still putting the organic cucumber boxes in the recycle bins. There used to be greenhouses in the back, in the middle of the field. So when zoning came around, somebody came out to the homes, or through some government process, they said, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do with this property? Do you want it commercial or do you want it residential? And Bill said, residential. The guy to the northeast of us said commercial. The person that owned his property said commercial. So people had a choice in what they got to pick. Now, we didn't have a choice with this POD. The POD came in, and frankly, in my opinion, it was a few members of a town council that just wanted to stop big box stores, period. And there were things like Trader Joe's and Cabela's. Trader Joe's was up in your area. Cabela's. All it was is, let's just stop these people from building any buildings like this. I think that one of the solutions might be just asking. Now, we don't have commercial zoning, but we bought the property because we did have commercial zoning. We bought the property because we had a commercial district. I had Janos come to the property before I bought it and had him look at it to say, what could we do with this property with the overlay district? And he explained the different things we could do and the site distances and where I could relocate the driveways to, because I've got 2 driveways, I got 3 driveways now, all grandfathered. He's like, you really would be better to have one driveway and put it here. And so I already went through that whole process. And the real challenge with this performance overlay district is not the size of the buildings that everybody's been talking about. It's the distance from the lot line. So at one point I drew it up, and if we were to add a building to our property, it would be in the back behind the farmhouse, which, by the way, intrudes onto the right-of-way about 50 feet, because I didn't build a road there, but that it's in the road right-of-way issue, because it's so close to the road. As far as the setbacks, even as a residential. So I can put something in there, but it's gotta be really small in the back. And because it has to have, I think it's, and you might know it, 40 feet, 45 feet?
With
50,
the,
no, it's not 10 feet. Pardon me?
which side, from the rear or the front?
Performance overlay district
40.
buffer,
40.
40 feet. So 40 feet of my 4 acres, and I'm lucky it's square. Yours isn't square. So you're gonna have to build a bowling alley, 1 lane. So this zoning that came in where they asked everybody what they wanted to be commercial or residential, it left this patchwork quilt. And I know our area, I mean, the area that I'm in, some people pick the commercial and some people pick the residential. And so for us to just say, well, let's just get rid of the POD, I did plan on using the POD possibly someday. I planned on using it commercial. At the time I bought the property 20 years ago, there were 15,000 cars that went by it. Today, I think there's a whole lot more. I do know it's a more dangerous intersection than 28 and Pillsbury, the way people come around the corner. So my recommendation is ask the people that are in the districts, what do you want? My choice is, somebody came up with a hybrid tonight. My choice is make it commercial. The only burden on the town, if you make me commercial, is you have to come in once a year to inspect the house to make sure it's still residential. Otherwise, my taxes change. I'm okay with that. Bill Longmaid moved to the village, and he moved into a house that's across from the old factory, and it's commercial. And they have to come into his house every year and inspect it. You know, that's okay. And I can still do things like special exceptions, which I will do, have a business in the house under those rules. But I sure would like to be able to use it for what I bought it for. That's it for me. Anybody else want to know anything else about history? Thank you.
Thank you.
It'll repeat itself.
It does. Well, I'm sorry about that phone call. That was, okay, I'll say it. That was Kathy.
She's asking where you were.
She goes, please, no more traffic.
Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Dan Joswack. Our residential address is 31 Windsor Boulevard, and the property address is 254 Nashua Road, so just right next to Steve's place. He's our neighbor. So first, Laura articulated very well everything, you know, that I was thinking as I was going through and reading through this. So thank you, Laura, for that. For us, we already have kind of several strikes against us from a property perspective, the size of the lot, the shape of the lot, different aspects of that, the parking lot, the inability to, you know, to move, to expand, to do really anything there where we are.
The little office building.
It is, yeah,
It's a
the
nice
brick,
front lawn.
brick front, yeah, it looks like a house, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, yep. And, you know, this is in a C, we're in a C3, and so we're losing several, you know, advantages to the property. So again, the things that Laura mentioned, you know, apply to us here. I know the question came up, you know, what was the impetus, what was the motivation for this? I'm not sure I heard a clear answer other than the town council wanted. And then subsequent to that, the discussion that you guys had in terms of Route 28 area and, you know, size restrictions and things like that associated with that. Those things, you know, certainly understandable, but it would be nice to understand why the town council is asking you guys, what's the underlying motivation? Because I don't see any of that in the paperwork that we've reviewed. So, but given you know, what we're seeing here, the fact that we'd be losing some significant amount of usability for us, we'd request that you deny that or recommend against going this path. So I don't want to take up any more time for that unless you have some questions.
No, I think we're in the hearing mode right now,
Okay.
so, but thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Oh,
Yeah, Ted?
sorry, I was going to have just a suggestion of potentially looking at making amendments before you send this to the town council. Instead of just saying, you know.
Let's hear.
Let's hear from the audience.
How we doing? Blaine Dorman, on property 506 Mammoth Road. Kind of was up in the air, didn't really know what was going to go on tonight, or kind of confused. Everything's kind of, I agree with the 102 and the 28 split, how it's different. I'm one of those, I got an acre, so I think it's actually going to behoove me and be beneficial that I'll get more setback off the lines and all that. So, but I feel for Essie's, it's completely out of line, and to me, it's stealing. And a lot of the north end in Londonderry, there's not so much people that want to build it up, or even my father owned that property 45 years. I bought it off him, started a business on it, could do whatever. We parked our stuff there. We had everything going for us. It was great. All of a sudden, more residential came in, and before you know it, we can't even do anything there. So it's one of those, it's tough, and I want to get it back to where it was before, not run a business out of it, but at least be able to park there. So the only reason I'm here tonight is to make sure I'm not going to lose more than I've already been taken away my whole life. So I don't know if you can answer that for the 28 taken away. I think it's a good thing, but at the same time, you were saying some things about maybe daycare was off that list.
It's the mixed-use residential, the daycare, and the private school.
Okay, so that puts me at like 5 things I can do.
Is that for resident, is that for
That's-
C2?
That's for C2.
C2.
Yeah, which is the.
So that's the uses that are in addition to your already permitted C2 uses with the overlay district. So your already permitted C2 uses are nursing homes, live-work units, community center, public facilities, public utilities, rec facilities, religious facilities, business center development, drive-through with, as an accessory use, drive-in establishments, drive-in theaters, financial institution, hotels, manufacturing, motor vehicle station limited service, commercial recreation, retail up to 75,000 square feet,
Oh, it's actually getting better.
professional office, repair
The more that-
services,
yes.
restaurant. There's-
Kelly,
Want me to keep going?
I might
Kelly,
want
with their
to,
performance overlay, what is the front and side setbacks
The,
in his lot?
it's dependent on the building footprint.
Yep. Okay. Without it, what is it?
C2,
Yeah.
that's good. I'm not gonna remember right now.
All right, well,
I'll pull it up.
see what I'm
is
getting
that
at.
something on there that's something for storage as well?
Self-storage is permitted in C2.
So me saying, hey, I'm parking my truck here for the night, that's not considered storage? how in front of your guys' eyes, like store, like, you know, I'm not trying to get all my equipment back. I'm not trying to make log piles. I'm not trying to go crazy. I'm literally just trying to park equipment so I'm not paying $2,000 on a lot, which my dad was grandfathered into it. And then because we had people move in next to us that didn't all of a sudden like it, we lost everything. Literally fine you $500 a day to park here, just crazy, crazy stuff, which forced my father out of the town, and I'm not going anywhere. So I just want to know what I can do for the next step so I can get the property good use for what I'm trying to use it for, not just live in it, because I'm living there with my family now as well. So,
I guess it just depends what you're trying to do.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to look at it and
yeah.
talk about it with
Okay,
you.
no, that's perfect. And I'm green to all this. I'm just a hardworking American, so. Thank you.
Kelly, I guess all I was asking is his setbacks, are his setbacks worse with the performance overlay on?
Potentially?
Yeah. That was all I was trying to figure out.
Stay right there for a minute. So I've known Mr. Dorman and his father for years.
Tom, hold on, please. She's answering.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Kelly's got the floor.
I think I answered you, no?
I don't think
It
so.
depends, it sounds like it
depends on the
depends on
building height
the
and
size
what
of the
he's trying to
building
do.
and whatnot. Yeah, so it's kind of an
But
open.
I have up the setbacks for the commercial districts.
Yes.
60, 30, 30.
Yeah. They're tight. So, all right. Yeah.
A little on 0.75.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else?
Anyway, I just want to say one
No
quick
left,
thing.
Tom.
I want to say one quick thing. I've known him and his father for years. And when I hear stories like this, when they've been there for almost 50 years and he parked his trucks there, and now we have these out-of-staters that come in here and they bitch and complain that they don't want to see trucks. Well, you know what? That's too bad. That's their living. My living is wood as well and mulch. And some people don't like to see the mulch piles on 102. You don't like it? Too bad. Go back where you came from. It's not right that he's not allowed to park his trucks there. I don't think it's right.
There's always ways around it. We have other North Enders that help me out, but I shouldn't have to pay on commercial C2 property to park all my. Be able to park your truck. Literally truck.
Park the truck
That's
there.
another problem another time, and I get it late.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the building inspector says, how they,
Yeah. I'll have to-
so we don't do any regulation, we.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thank you for the input. I think
So,
we've
Can I get a point of clarification from Kelly?
yes.
So, just so everybody knows too, like the multifamily concept would go away with the POD going away, right?
Depends what zone you're in.
Say
Multifamily
C2,
is allowed-
C1,
It's allowed by conditional use permit in C2.
without the zone? Without the overlay, I mean?
Yes.
So without the overlay, that's an example, I think, of what I was trying to get at. Without the overlay, it's allowed, and you've got less requirements you have to get to.
Yeah.
Steve?
We should have a separate workshop. No, we should just.
Oh, yeah,
talk
we
once.
gotta go back to ground
We
zero
just go
and
in
everything.
circles.
But I think the thing we need to do is, well, listen to Steve.
That is true.
That you need to listen
The
to.
multifamily goes away. On the residential. Right now, I'm in the overlay district.
For the residential, it does. For the commercial, it doesn't.
For residential, the multifamily workforce is permitted by conditional use. For the commercial districts,
One of the things we considered was veteran, tiny houses, complexes for veterans. And that option would be gone. That was what we
Okay.
thought about 20 years ago. That's thanks to Bob Clegg, by the way, so, which is no longer with us.
Okay. Well, thanks. We thank everyone for the input. I think since we have this before us, we'll recommend to the town council that we, recommend to deny it. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board and take a look with the input that we have received tonight. This kind of reminds me when we went to, in 2019, with a proposal that was probably the first step, but needed quite a few other, modifications to it to get there. So we're going to have to look at some point to keep the uses that are there in place, because when you give someone something, you don't take it away without a fight or an argument, so.
So, Mr. Chair,
It's
Do
only,
we, if they're looking for a recommendation, we need to take a vote, correct?
yes.
Okay, so if we are recommending to deny, we would be voting in the affirmative.
To deny.
Voting in the affirmative to deny,
If the
just so we all
the motion's
understand.
made that
Can we
way.
separate the two areas? Because it seems like a lot of the concerns are from Route 102.
Well, I think we gotta take, I think we gotta take a closer look.
Yeah, I think we just need to deny it right now,
Yeah,
you know?
because
If you want to separate them tonight, you can.
You want to separate them both?
This is identified as a separate section of the ordinance.
I was still, my vote would be the same.
Yeah, for my vote would be the same, but should we just separate them to separate them?
well, I think,
tonight.
We're
No?
yeah,
changing,
we,
I think we should.
we can separate, and I think the answer for both of them is gonna be the same.
I'm just answering your question. You can if you
Yeah.
want.
But Bruce,
but, so, this has been a good exercise, because
Fantastic.
what I hear from the public, which is what I wanted to hear, is they want less restriction, more development. That's what I'm hearing, right? Because by,
More choice.
more choice to develop as you see fit, right? That's a good message. I like that message.
that's from the owners, but then what about the neighbors to these?
Well,
these
that comes up
changing
when it
too?
gets
Because
into
we're
the-
talking about
when we
public
have
hearing.
another public hearing.
Yeah,
Right, but what I'm saying is the public hearing process works because we're hearing what the public wants,
Mhm. Yeah.
right? Now, it's a subsection of the overall public, but,
Yeah, because we
You
want to
know.
hear from the owners of the property, but also eventually the abutters to those properties.
Because people who you talk to, who may have been in favor of that, didn't show up because they've already talked to you. And they're thinking, it generally tends, it's like reviews online, I mean, 500 people have a great experience, nobody says a word. One person has a bad experience and they post it on 15 different sites. And I'm not saying that you guys don't have, absolutely, but I don't think we're getting a
I
complete
think you
cross-section
gotta
of the
separate the two
landowners.
though, because it affects the folks on 102 differently than it affects the folks on.
no, I think you need to separate it, but I also think we need to kind of re-engineer it and take what's there and maybe make it a little bit more refined, right?
and I
Based
think-
upon the feedback that we've gotten from the
But
public.
I know how this goes. If we vote it down, we'll never address it again.
I think
I think that's wrong. I
Hey,
think we
hey,
vote it
hey,
down
well,
and we start to address it.
You know, we talked about it in November of 2022 or 23, whatever year it is. And the public didn't want to do it. And I hear all their concerns, and they're Route 102, they're in AR1 zones, and you're not hearing from the folks that are in C2 zones on Route 28, so.
But it depends on how we close it out. We can direct Kelly
To pursue this more.
pursue it more, further study, or whatever, and come back in 2 weeks, a month, a month and a half, or whatever. I mean, this is classic how this should work.
Yeah.
In my opinion. You start out with something that you think is gonna help people, landowners, and drive revenue. You hear from the direct users, right? In this case, it's the landowners who say, well, take a look at this, take a look at this, take a look at this. This is classic. Then it goes back to study, then it comes back again, you rework it, reconfigure it, and you come up with something that's better, that works for almost everybody. It's never gonna work for 100% of the people, but even for the ones that it doesn't work for, there's gotta be workarounds. There has to be, there always is. It's a question of finding it.
I think it's being flexible. you know, so that people can kind of design and have some creativity. And that's what the innovative land use, statute.
And in this case, I would want to separate it.
Yeah.
I would want
Have
to
to
deny, I would want to deny both, but I would also want to direct Kelly and her team.
To see what we can do to
and
make it
Ben
work.
To say, come back and show us, based on what we heard tonight, what will work for more people, or everybody, or for every piece of land, or most of 99.99% of the land, and for the ones it's not gonna work on, we're gonna do this instead. Because there's always workarounds, there's always a way to do it.
Well, the
Well, in
perspective
theory-
of more use, more landowner choice, and one-stop shop with the planning board as opposed to going to multiple different venues, I think is a resounding message that I heard tonight.
Yeah.
And which is in line with what my expectations.
I agree with definitely all of that. I think just from a process standpoint, we would be putting, I agree, separate them, putting two things on the table to go to the council, and then I think isn't the council the one that directed us or directed staff to look into it for a recommendation?
They wanted
And then
us
the
to.
council would have
yeah,
to say yay or nay,
Yeah.
and then say, potentially if it's a nay, direct the staff to rework it. Do we have the authority to even ask Kelly to rework it?
Yes.
We
can always ask.
Other options, that's the point of the public hearing process.
Okay.
That's why this is more of a all or nothing, so we can hear what the other parts are that you want staff to look into.
Yes, because I think we gotta look at 102 separately from 28. Yeah, and I think 28 is, I think, much easier to address than 102, because 102 is a quilt work of, different uses and zoning, and I think the POD at least put some continuity to the uses that could be done. I think there was a level of usefulness for it, but the dimensions were restrictive.
Mr. Chair, what's the best way to separate these? So,
Just 28 and 102.
right, but, so what we have before us is a public hearing on amendments, right? So we're gonna vote to either approve to go to the town council or deny going to the town council as a recommendation.
It's
How
not
do
denying,
we-
it's not denying to go to the town council.
Sorry,
It's
to not recommend to the
not
town council.
recommending.
The sections cited in the hearing are separated by overlay.
Route
So
28
you
overlay
can
and
separate
102
them
overlay.
if that's how you want to form your recommendation.
So we would make a motion to recommend
Not to
the
recommend.
102 corridor performance overlay district as one motion. And then we could do another motion for the other one, which would give us a yay, nay.
You
on
could
each.
recommend that the council move forward,
So-
approve, however you want to term it.
Can I make a motion?
28.
Please.
Can I make a
Please.
motion not to, I'm gonna do this in two. Can I make a motion not to recommend to the town council the Route 28 overlay, POD overlay amendments?
To not recommend.
To
I
not recommend.
second that.
So
to not-
now, just remember, I'm doing them both. I'm gonna not recommend both, but please remember, I'm saying not recommend. So if you do not want this to go forward, you need to vote in the
You
affirmative.
could phrase it as a positive motion, and then it
And
gets
then we
denied.
All right, we'll do it
Just
that
do it
way.
that
Either
way.
way.
It's just
We'll do it that way, then.
It's
That's
just
fine.
the reverse of it. 'cause
That's fine.
As long as we understand what we're voting for.
That's fine.
Yes, you'll be clear on that.
So a motion.
So I'm gonna
not
make
to
a,
recommend 28 overlay to the
No, it
council.
would be
No,
a
you just
motion to
told me to do the
recommend.
opposite.
That's the motion you just made, so.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion not to recommend.
And I seconded it.
No, I wanna keep it that way.
I second that motion.
I've got a motion to deny recommendation, and I have a second from Lynn. Is there any further discussion by the board on that motion?
Oh, I
Ann.
was going to say, it's not what we came here to vote on. It was to vote on this package deal.
We came to give the town council a recommendation, and I have a motion on the floor to make a recommendation.
We can
not-
separate them
Make a
out.
motion not to recommend it.
Because they're only advertised together,
Correct.
so, but they are
While they're
separate.
advertised together, they're two separate things. So, again, I'd like to make a motion not to recommend.
So if you
Route 28
vote in favor of
amendments.
this, you're saying that the planning board's not recommending,
Correct.
not recommending relieving the POD from Route 20?
We're not recommending removing the 28 overlay.
So it stays in place?
It stays in place,
Stays in
because
place.
it's become evident to us that there's way more to do than remove the 28 overlay.
Yep.
Because what?
It has come seemingly obvious that there's more to do than just remove the overlay. There's more that needs to be done there.
Like what?
Make sure that it works for everybody. There's three
There's two
people.
separate
in it.
things.
Yeah, we heard about taking away uses that, they're currently doing. We've heard about the dimensions being restricted.
Yep, and we did hear that at least one property owner wasn't noticed, so
Yes.
there may be others as well.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So I do
Just
have a
to make
motion.
an attempt to notice
So-
every single one.
So, motion on the floor, we're gonna vote on it. All those in favor of Jake's motion, seconded by Lynn,
This is your motion to not.
This is my motion not to recommend it.
not to recommend. So all those in favor of not recommending,
Wait,
say
I
aye.
gotta understand this. Not to recommend taking it away.
Correct.
Wait a s-
So it stays in
voting
place.
anyway.
It stays in
wait, wait,
place.
Oh, that's right, Tony.
Gio,
The actual
a yay
word-
vote means no change. A yay vote means nothing changes.
Correct.
A
What
what
they're
vote?
asking us right
A
on
yes.
that.
A yes vote.
Yes
A
vote.
yes
is
vote,
not to make
nothing changes.
I guess I should have rescinded my thing. All right, so
This
again,
is one of the problems.
there's a
that,
motion on the floor, Mr. Chair. Can we make a vote, please?
Okay,
Roger's got a question.
Before we do anything, I'm reading it right from here. Is to take an action to amend those 5 articles. So we are making a motion that says do not want to amend them at this time in any form, shape, or manner.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
That's what
I'm
the-
glad you made it.
okay, all those in favor of making a motion for town council to deny making any changes to our overlay, POD, Performance Overlay District. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
One nay,
Abstain.
and Ted abstains.
So, yep, thank you.
So
So, Mr. Chair,
we got that done.
I'd like to make a motion not to recommend the Route 102 Performance Overlay District amendments.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Jake, second by Lynn. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Abstain.
Abstain, and chair votes in the affirmative.
Can we?
So you got those
we gotta
votes,
wait till it goes through.
So Tony left, so.
Yeah, Tony's not voting.
Okay, I just want to be clear on the number.
Roger
So,
is the alternate
For the first
voting.
one, we were all in the affirmative, with the exception of Mr. Varani, and Ted abstained.
Yeah.
And then for the second one, I believe we were all in the affirmative, with Ted abstaining.
Ted,
Is that correct?
abstaining.
Yep.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
And then, I mean, this will go to the town council. The town council basically can do what they want. I mean, they could, say, oh yeah, we're gonna take the PODs off of both of them, and that's that. So when the town council has its, especially its public hearing on this, please attend.
And will we, because Mr. Young said he didn't get a letter, will we for sure get letters for the next hearing when this goes?
Not for the town council.
We renotice for the.
Oh,
council,
do you?
For the hearing, yeah.
Okay.
You know, I never
I was
got
gonna
a
say,
a notice either. I have property on Route 28, so.
So if we could just take some steps to make sure that they are all noticed. I know they go by certified mail, so if we could make sure that they're all noticed, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. And then we'll have to start to take up our own recommendations, what to do with the,
Do we know when the tech council will take this up as a?
I don't know the answer
First
to.
reading,
It happened, didn't it?
no.
No.
The 18th.
Monday.
Yeah, I mean, that's their
This
next
coming
meeting. is
Monday, this coming Monday is the first reading.
Correct, and they generally waive the first reading.
Yeah. And then they set the, second reading date and the public hearing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the public hearing would be at the January or February meeting, because we're in budget, so.
Yeah, there's would be a budget hearing
And I
also,
don't-
I think, coming in January. And then also the warrant.
Yeah,
So then based upon what the town council does, will dictate
Come back
whether or
and
not we
see
take this back up as an
where
action
we
item in
move
the
from there.
future.
Correct.
Jeff, also under other business, section 7.6.D.7, signs permitted and prohibited by district. Are we gonna be addressing that this
it's
evening as well?
included in your motions,
That's included inside of the,
and that section.
all related.
that's,
refers-
that was
Yeah,
all
yeah.
related to the
Yeah, so
overlay.
whatever is related to the 102 corridor and whatever is related to the 28 corridor, which include all those four items below.
I didn't hear the word sign once during that entire presentation, so pardon my ignorance.
Okay, this is the latest meeting in recent planning board history anyway, but it's like the old days. Right, Steve?
Let's not get back to the old days.
So,
Yeah.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
So, have a motion. Oh, Tony's not a voting member.
Oh, okay.
Motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make, second.
Okay, Steve, second. So, motion by Jeff to adjourn, second by Jake. All those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.